It was a beautiful, warm weather outside. On this day, a young boy and a girl were finally able to go on a date. They enjoyed every minute they spent together, eating ice cream and talking about the future. They hadn't been able to get out on a date for a long time because they were both studying and had to take tests at the end of every month, and they need to prepare well for them to get a good grade. But their perfect day was ruined by a truck driver who lost control of the vehicle. People around them started to panic and tried to escape the possible consequences. As a result, the truck flew onto the sidewalk where there were many people and children. Thanks to his reaction, the boy managed to save the girl from being hit by the car. He pushed her away from the dangerous area. But he did not have time to run away, and a truck was flying towards him. He had no choice but to wait for the collision and death. The guy closed his eyes and tried to think only about the good moments in his life before he died. But in a moment he opened his eyes and did not understand what had happened. It seemed that he had been hit by a truck. But he was alive, although he could not speak and his neck was numb, which made him think that the afterlife had begun. He was lying on the ground and could not move, as he could not feel his limbs. He thought that he would stay like this forever. He couldn't just lie there. The guy lifted his head up through the pain, but the picture he saw was not satisfying and not what he expected. There were many people lying around him who were completely burning. He started to think that it was a dream, but it was too violent for a dream. There were also houses and other buildings burning around him. While he was trying to figure out what had happened to him and how he got here, a living person approached him. It was an old Chinese man who noticed that the boy was the only survivor. Although he spoke Chinese, the boy still understood him very well. The man said that perhaps what happened was called fate. In his eyes, the boy turned into a small child who had just been born. He realized that he looked like a child, but no one could explain how it happened. The Chinese man held the boy in his arms while everything was on fire and the remains of the houses were burning. He was sure that this boy would be different from other residents of their city. The man ran somewhere and talked to the child. He continued to cry even at the age of 5. The boy understood everything that was happening in front of him. He grabbed the child very tightly and ran in an unknown direction. In front of them was a high cliff, and behind it were mountains. The boy could not believe that the man would jump down because they would both fall to their deaths. But the man kept moving in cold blood and jumped off the cliff. Below them was a waterfall, which they flew over. As a result, the man landed very softly, and none of them were hurt. In the boy's eyes, he looked like a superhero who could conquer all natural elements. He didn't even cry, and the Chinese man was surprised at how calm this baby was. He touched him and promised that they would soon reach their goal. They just had to wait a little longer. When he touched the child, something strange began to happen. Some energy began to flow from the man and seemed to be transferred to the boy. This power was so powerful that it began to melt the snow on the trees nearby. The boy began to realize what was happening between them. His hand was a conduit of energy between the bodies. He remembered reading about this in books about martial arts. He was very sleepy, and after a deep sleep, the boy began to wake up. They reached some building that was not clear to the boy. He could only wait to see what would happen next. He almost slept the whole time they were getting there. He could not even imagine that there were such big buildings in the mountains. They were met by Sabako students. One of the students asked how the trip went and if everything was okay. They bowed to the teacher and did not raise their heads until he said so. The man said that everything had gone well. Then he asked if anything had happened while he was away. The student said that nothing had happened, so they had nothing to say. The teacher thought that it could not be better than that. He had no news, but he urgently needed to see the master. They noticed the child in his arms and asked him what would happen to him next. He replied that Chun would take care of him. The students thought that the teacher had taken him away on purpose, but he immediately put them all to rest. and said that he had found the baby by accident. After talking to the students, the man went to the building to see the master. He began to tell the kid where he had come from. It was the Jongnam clan. It was one of the 9 strongest clans, but unfortunately, that time had already passed. The boy went back and saw the students training and practicing different strikes. They were practicing martial arts and showing different styles of fighting. The little boy liked it very much and watched with delight. The man laughed, because when the boy was watching the students, his eyes were very conscious. He looked at him and praised him. He saw him as a continuation of their clan. Then the teacher took the boy and they went to see other places. They came to another building that was nearby. The teacher entered it and began to show the child everything around them. It was a library. There they met a boy who was constantly running between the stacks and maintaining the place. He immediately showed respect and greeted the master. The man responded by carelessly throwing the child in the boy's direction. He was dizzy and could not believe that this Chinese man had just thrown him like a ball. He grabbed it and felt an unreal flow of energy in his hands. He looked inside the diaper and saw a small child inside. The master said that he had no student, so he decided to do this. He laughed and asked him not to worry about it. The experience of teaching will come with time. The main thing is desire and discipline. He told him to make this child his student and teach him what he knew. But the boy obviously didn't like it. He didn't understand what they were talking about. He didn't want to be a student. Martial arts don't allow you to get married. And even dating someone. He was very indignant about it. He didn't want to study martial arts here for the rest of his life. He was showing his dissatisfaction with everything and hoped that this would somehow influence their decision. So this guy took the kid to his house near the library. He bathed him and dressed him in real samurai clothes. He cooked him something to eat while the child lay on the bed and rested. They named him Gonshan, but he didn't really like the name. And he didn't really want to become a martial arts master. He also didn't really like the food they served here. But he had no choice, and he couldn't go hungry. So he had to eat the porridge they gave him. The guy took great care of him as if he were his own son. He wanted him to eat well and become very strong in the future. In the meantime, he ate like a little bird, and before each spoonful of porridge, he hoped to survive. This porridge really looked very strange, as if they had stirred flour in water. He would spoon the porridge and cool it down so that the baby would not get burned. It seemed to him that this man was a good enough person. He wanted to somehow avoid this abuse and not eat the porridge. The man did not understand what he did not like. He thought that maybe his diaper was full. The boy would not have been given up the opportunity to be able to talk and say everything that was bothering him. But his diaper was dry, and the man thought maybe he was sleepy. The boy was not a baby, but he could not say so. He did not want to sleep. He just wanted to go back to his old life. The man was very concerned about the baby's behavior and could not do anything about it. He did not understand what was causing him to cry. The sun was beginning to set, and evening was coming. The baby continued to cry and almost never stopped. Night approached. All the living things went to sleep, and the boy seemed to calm down as well. No matter what he tried to say, all he could manage was crying and screaming. The man spent the whole night on a chair and held the boy in his arms to calm him down. It was very late, but they had to practice according to the schedule. The man left him on the bed and got up and walked away from the child. The kid didn't understand what he needed to do so that he could talk and say everything he didn't like. He himself was already unnerved by his crying, but he could not do anything about it. It was very difficult for him. The man, meanwhile, was meditating on the floor near the baby's bed. He really seemed to have moved to another dimension and did not react to stimuli at all. The boy was shocked that after his terrible behavior, he found the strength to recreate the balance between body and mind. The man made some sounds that were incomprehensible to ordinary people. A powerful aura formed around him, which helped him become stronger. The only thing that could be heard from him was an inhalation and exhalation. It was like his head didn't belong to him and was completely disconnected. Meanwhile, the guy was also enveloped by this aura and closed his eyes. Now they meditated together and seemed to merge into one. And then the man heard the first word from the baby. It was the word uncle. At first he did not understand what had happened. The boy was very happy that he was making progress and would soon be able to speak. The man was also happy and asked the baby to say at least one more word for him. At first he just breathed, and then something changed in his body. The man came closer to him. The boy realized that this was the effect of energy on his body. It turned out that the Chinese man's power was also in his energy. The boy concentrated and wanted to try again to say at least one word. The man also stood waiting next to him. But this time, the kid just couldn't do it. It was as if some force was preventing him. No matter how hard he tried, nothing came out. The man thought he was just imagining things because it was too early for him to talk. He thought he needed more practice and to try to speak more often. Morning came. The sky was blue and clear. Different birds were sitting in the trees next to the house, where the boy and his husband lived, singing their songs. After a while, they flew away to their families in their nests. The boy himself tried to use the energy to speak again. He decided to start by trying to roll over and at least somehow control his body. Energy training allows for faster development. If he continues at this pace, he will be able to grow much faster. But where did these strange thoughts come from? One day ago, he was a happy student who went on a date with his girlfriend. And now he is lying in a diaper and can't talk. His head was very heavy, and he could not roll over backwards. Because he couldn't lift his head, he couldn't breathe properly. And gather energy to continue to develop and speak as soon as possible. The door knocked in the house. It was the husband returning to check on his baby. He saw the guy lying on his stomach and unable to breathe normally. He quickly ran over and did not understand how this could happen. The man grabbed the child and lifted him up so that he could breathe properly. He took him in his arms and asked him what he was doing here. He must have noticed the man meditating the last time and decided to follow suit. He began to look at the baby, but he did not look like a genius. With such intelligence, he could easily become a scientist and teach other children various sciences and techniques. The man was very happy to have this baby. It was snowing outside, although the man was already hoping for spring. 2 years later, much had changed, and it was time to find out what was happening to the baby. He was walking outside and found a stone nearby, which he decided to take with him. He didn't become much older. The boy carefully examined the stone as if it were some kind of valuable object. He was interested in absolutely everything around him. He transferred his energy into the stone. In general, thanks to this power, he could do different things. For example, he could simply break this stone into a bunch of small pieces using his energy. Once a man saw this and immediately ran up to the boy. He managed to see that the stone he had taken in his hand was just ash. He was extremely shocked. The man did not expect that his firstborn would have such amazing strength by the age of 5. The man started running very fast towards Gonshan. The boy did not understand what happened. The man pushed himself off the ground and jumped to get to the child faster. The kid was very scared, he thought at first, that maybe he had done something wrong, and now he wanted to punish him. But in fact, when the man saw that first, the boy took the stone in his hand, and then it disappeared somewhere. He thought that the child had swallowed it. So he flew up and demanded to see his hands. But it turned out that the stone in his hand had turned into sand. Now the man realized this, but he warned the boy that neither the stone nor the sand should be put in his mouth. He decided that it was better not to say what energy he used to do this. The man took him in his arms, and they started walking home. And then came the moment when Gonshan turned 7 years old. He already had some techniques, and my control of his energy was much better than it was 4 years ago. He was very skillful on his feet and very agile for his age. He could also move energy from one part of his body to another. Thanks to this, he controlled his body and soul. His skills for a boy who was only 7 years old seemed phenomenal. He did not believe that it was real. The energy followed the body. This was called honing, which his adoptive father had talked about so much. While he was practicing, his teacher came out of the house. He said that the next day he had to go to the temple. He was already 7 years old, so it was time to start full-time training. The boy was surprised. He had already told him that, to find the right path, he had to take care of his people. The boy thought he meant begging to the glory of the Buddha. He would give him a sword and send him wandering. The boy had heard that beggars cannot die or be wounded, so he sent him to the lands of the Shonen clan. There he can see the world. It is dangerous for him to be alone, so he has to become a better craftsman. But he was only worried that they can't marry because of their status. But in their clan, the Chonam, they could marry, so he didn't have to worry about that. He was happy. That was the only reason he did not want to become a master in any clan. And finally he arrived at the place where the Shonen clan was located. It was a beautiful, new building, but the guy was not attracted to it at all. He went inside silently. He had started training early enough that he was already at the 4th level of training, although the age difference would still be noticeable. While he was thinking about how he would behave in a team that would be much older than him, a girl was heading towards the guy. She was very beautiful, and since Gonshan was a grown man at heart, he liked her very much. With every step she took, he felt anxious inside his whole body. She was the first to speak to him and ask if he was the newcomer, but the guy couldn't get a word out, so she tried asking him again if his name was Gonshan. Eventually, he relaxed and said it was. Then he politely greeted her and asked her how she knew his name. The girl replied that she had been sent to pick him up. The guy was embarrassed and thought it would be interesting enough. She suggested that he start training. They approached the main building of their clan. The girl went inside and after a while threw a fighting stick at Gonshan. He grabbed it, but he didn't understand what it was and how to use it, because at home he didn't use weapons, and he trained only with the power of energy and control. She also drew a circle to serve as a boundary. It was immediately apparent that this girl was not simple and knew definitely many techniques. The guy could not respond, because for him it was just an old stick. The girl was serious and attacked the boy. She hit him hard and tore his clothes. He thought it would only be a training session, not a beating. He knew how to fight because of his training, but he couldn't block her blows at all. She did not pay attention to the guy's reaction and continued to attack. But during one of her attacks, she noticed something unusual. Gonshan was trembling, closed his eyes, and was waiting for the girl to strike. She stopped at the last moment and told him that he had no basic knowledge at all. He replied that it was the first time he had ever been in a real fight, but he should have known at least how to block basic attacks. The guy stood still and watched attentively as the girl showed him different techniques for defense. She was very skillful with that stick, and it couldn't even be considered a real weapon. He continued to watch carefully and tried to memorize her every move. Gonshan asked the girl to demonstrate again, because he hadn't understood some of the techniques. She agreed, even though she knew he wouldn't be able to repeat them right now. She began to twist the stick so that it was not even visible in the air. The boy watched carefully and stored this knowledge in his head, to use it at the right time and protect himself or his loved ones. She maximized the energy of the stick. And again, she decided to attack Gonshan to see if he understood at least something. But she directed her strike at the ground, not at the boy. And now he was confident that he could defend himself against such attacks. He adjusted himself and got into a fighting stance. Then he asked the girl to attack him again and test his skills. She was very surprised at his persistence and effort. Although she was sure that he would fail, she agreed and also took a fighting stance. Just a moment after the fight started, she flew up into the sky unnoticed by the boy. It was necessary to distract him from the moment of the blow, and then she attacked the boy with her stick. But this time, he took the full force of the blow on himself and his stick. Gongxian was able to repel this attack and launch a counterattack. Using his agility, he got closer to the enemy. And when the distance allowed, he would attack the girl. He learned very quickly and memorized everything the girl showed him, even though he didn't understand the meaning of the style itself. After he dodged, he needed to attack. But for some reason, the boy stopped and his stick lost its power and speed before he struck. The girl asked him what he was doing and why he stopped. He replied that he froze before he had time to think about anything, so he didn't have time to think about how to attack. This guy was like a genius. His movements were not very well honed, but his head understood and memorized everything. He gathered his strength and invited the girl to continue their training. She agreed because she saw great potential in him. They spent a lot of time in the training arena. The sun had already begun to hide behind the clouds and set. It was night, but the moon was still illuminating the area like the sun. After 2 years of training, the boy acquired amazing abilities. One day, the girl decided to check what he was capable of now. She attacked him by surprise to test his agility and reaction. The essence of martial arts was a battle between two minds. He asked the girl if she knew that the distance and ways of attacking were limited. After the girl made her attack, she jumped back to prepare a new strike. After a while, she offered to block one of her punches. She had accelerated from the very beginning of the arena and wanted to confuse Gongxian. She planned a very tricky attack for him. Looking at the guy, one could think that he was confused. He didn't know what to do in this situation. The girl made several turns around the axis in front of him, and she delivered a crushing blow that was supposed to knock him out. But he dodged in time and quickly changed his position. She thought he was just lucky to avoid this attack. Meanwhile, he was already behind her. But before he could attack, he started receiving a lot of kicks. But with the help of his shield, he blocked absolutely all the blows. The girl was not going to stop, so she accelerated and swung her fist with all her might. But Gongxian blocked her punch again without any problems. He continued to do so every time the girl attacked him. None of her punches reached the target, even though she was forced to spend her stamina on them. She was shocked that his shield could block all her blows. The girl asked him how he did it. The guy replied that it was an old-style technique. It's perfect for close combat, if you use the 2nd, 6th, and 9th forms in turn. She didn't understand how to combine the 6th and 9th forms. The boy replied that this required a new style as well. Only everything in symbiosis could bring such a result. He began to show her how to achieve this. First, you need to move the energy from the top of the sternum to the bottom. He blinded the girl with his energy because there was a lot of light coming from him. He believed that this was directly related to the old style. Although he's still not sure. The new style was quite intrusive, although the process should be continuous. The girl was shocked and couldn't say a word. Now here was a boy who was only 9 years old and saying things that even she didn't know about. In 2 years he had learned a lot from her. It was time to show how much he had grown, but all his attacks were similar to each other. But it was the way he defended himself that made the difference. To frustrate the opponent when they failed to carry out their attack. The girl quickly changed her plan for the fight, and she started behaving in a completely different way, using a combination of different techniques. She was using skills that Gongxian had never seen before, but he was confident that he could easily defend himself against a kick. This time, luck was on her side and the kick was very powerful, that she was able to pierce his defense and cause damage. Gongxian couldn't believe it because he was defending himself perfectly. He asked her how she managed to break through his defense. The girl replied that she used air domination. He had studied all her attacks and how to defend against them. And she had mastered space and was capable of more extraordinary attacks. Simply put, he couldn't defend himself because he had just learned everything. Gongxan was desperate because he thought he was stronger than his teacher, but that was wrong and very arrogant. She encouraged him and told him not to lose heart. He had only 9 years of experience, while she had 19. She smiled at him and made him realize that this was just the beginning of his training. The guy immediately cheered up and started smiling. It was unexpected. He asked to wait, so that he could think about it a bit and come back. Gongxan ran away from the clan's territory. The girl asked him to wait, but there was no point because he was determined. The girl thought about his skills and how he learned new things quickly. Even though she was using a new technique, he had managed to put up a barrier. He was definitely an unusual child. Every day, she was more and more convinced that he was a true genius. Gongxan spent a lot of time in the library. When he wasn't training or sleeping, he was among the books. He would sit on the floor and search for the information he needed while a candle was burning. And finally, he found the technique of domination in the air. He began to study it. There were 7 rules for successful mastery. Gongxan was very tired and decided to put this book away for later. He closed it and lay down on the floor. A whole year passed. He had been training hard all year and did nothing but train. He learned new techniques and ways to defend himself with his girlfriend. From the very beginning, he had been losing badly, but now everything was completely different. He was able to block his teacher's punches and throw them back. Previously, most of the blows had penetrated his defense without any problems. He had learned a lot of new information and was lucky to have such a mind and memory. In recent training sessions, Gongxan has been fully practicing his defense techniques. At 9 years old, he could compete even with his teacher, although things didn't always go according to his plan. He needed to be taught how to adapt to different types of attacks and combinations. Because a perfect knowledge of theory does not always help in practice. You often have to improvise to avoid becoming a prey for the enemy. He still has enough time to master different methods and techniques, so that in the future he could perform at the world level. Another training day with his teacher came to an end. Then he was overcome by a girl. She said that today was a very good training session. But he was still powerless against a fighter who used air energy. He was sure that this was definitely not his maximum. Gongxan continued to lie on the floor and collect his thoughts. The candles were almost burning out, and he needed to go get some rest. He liked to spend time with books, and now the last candle was burning out. In a few minutes, it went out completely. In the old style, there was a way to relieve tension. You just need to focus on your energy and fill the inner bowl with it to the brim. Gongxan dozed off in the library as soon as the candle went out. He smelled the wax in front of him, and because of this, he woke up immediately. Gongxan realized how he could use the air domination technique. The next day at training, he immediately told his teacher that he had learned this technique. But the girl did not believe that a boy who was not even 10 years old could master this skill. If he was so sure, she asked him to demonstrate it in practice. He agreed without any hesitation and was ready for the fight. He started to use energy to activate the skill, but the girl said it was a different technique. He combined the power of earth flows with the old style. It was hard for him to explain it in words, so he decided to demonstrate it better. Then the girl decided to test how similar their techniques were. She rushed into the fight without any preparation, and she attacked the guy while he was trying to activate his new skill. Her hand trembled as soon as she touched his shield. She couldn't pierce it and get to the boy. The girl continued to attack him, but all her attempts failed. The master, who had found this little boy in a fire in a neighboring town, was watching. Even then, he realized that the boy had not survived by chance. It was a demonstration of the existence of fate. Chun raised a good student. The girl was angry and could not accept the fact that this defense could not be broken in any way. This went on for quite some time, but to no avail. She decided to try another technique and jumped above the ground to do so. The girl was sure that this blow should destroy the boy's defense. She threw a punch that was considered one of her strongest skills. She rejoiced because the barrier was gone, but the boy was smiling because he had removed it himself. He used the energy he'd managed to accumulate during this time to attack the teacher with confidence. With a powerful punch, he threw the girl away and left her no chance of winning. He had exceeded all her expectations, and she certainly hadn't expected this ending. She had only one method left in her inventory. She activated her ground synchronization ability. The ground beneath her feet was destroyed by the intense concentration of energy. She wanted to force it to open its defenses. So she decided to call a big tiger for help. She attacked it with her new technique. She even managed to break through the Gonshan's defense a little. But he continued to keep his defense very coherently and effectively. The master was watching this battle, sitting on a tree branch near the arena. He was surprised at how the boy was able to concentrate his energy so confidently and direct it in the right direction. The boy began to smile because he realized that the teacher was failing and her plan had not worked. She was shocked because it was severely undermining her reputation as a professional. She only managed to get part of her arm through the boy's shield, but he used it to his advantage. After he defended himself against her blows and the girl lost most of her stamina, Gonshan gathered his accumulated strength and struck back. The girl was disoriented, so the boy had the advantage. He dealt her a fatal kick and thus confirmed his dominance. This attack after leaving the defense was really very powerful. The teacher fell to the ground. She was completely defeated. He then said that the basis of her technique was different, but the form was still somewhat similar. She couldn't get up. The girl asked him how he could do it at the age of 9. The boy replied that it would be very difficult to explain in terms and ordinary words. That day was one of the most important in Gonshan's life. After this victory and complete superiority over his teacher, he had to move on. His foster father picked him up, and they went to the elder together. The boy asked the teacher why the elder had called them to see him. The man replied that it was expected because he had made their entire school famous for his abilities at such an early age. You would have thought that Gonshan was pretending that he didn't realize this, but he was actually so interested in the different techniques and the process of training that he didn't even think he was doing anything useful. While they were talking, the road passed quickly enough and they reached the elder's house. His assistant met them there and they greeted each other. He informed the master that Chun and his disciple Gonshan had arrived. He told them to go inside. The master welcomed them into his home. He had often had contact with Chun, but this was the first time he had met Gonshan. Gonshan's disciple greeted the elder. He asked Chun to leave them alone with the boy because he wanted to talk to him in person. He knew that he was curious about why he had been summoned. The boy replied that he had been thinking about it all the way to his house. The master was told that he was a very worthy young man and mature beyond his years. He called him to test his strength, but first he had to ask him something. The master asked him what the energy foundation was. The boy was silent for a few minutes to collect his thoughts, and he said that in his understanding it is the only great connection, which is also called a separate type of energy concentration. It is able to connect the consciousness with the world around us, forming a continuous flow of energy. The master asked how he connected it with the outside world. The boy replied that maybe he even makes it a part of this world. He feels it when the energy moves between his hands. The elder could not believe that this was happening to this boy. The galaxy is polite and eternal. It patronizes everything living and dead. In the end, any energy flows into its vast, slow stream. This was the knowledge that the master had been searching for all his conscious life. The day was approaching its logical end. The full moon was shining in the sky. Meanwhile, the master was meditating and using the energy to support his body. A teacher came to him and began to greet him. The elder saw that this man had been helped by the boy. He advised him to meet with him and listen to his opinion. They both turned in the same direction. Gongxian had already fallen asleep in the new place quite quickly. He wanted to leave him his last instructions. His hand approached the boy's body and began to emit powerful energy. At one point, there was so much of it that the light from it covered almost half the forest. All the animals began to hide and run away into the depths of the forest. Leaves began to fall from the trees. The master was not able to handle his energy, so he had to seal it up. When the time came to break the seal, he would have to set the boy on the right path. Because this child was the future of their clan, and his time had already come to an end. He had given enough strength and energy to keep this clan going. But nothing lasts forever, and every life comes to an end. After a while, there were a lot of young children training in the arena of their clan, and Gongxian was watching them. Everything happened just as the master had said. He came down to the children to point out their mistakes. The boy was already an adult and could hardly be called a child. His powers had grown much since he visited the elder. Gongxian, at the age of 16, had a very strong body and was 180 centimeters tall. He began training with the children and showing them his new abilities. His strength increased several times since he defeated the girl. He could use a thread of ki that rotated his sword and strengthened his attack. Every day, he read new literature that helped him practice it. He also demonstrated his ki shield, which was much more advanced than before. Finally, the trees blossomed and real spring came. The petals fell to the ground and created an unusual atmosphere around the garden. But when they hit Gongxian's shield, they turned into ashes. The children were shocked by this skill and began to clap for the teacher. He promised that if everyone worked as hard as he did, they would be able to reach even greater heights. While Gongxian was talking to his students, an assistant told him that they wanted him to go to the Temple of External Affairs. But he didn't understand why, since he didn't seem to have done anything wrong. The Temple of External Affairs was nearby. The guy went there on their orders. He went in and greeted the masters. They invited him in. The elder said that there was an urgent matter, but there was no one who could handle it and fulfill all the requests. He said that Chun already knew everything, so the master said that he could go now. Gongchun had even more questions, because no one had warned him about a possible business trip or a mission. He had to meet the team and help them deal with the mountain bandits. The master announced his task and wished him a safe journey and a successful battle. Gongxian didn't say another word, just accepted the task and thanked them for their trust. He did not understand what to do and how to act in such a situation. The boy went on a hike at the request of the elders. This was his first task where he had to participate in a battle. He had already traveled quite a long way, so he thought he should stop for a short rest. Also, he was getting hungry. As soon as the conversation starts about China, he immediately mentions their delicious food and specialties. It was time for a snack, so he started to go down. He went into the nearest town, and there were a lot of people going about their business. He had never been in such a crowded place before, so he felt uncomfortable. But it smelled really good, and now his stomach would be happy. He hadn't been here for so long that he had already forgotten this wonderful aroma. This was what it was like to be a lone samurai, always far away from civilization to concentrate on his training. He needed to find a place where he could spend the night for one day. He decided to stop a man and ask him a few questions to get to know the area better. This man responded to Gongxian's request and recognized him. He realized that this guy was the master from Mount Shonam. He was very happy to welcome the boy to their city. The man was willing to help with any questions. He only had one question. He needed one bed for one night. The man replied that he knew where to find it and would be happy to show him. He began to draw a path in the sand to show him how to get to the sleeping place. Gonshan thanked the kind man for his detailed explanation and wished him a safe journey. When the man left, Gonshan realized that craftsmen are highly respected in this town. Since he had been told how to get to the lodging, he set out to find it. Although it would have been better to eat first, he decided to go to the lodging, to get there before sunset. And so he arrived at the place. The third-generation Gonshan student greeted his brothers. He was met by 3 brothers at the entrance to the building. They did not expect to see him in this city, but they were happy to welcome him here. Gonshan immediately noticed one of the students. They told him he was small, but it turned out that they were not kidding. His name was Vaughn, but he was known as the Swift Sword. They were told that one terrible brother had been kicked out of the clan and a new talented one had been taken in his place. The student asked if they were talking about Gonshan. The situation was clear to them, and they had to go to Sakshan. There was a unit there that was responsible for transportation and security. Their goal was to clear those places of robbers who were robbing innocent and defenseless people. The guy asked if they knew anything about these hooligans. The brother replied that it was a good question, and they would discuss it on the way so as not to waste any time. The matter was urgent, and they could not delay any longer. On the horizon, they could already see the building where the detachment was located. The guys got there quickly enough and immediately rushed to the entrance. The leader of the unit was named Henzi. While they were figuring out where to leave the horses, the leader was already running out to them. He introduced himself as Henzi and said he was the main local leader. They approached him and greeted each other. The leader asked if they had any problems on their way to him, and if they had any requests. They also introduced the Gonshan master who had come with them to help clean up the city from hooligans. The leader was shocked because he did not expect to meet a third-generation student here. It was the same Gonshan about whom there were a lot of rumors and talks, not only in their city, but also far beyond its borders. Henzi asked them to wait a little while they prepared their rooms. He also asked what the reason was for such an unexpected arrival. But then the manager himself began to guess why they were here. My brother confirmed his guess. It was night. The horses were grazing near the house while their owners rested and gained strength. The leader said he had heard the vagrants talking. They said that robbers were behind it, but they needed to find out who it was first before they attacked. Henzi replied that they suspected the Moynihans. For some reason, Gonshan was very disturbed by this information and began to get visibly nervous. It was very serious. His brother admitted that they might not be able to do it without help. But Gonshan believed that the Moya were not strong enough to be afraid of them. They explained to him because he didn't understand that being a moist was a feat. He didn't want to humiliate his martial arts school, but it was true. But even the most skillful student of their clan could not compare to a 16th generation Mosho. All the brothers were concentrating as hard as they could, because this was a worthy enemy, and one should not underestimate him. They say that there were only 2 warriors like them in the whole world. The guy listened to everyone's opinion, but he did not believe that they were so dangerous and invincible. The Sky Horse Majin and the Bloody King Sakshan, those were their names. If he asked how strong they were. A few decades ago, one of them went up against 100,000-strong Mongol army alone without any help, and the other slit the throat of their Khan in front of thousands of people. After that battle, no one survived except them. Thanks to their victories, they received such surnames. No one doubted their strength, but whether they could stand up to them. Because they were old-style students and there were only 7 generations in their school. They would not have a few warriors who could match them. They hoped that now Gonshan would realize the seriousness of the situation. They came to the conclusion that they would visit Haramun tomorrow, and if they wanted to solve the problem themselves, they had to hurry. The elder brother said that now they needed to rest and prepare for a hard battle. There was a full moon in the sky again, and no cloud could obscure its majesty. The robbers gathered for a meeting. although they said that the newcomer was weak. But a tiger is a tiger. One of them asked how they would proceed. He was told that they should retreat. The other robber listened to everyone, but said that in the end their tactics worked. A man from the Shonen clan began to hunt them down. He was a third-generation Gonshan disciple and had 3 swords from provincial temples. The only question was whether they could destroy them. The chairman ordered them to stick to the plan and follow the strategy. But he didn't order them. He merely recommended them. They were determined and wanted to destroy them for their rudeness and then quietly retreat. They had already made it clear to everyone who they were. But what was their main target for this task? The main goal is Gonsha. They agreed on the details and found a compromise. They wanted to destroy every hypocrite in this world and make each of them pay for their sins. Morning came. The boys spent the night in the house of a local leader. Gonshan didn't want to get out of bed because he knew what a difficult journey they had ahead of them. But he was still in full control of his actions and jumped out of bed. His thoughts were about whether it was worth getting involved in all of this. Such strong opponents were too much for the first mission. But he could not do anything because it was his job. Someone knocked on his door. He said that his older brother was at Hao Moon, but it looks like he's back. The boy went outside and met the brothers there. They asked him to join them and discuss everything. They waited for the last brother to return and gathered around a small table. The brother who had gone on the scouting trip said that they had left no trace behind them at all. They acted quite unexpectedly and decisively, so the boys thought they had just run away. But the thing was, the older brother didn't believe it. He hadn't even managed to track her whereabouts during the reconnaissance. Their task was to bring her back. But how could they do that? They had sold it, and they had no choice but to buy it again. But they were only interested in where the parcel they were looking for was now. It was on the west coast. So today they were there with the purpose of selling it. The power of the Moists was truly secret and powerful. But because of this incident, many of them disappeared, so the province will be calm for a while. But why do these Moists destroy everything around them if they want to get something? The elder brother announced the end of the meeting. They will be leaving tomorrow. He also asked to send a letter to the main temple so that they can take some action. Everyone agreed and was ready to fulfill this task. The boys were about to leave, but the younger brother called Gonshan over. He invited him to drink some strong tea or something stronger if he had some free time. In his past life, he had had a good drink with his friends, but in this life, it would be the first time for him. They took a good drink and decided to have a snack. It was the first time Gonshan had ever drunk so much, so he decided to start small. His younger brother tried to make fun of him and said that even though he was taller than him, he couldn't drink. But the younger brother could not even imagine how much time he had spent meditating. He had no time for such nonsense. But his fellow tablemate did not think it was nonsense. He was already in pretty good condition and called him very sharp. Gonshan admitted it and added that everyone in the main temple knew about it. Before he could even prove his point, the younger brother had already fallen face first into the plate. Gonshan had not expected this end to the day. For several days in a row, the moon had been full in the sky. But this time, the clouds managed to cover it at least halfway. One of the bandits stood on a hill and watched what was happening between the boys. Gonshan was forced to carry his younger brother because he could not walk on his own. He could not afford to leave his brother in such a state to fend for himself. While they were walking home, they noticed some movement in the bushes. Then someone started running on the roof of the house they were walking near. Gonshan began to suspect that they were being watched and were trying to trap them. And so it was, they were trapped. Someone wanted to restrain his movements so that he could not escape. A man appeared in front of him and asked him if he was the third-generation Gonshan disciple of the Shonan clan. Even at that moment, the smile on the man's face did not disappear. It was a robber. He had been chasing them from the cafe where they were drinking alcohol and having dinner. Gonshan had never been outsmarted by anyone before, so he had to teach this guy a lesson and teach him some manners. But his younger brother was too much of a burden, so he tossed him aside while he dealt with this thief. Gonshan has long wanted to use his new technique with a real enemy, so he began to store energy for his defense, which he could then turn into a surprise attack. The robber did not expect the boy to resist at all, and so the robber's first attack failed. He could not pierce the shield, and as a result, he just flew away from it a few meters. But this only angered them more. They planned to deal with him very quickly. He might have thought that they attacked him for no reason, but they didn't care at all, because they never followed moral values. The guy thought it was an unfair fight. It was very mean of them to attack two of them against one. But he had no other option but to repel their attacks. They were sure that it would be very easy to kill this guy. But when they approached him, they realized that their plan was failing. The robbers felt something start to happen to their weapons. The closer they got to Gonshan, the more this feeling appeared. This guy was on a completely different level than the robbers knew. That's why they didn't cause him any problems. He was able to destroy two robbers who wanted to kill him with one powerful punch. They continued to lie motionless on the ground and were completely powerless. They only managed to scare Gonshan a little bit, no more. That's what they were hoping for before they attacked the boy. Now he needed to get his little brother home. Gonshan approached him, and he seemed to be in very bad shape. As Gonshan approached his brother, he saw something. There was a shuriken in the neck of one of the robbers, which had killed him. And then the boy realized that there was someone else besides them. He was killed so that he could not tell anything. He could die at the hands of his brothers only in this place. Only their clan allows themselves to treat their loved ones like that. When the boy returned home, everyone began to analyze this aggressive attack. The older brother said that he had exceeded all their expectations. They had no idea that he had such a devastating power. But they still asked him to be careful. There was a very powerful energy here. It would be very difficult to survive. The younger brother was also told to be careful and not to drink so much on the mission. His life could depend on it. While the older brother was talking to the boys, the other called him over and asked him to take a look at it. After a detailed examination of the body, he noticed something. There was a strong poison in it that was spreading through the body. Moists use it to kill their brothers after a failed mission, so it was definitely them. We had to immediately report what had happened to the main temple. But it was still unknown why they had attacked Gonshan. He was sure that his life was in danger, and he needed to be much more careful. Still, it was no accident that he was sent on this mission with them. They tried to notify the main temple very quickly. The older brother said he would contact Hao Moon and the guards in the meanwhile. Several days passed, and they were unable to track down the robbers, but rumors of their appearance quickly spread throughout the city. At the same time, the talented Master Gonshan became an equally interesting topic of discussion. And now it was time to say goodbye. The boy had to return home to his clan. He had learned a lot from his brothers and was grateful for it. But the brothers recognized that they had not had time to teach him anything worthwhile. They wished him a good journey and that he would travel it without obstacles. They hoped that they would meet again soon. He, in turn, thanked them for their support and wishes. Gonshan went home. The boys could be calm for him because his strength was really unique, although they did not see even half of his abilities. He was upset. Everyone was going back to the main temple. The enemies had disappeared without a trace, and he had to go back to training and practicing again. He hoped that he could train with the brothers of the other school for a while to gain new experience. When he got to the city center, he stopped. He had to decide where he was going next. Mudney was quite far away, but for some reason, his soul wanted to go there. It was getting dark very quickly. Gonshan had to move through the forest. All the animals were going to sleep except for the owl. It was a very dense forest, and it was not easy to get through it. But he knew that the forest had to end soon. And so the boy got to a clear clearing where there were no bushes or trees. He was already thinking about how he would eat hot soup with rice and then rest in a soft bed. But then he noticed that this was not the end of the forest, and there were dense trees everywhere around him. When Gonshan realized this, he began to unpack his camping bag. He took a lot of things with him for a snack, because he loved to eat. The guy could go hiking without any extra clothes, but he should always have a bag of rice with him. He also brought a double wok for cooking noodles. But he couldn't find a flint. Did he forget the most important thing? He used to be a big fan of barbecue. The guy was ready to remember his old skills. He found a small stick and began to make fire. He'd been trying to light the fire for about half an hour, but it was no use. The stick was spinning very fast, but to no avail. Gonshan realized that he was not cut out for this kind of work. The waiters were better at it, and he started to blame the stick. Then he sat down and started thinking about what he was doing differently from the waiter. How could he make it so that he could have a fire and cook his favorite barbecue? In theory, friction should generate heat, and heat should turn into flame. And then he decided to try to add energy to the friction. Maybe he could do it faster. He began to accumulate energy and direct it at the stick. He was careful not to overdo it and set the whole forest on fire. He concentrated the energy in his hands and directed it downward. After a while, he had a spiral energy, so he could do without the tree and the extra sticks. He grabbed some dry leaves that were lying on the ground. He threw them into the place where the energy was concentrated. This helped him to make a big fire that could help him cook dinner. Although it is not an internal flame that can heal the body, it does not require flint. The boy could finally cook his long-awaited rice. Gonshan wandered for a very long time. Day after day passed for a very long time. He needed something to eat because his supplies had run out long ago. On the 10th day, he came to a hill and hoped to find a village nearby. He was dirty and tired, and his body was very hungry. From the hill, he could see the vast Chinese land, and then his eyes saw something. There was a hare running on the hill. The only thought he had was that he had to catch it. He tried not to frighten it and stood still so that the hare would come closer. The hare was also watching the boy and probably guessed what he was planning. In his mind's eye, Gonshan imagined a beautifully baked rabbit with garnish and vegetables. He ran after him and hoped to finally eat. But the rabbit turned out to be very nimble and dodged all the boy's attempts to catch it. But Gonshan could not let him escape. It was his last hope, and he jumped as high as he could. And as a result, he was able to catch him with his perseverance. But he didn't notice that there was an abyss in front of them, and the guy with the hare in his hands fell down. It was high enough that they fell into the middle of a dense forest. They landed well enough, and Gonshan managed to hold on to his prey. The boy picked it up by the ears to see which parts of his body were the fattest. But when he saw its eyes, the hare charmed him. Now he couldn't kill it. He was very sad to take the life of such a sweet creature. Moreover, it wasn't his fault that Gonshan got lost, so he decided to let him go. As soon as the hare felt free, he immediately disappeared from view between the trees and bushes. The boy hoped that the next stranger who caught him would also take pity on him and let him go. Gonshan heard a cow crying, which meant that the village was somewhere nearby. But he needed to determine where the sound was coming from. He didn't wait for the cows to start screaming again to be sure. And after another signal, he determined to make sure that the village was in the east. And he started running quickly in that direction. And the guy was not mistaken, because after a certain distance, there was indeed a village. He went into the first restaurant he came across on his way. Gonshan ordered a lot of food. 5 portions of fried beef and the same amount of boiled beef, chicken, and several more portions of dumplings. He filled his stomach to the brim. Now he looked like a balloon. He ate everything very quickly and the owners started to worry. The boy sat at the table, all dirty, but happy. His clothes and shoes were dirty and torn. And then the waitress came up to him and started talking to him in a not-so-friendly tone. She suspected that he would not be able to pay for such a large meal. But he replied that he would have no problem paying for all the food they had prepared for him. He put his hand in his pocket, because he had been taking his money with him all along. But his money bag was not there. He was confused. He must have lost it when he was chasing the hare. Then the cook came to his table and asked him how he was going to pay. It was impossible to let the master be associated with the rice thief. He made innocent eyes and asked if they managed to get everything done at night. The man showed his muscles and asked him not to talk to him. But the woman stopped him because she had an idea. The guy stayed working in that cafeteria and started drawing talismans. He asked her to put it under her pillow at home, and by the next night her son would be much stronger. They made this up together with the owner of the canteen to attract customers. Many people immediately reacted and became interested in the mascots. And he is ready to give a very good discount to those who order dumplings at the restaurant. I in the Chinam clan. He learned to read and mastered Chinese medicine. He also learned how to lure luck. Of course, no one could know how true this was. But it was clear that it made it much easier for people to solve their problems. He talked about how to avoid evil spirits and what good deeds to do, such as helping him. He successfully worked off the food he ate in that dining room. So he had to continue his journey. Meanwhile, there were new problems in the main temple. An ambassador from the Shaolin Temple came to visit them to tell them firsthand about the disaster that had hit their city. Everyone present at the meeting was silent. They lowered their heads and listened to the ambassador's admonition. It was their fault that they had ignored the words of the chief priest. He demanded that they do not remain silent, but begin to justify their foolish actions. One of the masters said that the ambassador was exaggerating and taking too much liberty, because they had no evidence to vote in favor of them. The ambassador became very aggressive and said that people were being killed in front of him, and they needed more evidence. He got so angry that his energy started to flow out of his limbs. But it was too late. They started to act, but the main problem was different. They guessed that he was talking about the representatives of the three external sects. They said that not only the moists had appeared, the Sun Temple, the Ice Butler, and the three gates of the south had also begun to act. The only thing known about the Sun Temple was that it was the main sect of the desert. They practiced resistance to high temperatures. The Ice Palace is located in the north and studies martial techniques of snow and ice. And the three southern gates are the Poison Gates, the Gates of the Beasts, the name given to those who shared power over the eastern lands. Each of them wants to get the Sichuan province, but they also wanted to know who their leader was. But the ambassador thought it was a stupid question that was not appropriate. He was an authorized ambassador, so he had to answer every question. The ambassador recommended choosing Namguna. The fame of the Sword King spoke for itself. He was a truly outstanding master. The Sword King Namgun. There was no one who could compare with him, except for the ambassador, but he put forward the king's proposal himself. At the moment, there are 4 strongest martial artists, Dan Chongi, Namgun, Galsun. And one of them was Umang. One of them refused. It made no sense for him to become a leader at his age. Galsun went on a campaign and disappeared. In that case, no one objected to the decision, but it was also important to hear the father's opinion. The ambassador asked Namgun what he thought of their choice. He replied that it was a very great honor for him, but he could not refuse and was respectfully ready to take over as leader. Thus, the members of the ancient Murim Association elected the King of Swords as their leader. Meanwhile, the thieves' sect sensed the approach of a difficult time and created their own organization in response. Gonshan, meanwhile, continued his long journey after so many years of training. He thought that he needed to earn some more money because he had spent it all. Because the old one didn't even look like clothes anymore. And this one was comfortable to move in. You always need to train in comfortable clothes to feel the full energy. His only drawback was that no one had taught him how to overcome hunger. He stopped again to have a delicious dinner and prepare for the next day. The next day, he planned to reach the nearest village. He had a delicious meal of meat porridge with dried meat, and he could not have asked for anything better. During dinner, he heard strange sounds near his camp. He didn't like the fact that someone was disturbing his delicious meal, but he had to check if there was any danger nearby. It turned out that a battle between thieves and a strange girl was starting next to him. A man with a bandage on his face nervously turned to the stranger and called her a witch. He asked her to end their conflict and just give up. These guys were going to have fun with her. They were serious and tried to achieve their goal to the very end. But the girl did not give up and licked her lips in anticipation of another battle. She turned to the frantic guys and asked if they really couldn't find a girl in the whole world who would willingly spend time with them. The swordmaster watched quietly, very surprised that these guys had attacked a defenseless girl for whom honor was more important than life. Still, for our hero, the behavior of strangers seemed disgusting. The bandits rushed to attack. They wanted to get this woman at any cost, even if he did not survive this battle. The girl took a fighting stance. She did not want to give up, even knowing in advance that she had no chance of winning. When suddenly the swordmaster decided to intervene and appeared right in front of her, he cheerfully asked the stranger if she was all right. This was unexpected, and now the leader of the gang of villains began to worry seriously. The girl simply looked in surprise at the guy who was shorter than her. Within a moment, our hero used the instant moon technique, and the battlefield was illuminated with purple light. Because of this technique, the bandits were never able to approach them. The instant month scattered all the guys who were within the range of the technology. No one could understand what was happening. The bandits began to panic because of this unfamiliar technology. Only their leader understood what was happening, and he asked the guy why Shonam's student intervened in someone else's battle. But for our hero, it was obvious he could not leave this girl who found herself in a difficult battle against the villains. He considers himself a fair master, so he cannot allow such disrespectful attitude towards defenseless girls. However, this dialogue dragged on, and he suggested returning to the battle. A magical aura appeared around the guy again. He began to use a technique called Taiyulkigan. The strangers recognized this and stared at the enemy in bewilderment. The master was surprised that the villains knew about the fighting techniques of the basic school, so he asked who they were. But the leader of this group did not care about the strength of the enemy, and he furiously gave the order to his guys to start the battle. A large number of fighters went to fight their only opponent. The calm guy was not afraid and began to use the 5 seals of thunder. After that, he used the 5 heavens technique and protected himself from the enemy's attacks. The situation became more and more difficult, and the villains began to panic. Their leader nervously rushed to attack. He decided that he could cope with such an incredible opponent alone. Using all his strength, he rushed into battle. But the unfamiliar master easily stopped and annulled his attack. Within a moment, he launched a counterattack using one of his techniques. Using such incredible power, the master was able to deal with all the enemies in one attack. After the fight was over, he admitted that he most likely overdid it, and now all his opponents were destroyed. It was bad, and he clenched his fist nervously. On the other hand, he managed not to lose his mind, but this was only thanks to hard training. After his thoughts, he looked towards the wounded girl and asked if she was okay. Yet after he joined this battle, not a single fresh scratch appeared on the girl. She thanked the stranger for such courage. The friendly master came closer to the stranger and said that she looked quite strong. It seemed to him that earlier she had already killed a couple of the villains and immediately ran away from them. This compliment brought joy to the girl, and she replied that this was a common thing for her, and such guys could not withstand even one blow from her. After that, she began to make excuses and talk about what happened earlier, but was distracted by what the master was doing. He had something more important to do than their conversations. He asked the surprised girl to wait until he finished. The guy began to pray. It turns out that he buried the bodies of his enemies. With a smile on his face, he explained to the girl that everyone deserves peace, no matter what they are. After that, he said that he noticed that the girl was wounded, so he offered to go with him to his established camp nearby. He was going to treat the wounds of the pretty stranger. Despite his appearance, he somehow happened to study healing and is now able to help her. The surprised girl looked at the back of her new comrade and noticed that he was not at all like other masters. On the way to his camp, the student Chonam asked the girl if she was embarrassed by the fact that he called her little sister. He suggested addressing her as a friend on the path of self-improvement. The second option turned out to be too crazy, and the girl agreed that he would continue to call her sister. Gonshan was pleased with the answer and introduced himself, after which he asked what his sister's name was. The girl was a little confused by this question. After that, she sadly and shyly replied that her name was Seol Hee. Then the guy asked how old she was. It seemed to him that she was the same age as his sister. This surprised the girl, since she was over 30 years old. Gongchan replied that he is only 18 now, but his sister is 10 years older than him, so he immediately remembered her when he saw Seol Hee. These judgments seemed strange to the girl, but she simply agreed with him and moved on. When suddenly they stopped, Seol Hee turned dissatisfied to her comrade. She did not even think that this was that very convenient camp. She was disappointed because she didn't think that the master would lie to her. But the guy began to make excuses and said in his defense that it was not a lie, because he has a fire and there are no wild animals nearby. After that, he shouted with incredible admiration that in his camp, there was even a starry sky right above his head. In addition, he prepared delicious porridge for dinner, and that's why this place is simply wonderful. The satisfied guy sat down next to the fire and said that there couldn't be anything better in the wilderness. After that, he invited his friend to sit next to him. But unexpectedly for him, Seol Hee grabbed her stomach and fell to her knees. She was exhausted and injured, and the girl began coughing up blood. It turned out that she was poisoned, and it was precisely because of this that she could not deal with the bandits without the help of Gonshan. The guy decided not to hesitate and asked her to give her hand. He needed to check her pulse. The girl replied that there was no need to worry so much. She was sure that she could handle it herself. But the caring guy said with a smile that perhaps her internal organs were damaged, and, besides, it was not so easy to cope with poisoning on your own. He believed that it was possible for them to suppress the poison with inner strength. When suddenly a blue aura appeared around the girl, she was concentrated and began to use her technique. She really didn't lie and began to get rid of the problem. The girl easily removed the poison. The surprised guy did not understand how she could do this, because he knew that this was only possible after 120 years had passed. Gongchan stepped aside a little. He didn't know who this girl was. It turns out that Seol Yi was sold to, Hwan Gun School at the age of 10. This school was famous for its great knowledge of the dark arts. Its followers were able to absorb yin and yang energy. 50 years after its founding, the school fell under the onslaught of enemies. Its founder was seriously wounded by a mace and then died. At that time, Seol Yi was only 15 years old, by which time she had already become a first-class warrior and learned how to masterfully draw energy from people. After these events, many villains tried to master the secret scriptures about the dark spiritual practices and martial arts of the Hwan Gun School. As a result, the scriptures passed into the hands of Seol Yi. By the age of 30, The woman had mastered this knowledge and became one of the 16 strongest. Having absorbed the energy of the earth, she removed the poison from herself in the blink of an eye. The guy decided to make sure that this was true and touched the liquid that was on the stone next to the girl. It turned out that it really was poison. He asked the girl if everything was okay. So Yi warned the guy that he should be careful with this poison, because one drop is enough to kill a cow. Suddenly, right before her eyes, the guy absurdly stuck his finger with poison into his mouth. After that, as if nothing had happened, he simply folded his hands in front of him and sadly answered that this liquid was really poisonous. The confused girl did not know what to answer him. He turned to his sister with a smile and called her strong, since she was able to remove such an effective poison. But the girl again did not know what to answer, because she was still shocked by the behavior of her friend. After Sol Yi was cured, they returned to camp. Gongchan cared very much about his new sister and said that she was probably tired after fighting the villains and getting rid of the poison. He suggested that she rest and restore her ki energy. The pretty girl calmly replied that she was not tired, but the guy didn't think so. Since he knew that this poison was quite dangerous, he understood that considerable abilities were needed to resist such an action. He perfectly analyzed the situation and said that, according to his calculations, it would take a lot of strength to counteract such a poison. And therefore it turns out that the girl's vital energy remained for only 30 years. Sighing heavily, He replied that she didn't have any more years left. Friendly Gongchan handed her a bowl of porridge and suggested she eat and then renew her energy. The girl sat down next to him, but still refused this offer. Gongchan asked why she didn't trust him. The troubled friend replied that people are unpredictable, and she was only recently able to get rid of the persecution. So in her place, it was normal to be careful. In addition, she was worried about the strangeness of the guy's behavior. She asked him if he was really a master. Looking at the delicious porridge, he replied that he was indeed a master, although not quite an ordinary one. In fact, he didn't care about this girl's trust. He didn't help her for that at all. Gongchan believes that the more good deeds you do, the purer your karma will be, and it is possible that through such actions, he will get closer to the Tao. The cheerful guy noticed that he apparently interested the girl, since she asked him a lot of questions. Remembering her recent fight, he was confident that he had done the right thing. Still, he could not leave the girl to be torn to pieces by a huge crowd of armed men. But He didn't think so. The worried girl said that if they traveled together, they would both be killed. So she decided to leave. She was surprised by Gongchan's naivety, because the villains she fought were dishonest and had no mercy. Nervously biting her lip, she said that against these guys they had no chance of survival. Not understanding the guy's confidence, in the blink of an eye she extended the blade towards his stomach. Afterwards, Yi asked what he would do if she pierced his stomach while he was sleeping. The guy replied with a kind smile that it was not like her. The excited girl replied that he did not understand what he was talking about. Tears appeared in her eyes, which she could hardly hold back, because her new friend Gongchan knows nothing. The girl was determined to leave and said that her energy had been renewed. It was very sad, because this world turned out to be too cruel towards Yi. Still, the girl did not find the strength to continue the journey. She was too exhausted and therefore simply fell to the ground and fell asleep. Gongchan decided not to disturb her. He continued to guard her and throw branches on the fire until dawn. When Yi woke up in the morning, she was surprised that she fell asleep while talking. In addition, she was covered with a cloth so that she would not freeze. It was immediately clear to her that this was done by her new comrade, the guy who protected her from the villains. Gongchan was enjoying his sleep and didn't even notice how his little sister woke up. The girl was afraid to expose the kind stranger to danger and therefore left silently. When Gongchan woke up, He looked confused because Seal he left and didn't even say goodbye to him. While putting away their things, they said displeasedly that another strong and independent woman had come across his way. But he had plans, so he stopped worrying about it and headed north. Along the way, he overcame various obstacles. He passed through mountains and forests with various vegetation. Finally, on the same day, he was able to reach his destination. A sincere smile appeared on the guy's face. Gongchan finally found what he was looking for. It was Huang Hua Temple. Not far from this temple is the village of Namzo. Gongchan decided to go to this place and find out about ferry tickets. Descending from the mountainside, he decided that he would continue to move along the river and nothing would happen on it. The city was crowded with people. Everything was quiet and calm. There were many traders here as this village has a port. Gongchan went to the nearest shop and asked where he could buy tickets, but it turned out that this place only sold tickets for the ferry to Nagyang. Nevertheless, he was just looking for this route and therefore gratefully agreed to this trip. The guy asked if there were first-class cabins on the ferry. After meeting with the ticket seller, he went to the water transport. The sails were already lowered and the ferry was ready to sail. Gongchan was able to learn a lot about the Nagyang Three Kingdoms. This place is considered very important. It is on friendly terms with Shaolin, the founder of the first temple in Chengwon. Therefore, he set out on the journey without hesitation. His path led straight to the tourist city that represented Hainan province. The journey did not take much time, and soon their ferry docked at the port of this tourist city. There were many wandering people everywhere, and Gongchan was sure that here he would find a place where they traded magical artifacts. He really wanted to buy at least ice balls, and if he had enough money, then fireballs at the same time. But first, the joyful guy decided to take a walk around the city. He also wanted to visit the famous Mount Jimgin. He realized that wandering around the world is not so bad, because fun entertainment can be found everywhere. His day in the city passed quite quickly and he barely made it to his ferry. They were already sailing and the man said that it was already late and the guy should wait for the next one. But since the next ferry would arrive in a few days, Gongchan decided not to waste time and ran faster to the pier. The guy jumped up sharply and found himself right on the ferry, causing surprise on the faces of unfamiliar travelers. He made it and can now continue on his way. Everyone was shocked and stared at him. The guy, confused with awkwardness, scratched the back of his head and asked to remind him where his cabin was. Gongchan calmly moved on. His voyage in the Eastern Sea began from Nagyan. After looking at the map, he decided that he only needed to hold out for a few days before reaching his goal. But still, he wondered if they would meet pirates on their way. Remembering the emotions of his sister Solhi, he was once again convinced that she was right and that he should be careful on such a journey. The guy decided that it would not be superfluous for him to think about his safety. But first, he began to meditate to replenish his energy. While Gongchan was busy with his business, some noise began on the deck of the ferry. The master could not help but notice this and decided to look around. He came out of his cabin and heard that they were being asked to pay a fee. Dissatisfaction immediately appeared on the young guy's face, because he did not understand what kind of duty they could be talking about, since they were just traveling by sea. The pumped-up stranger made an argument and said that a few days ago, due to the rain, the current increased, so all tourists should pay extra if they want to get there faster. Gongchan understood what was going on. Most likely these guys wanted to earn even more money and came up with some kind of duty. He said that they couldn't get away with it, but the calm woman who understood life replied that nothing was clear yet. The armed guys said they had to move on, so they didn't have much time to negotiate. They warned that if the ferry did not pay the fee, then they would face a showdown with the bandits. None of the tourists knew what to do. Everyone began to hand over money. Gongchan was in thought, because the mere sight of injustice and hopelessness made him angry. But he understood that if he got involved in this conflict, he would make it even worse. The strangers said goodbye and laughed and wished the tourists a pleasant journey. The confused travelers did not know what to answer. Excited by such a tense dialogue, the man wiped the sweat from his face and said that it was already getting dark, so they would moor and continue their journey the next day. The anchor was thrown to the bottom of the eastern sea. Meanwhile, the moon had already appeared. It was light in the master's cabin. He was thinking about his plans. The guy hoped that at the next stop, he would definitely be able to find a dark store and buy an ice, fire, and outer ball. Gonshan already knew for sure that it was worth preparing for such situations in advance. But when he took out his wallet, he realized that he might not have enough money due to the fact that he had eaten all his money at the previous stop. The guy began to carefully calculate his savings. Suddenly, he was distracted from his work because he felt something strange. He immediately realized that it was ki energy. Its pressure was very noticeable, and the master looked out the window. To his surprise, he did not see anything, but he felt it perfectly. He became convinced that there was a lot of it somewhere. As it turned out, those armed guys deceived them. On their way, many boats with bandits prepared for battle appeared. Anger appeared on the master's face. He felt that the ki energy that emanated from the boats was completely different from the ki energy of those who visited them during the day. Without wasting any time, the guy immediately went to the captain's cabin. The confused man did not understand what was going on. The young guy told him that they should sail as soon as possible, because bandits were approaching them. The man was surprised and looked into the distance. He did not understand what was going on, since he did not see anyone nearby. The guy continued to insist and replied that they were only temporarily invisible. But they were already heading towards them. The captain asked the young man not to make noise and said that if the bandits attacked them, they would be able to pay off. He respectfully asked the restless master not to panic and go to sleep. The rest of the guys agreed with him and did not even suspect what danger was approaching them. Gonshan realized that he couldn't reach the ferry crew with words, so he decided on a strange act. In front of tourists and the ferry crew, he threw several boxes into the air. After that, he expertly cut them with his sword. Thus, he managed to evoke delight and surprise among those who saw his strength. Gonshan demonstrated his seriousness and introduced himself, after which he asked to go on a journey or prepare for a fight with the bandits. The confused captain replied that they had not fought for more than 10 years, and therefore he asked the master if he could trust him. Suddenly all his doubts were dispelled. An enemy arrow flew near his head. Even more enemy arrows were flying in their direction. This situation made it clear that they could not avoid the battle, and therefore the captain ordered his crew to remove weapons from the holds. Suddenly, for all the guys, the arrows aimed in their direction stopped. It was the work of a master. He used one of his sword techniques. After that, he looked at the confused crew and asked if everything was okay. Now their trust has increased, and they are convinced that the master is not lying to them. The captain continued to give orders and asked to raise the sails. The ferry was in full combat readiness. Looking overboard, Gonshan became convinced that the number of bandits was simply incredible. The villains have already begun to sneak onto their ship. They went on the attack screaming, not even knowing that their opponent was a swordmaster. 3 enemy boats have already anchored the tourist ferry. The battle between the swordmaster and the bandits continued under the light of the new moon. Not far from the ferry, there was an enemy ship with the head of the bandits. The girl standing next to him was surprised by the screams from their target. They sent 20 of their best fighters on this mission. There was a smile on her face, and she did not understand the behavior of the gang leader. It seemed to her that the outcome of the battle was obvious. She believed that their guys would have no problem getting rid of enemies and would sink the ship. But a moment later, the bodies of their fighters surfaced next to them. It turned out that something did not go according to plan. The man decided to check the situation and asked his companion to stay on the ship. He was not afraid of being wounded in battle, since he believed that he should not take care of his body as some kind of relic, because in this case it would not be worth a penny. The angry stranger felt the bloodlust of his blade. A moment later, he set off towards the ferry. Meanwhile, the swordmaster's battle continued. His enemies had a numerical advantage, but even so, they were unable to wound the young fighter. Most of the bandits were already unconscious. Gong Chan was seriously tired of this battle alone. But fatigue did not in any way affect his desire to protect ordinary people. Despite the fact that a dozen villains fought against him, he did not give up. The next motivation was that if he did not deal with these bandits, he would not be able to get into the dark shop. After that, he decided on an unexpected action and destroyed one of the boxes that was next to him. Using sword techniques, the master easily attacked enemies with parts of the destroyed box. No one could resist such a dangerous use of energy. Some of the best fighters of the pirate crew were defeated. Gong Chan hardly had time to accumulate enough energy for such an attack. He already thought that the battle was over, when suddenly he heard the voice of a stranger. An unknown swordsman appeared on the sail of the ferry. He noted the excellent technique of the young master, and also recognized the clothes of the Jeonnam clan. Gong Chan didn't know this man, but even just by looking at the stranger, he could feel his energy. This stranger with a scar on his face looked like an experienced fighter. Previously, Gong Chan felt pressure only when he looked at the strong masters he knew. Previously, he had noticed similar strength in their clan elder, Master Sabik, and teacher Zhang Jin. Confusion appeared on the young man's face. He didn't think that he would meet an enemy with such incredible energy pressure in the Eastern Sea. The fighter with a scar on his face asked the master if he wanted to know his name. A moment after this question, he went on the attack. He was incredibly angry at his team's failure and wanted revenge. He introduced himself as the one who would kill the young sword master. Despite the rage and incredible dexterity of the enemy, Gong Chan still managed to dodge the unexpected attack. After this, the pirate leader began to strike a series of blows. The sword master barely had time to dodge. Because of this beginning, the young master had no other choice and therefore decided to use the techniques. He released his Chai energy and gained the strength he needed. This quite surprised the enemy. The determined Gong Chan took the matter seriously. Now this battle has become much more serious for the pirate leader. The villain understood that the enemy should not be underestimated, since he easily uses techniques that require a lot of experience and energy. Nevertheless, the experienced fighter decided not to take risks and began to use his energy in the same way. A moment later, he rushed to attack again. The man used a sword technique, and many blades were aimed at Gong Chan. This attack was incredibly fast, and the master barely had time to block it. Gong Chan hoped that his opponent would still show his weakness, at least for a few seconds, because due to the fast attacks of the bandit leader, the swordmaster only had to defend himself. After a quick dash, the villain performed an attack with his energy-generated blades. A series of attacks prevented the young master from doing anything other than defense. But when he jumped back to a safe distance, he finally realized his opponent's weakness. Without wasting any time, Gong Chan began to use the 5 thunder seals. The young master decided to surprise the enemy and aimed for his head. The man managed to react and defended himself with a sword covered in energy. He was surprised that his opponent was so experienced, so he said that the Jeonnam clan had raised a real monster. But such words were not compliments for the master, and he asked the killer not to be so disrespectful towards the clan. The battle turned into a battle of quantity of energy. The villain was very angry with the clan and said that their monks were no better than him. But the young master did not agree with him and believed that the monks of his clan were certainly better than some crazy pirate. Moreover, because of this man's order, innocent people died. The pirate replied that the guys from the Jeonnam clan have no right to condemn anyone for the death of innocent people. He called them hypocrites. After these words, Gong Chan was able to seize the right moment and break through the enemy's technique. The villain's sword was thrown upward. For the next attack, the young master used a large amount of previously accumulated energy. All the people around were shocked by such an incredible battle. A moment later, Gong Chan was able to get close to his opponent. He delivered an excellent strike with his hand filled with ki energy. The villain didn't even have time to notice how it happened. He was unable to block this attack. From such an amount of force, the man flew overboard. He was at the limit, and the powerful attack did not give him the opportunity to use energy to stay afloat. The pirate captain began to sink into the sea. Only the young master stood on the ferry. Around him there were many bandits lying unconscious on the deck. Gong Chan was breathing heavily and could not collect his thoughts. It was his first time participating in such a fight. In addition, he again had to kill the enemy. But he understood that in this case he had no other choice. He didn't do it to kill. If he had not entered the battle, innocent people would have died together with the bandits. When it seemed that the battle was already over, another mysterious stranger approached the young master. It turned out that there was one more worthy opponent left in the enemy team. The stranger was surprised that the young master behaved as if he knew nothing about the past of his clan. He assumed that the Jana monks had brainwashed him. But at that moment, it did not matter to him. The pirate behaved calmly and quietly waved his fan. He said that he came on time, because now his enemy had little energy left for battle, and this would make his work much easier. It was true. Gong Chan thought that he was too exhausted for a serious fight. But on the other hand, he did not feel particularly threatened by such an opponent, due to the fact that he did not observe large reserves of energy in him. He had already decided that simple skills would be enough for him to defeat the enemy, when suddenly he froze in place in confusion. Gong Chan underestimated his opponent, and within a moment his opponent was opposite him. The man with long green hair released a large amount of energy and began to use one of his techniques. The young master realized that he had been careless and had made a terrible mistake. In addition, he had no strength left to resist, and the enemy was able to block his hand and sword without any problems. The villain, using his technique, lifted the master into the air. His powerful technique kept the exhausted boy bound in the air. Panic began on the ferry because this mysterious master was their only hope. Moreover, their situation only got worse. Gong Chan began to scream in pain. The villain, with a sly smile on his face, asked him not to worry and promised that he would soon provide him with more comfortable conditions. When suddenly he had to stop, the armed men decided to join the fight and began to run towards the villain. The captain of the ship turned to the enemy and ordered him to release the monk. Meanwhile, more pirates arrived at their ferry. An unequal battle began between the brave guys and the villains. The monk was confused, because he believed that this battle was useless and ordinary. Sailors would not be able to cope with such dangerous and strong enemies. Gong Chan's body was pierced by the blades of enemy equipment. He tried to withstand it, because if this unequal battle continues, then all civilians will die. He began to analyze the situation in order to find at least some option for victory. Gong Chan was not going to give up as long as he had his sword with him and as long as he could still move his body. But the enemy master noticed that his hand was directed towards the sword. He stopped him and said that he really respected his willpower. It was out of respect that he decided that he would send his enemy to the next world in comfort. After these words, the man released even more energy and pointed his sword at the young monk. Gong Chan managed to grab the enemy's blade, but this technique was so powerful that the master's body was able to break through the deck of the ferry. The fight seemed over. The guy with long green hair turned away from the enemy. He was surprised that the monk from the Janam clan was able to master the lightning energy. He recognized his opponent's incredible abilities and regretted not even knowing his name. The villain walked to the hole in the floor to look at his opponent. He doubted that he would receive an answer from the dead man. But unexpectedly for him, Gongchan still held on to the enemy's blade and did not give up. He was able to release a small amount of energy to resist the enemy's attack. The guy was on the verge of death and decided to use the incredibly powerful Seong Chingjiki technique. The pirate couldn't believe his eyes that the enemy he thought was dead was actually able to use such incredible power. Lightning energy burst out in the form of a huge column into the air due to the use of a forbidden technique from the Jeonnam clan school. Its use is believed to take away all the life force of the user. From such a powerful flow of energy, all the pirates could not stay on their feet and fell to the deck. The sword from the leader was destroyed into small pieces. He also could not resist. Ki energy rose from the hole in the deck in the form of lightning. The soldiers gathered their thoughts and approached their captain. They asked if everything was okay, because the attack of their enemy was too unexpected. They already believed that they had won this battle. The injured man could not move his left arm. It looked as if the young master's technique had drained all of her vital energy. Looking at the hole in the deck, the pirate captain ordered his guys to get rid of the enemy. He understood that Gongchan had expended too much strength and most likely, he did not have long to live. The guy really couldn't even move his arms. He didn't even understand how he managed to use the secret technique of his clan. Blood was already coming out of his mouth. The master was wounded and felt that this was the end. Gongchan believed that death was already approaching. Along with the feeling of death, he also began to feel strange things that he perceived as auditory hallucinations. He could hardly see anything. His eyes closed and the last thing he saw were his confused enemies. The guy's eyes finally closed completely. He was unable to observe what was happening and continue the battle. The enemies looked at him through a hole in the deck. Judging by the state of the enemy, they decided that the young master had already died. But after a moment, Gongchan began to overflow with incredibly powerful yellow energy. It turned out that these were the last instructions of one of the oldest masters of his clan. The man asked his brother to take care of the future of the young master. He was unable to cope with the incredible reserves of his personal energy, so one day he had to seal such enormous power. All this energy was sealed in the body of the young master. The old man said that when the time comes, this seal will be removed. He believed that Gongchan was the one who would tell the whole world about their Jeonnam clan. After these memories, the young master regained consciousness. From his grandfather's energy reserves, his body was completely restored, and he was able to jump out of the ship. Looking at the surprised enemies, he invited them to continue this battle. The outcome of this battle was a foregone conclusion, and Gongchan managed to protect the ferry crew. This news quickly reached Mount Taiyashan, where discussions about the whole situation with the failure of their team had already begun. In the school of this clan, only 36 people were able to cross the threshold of the master. And for a man unknown to us, it was surprising that he sent 2 of the masters. But they both could not complete the task assigned to them. For one of the clan elders, this task seemed simple, and he could not understand how it happened. He couldn't get enough information since the information was still in the process of being collected. However, he wanted to become more familiar with the situation. So he asked his servant to find out what their masters were facing. A satisfied and sly smile appeared on the face of the mysterious man, because it turned out that things were now much more interesting for him than he had originally expected. Meanwhile, Master Gongchan appeared with new opportunities in Henan province. As soon as their ferry docked in the city, the news about the extraordinary master immediately spread among all residents. With incredible admiration, those who saw the battle on the ferry talked about how the young master single-handedly scattered hundreds of enemies. The surprised listeners wanted to see this legendary fighter from the Jeonnam clan at least once. While discussions about the city's new star were spreading at incredible speed, Ganshan himself calmly walked by in search of what interested him. It seemed strange to him to discuss strangers, because everyone was talking about how the young master was on the verge of life and death. Still, he really almost died, although he himself believed that it was just luck. He was very lucky that his grandfather left him his energy before he passed away. When the last vital forces left his body, his grandfather's seal was removed, and he was reborn again with new strength and an even greater supply of ki energy. At that moment, the guy did not waste time and raised his sword to continue this fight. The most important stage of contemplating energy was completed, and at that moment Gong Chan knew all 12 energies of this world. He was very grateful to the grandfather from his clan, because with his help, he was able to become a much better person. Still, he still had a lot to do in this city. The guy was trying to find a dark shop to buy important things for his adventures. He was looking for magic balls with various elements. He was afraid that attacks on the ship could be repeated, so he did not want to waste time on entertainment, and began to look for ways to improve himself. The determined master wanted to become better, so that innocent people would no longer die in such battles. When suddenly he was distracted from his thoughts, the guy bumped shoulders with a stranger in torn clothes. But what surprised him most was a strange feeling. For the first time in his life, he was able to feel this unfamiliar energy of a beggar. He saw in this stranger a movement for freedom and decided that he could not lose sight of him. Being in a big city, he was sure that he would definitely find a dark shop here. Along the way, he met various people with powerful energy, so he decided that the shop was somewhere nearby. The city was crowded with visitors, and it was difficult for him to pass between the crowd. Gongchan tried his best to catch up with the stranger with powerful energy. Unfortunately, due to the huge number of visitors to the city, he lost sight of the poor man. But the guy decided not to be disappointed. A simply brilliant idea came into his head. He extended his palm to the side and tried to focus on the energy. To accomplish his goal, he used one of his clan's techniques. The guy standing in the middle of the road took a deep breath and, at the peak of concentration, began to feel a presence. He felt all the energy of the people of the city within 2 miles of his location. Among what he saw were many people with bad intentions, and there were also those who indulged in debauchery in the middle of a clear day. The guy's feelings continued to intensify, and after a moment he felt a fairly familiar energy. This warm feeling immediately reminded him of that same poor man. The guy decided not to waste time and went to meet mysterious strangers on the edge of the city. The poor man was very surprised when he was disturbed by an unfamiliar master in unkempt clothes. The young guy, as usual, introduced himself politely and respectfully. The mention of the Jonam clan slightly alarmed the poor man, but he continued to listen patiently to the young man. Gonshan turned to all the onlookers of this place and said that he had one question for them. He came with an interesting proposal and therefore asked how they felt about the freedom movement. The poor man whom the young master was chasing was very surprised. He assumed that in front of him was the same immortal guy about whom there were so many rumors in the city. Gong Chan was embarrassed to admit it, but he agreed with the assumption of the stranger in the hat. The man with powerful freedom energy replied with a smile that he was pleased to meet you. His name is Hogue, and he manages various guys in Hainan. Gongshan was very happy when he heard that the leader of the local movement was standing in front of him. The calm man replied that he was the same beggar. The guys behind him could not hold back their laughter and began to laugh. Of course, Hogue didn't like this, and he calmed his comrades with a stern look. After a short conflict with his subordinates, the man became interested in what interested the young master so much that he even followed him to the very lair of the poor. The guy replied that he had once heard about the people of freedom of this city. He felt that if he wanted something, then he should contact Hogue. A man with long hair and a hat on his head was pleasantly surprised that rumors about them had spread even among the teachers of various clans of the country. He asked the young man what question he had come to him with. Gonchan asked with interest where the nearest dark store was. He wanted to replenish his energy reserves. This question forced the man to continue the conversation in a more serious tone. He was surprised that the young master was ready to visit such a place and ruin the reputation of his clan. But Gongchan still did not understand what he could be talking about. Hogue decided not to hesitate and asked the guy if he knew what people would think of him if he used the magic balls of someone else's clan. At first, Gongchan was a little confused, but then with a confident smile he replied that the practical use of such artifacts is much more important to him than any rumors. And besides, magic balls are an absolutely ordinary thing for him. For a poor man, such an answer seemed frightening because such things cannot be commonplace for an ordinary person. The guy shocked him again when he replied that he was actually more interested in dark magic than such ordinary energy artifacts. The poor man put his hands on his stomach and asked why the young master needed this. But the guy with an excellent reputation in the city mysteriously answered that he was looking for them out of some need. He sincerely believes that if he deals with this problem, he will be able to save more lives. With a smile on his face, he said that if he studied dark poisons, they would no longer be deadly to ordinary citizens. Such a sincere speech lit a flame of hope in the heart of the poor, because most choose only one direction of using energy and study it intensively. He didn't expect that there were still such good guys like Gong Chan in the Junam clan. Nevertheless, he told the young man about the place where the shop was located under the name Cheonpodan. He was sure that Gong Chan would find everything he needed there. The kind man even told him about secret phrases for communicating with merchants. The city's black market is a place where you can buy almost everything. It is ruled by 12 clans and all power is distributed between them. When meeting with a merchant of one of the previously mentioned shops, Gonchan said a code phrase and received a positive response from the man. After that, the serious stranger turned around and asked the young master to follow him. Gonchan was very happy that his feelings turned out to be correct, and it was not in vain that he trusted a poor man who was previously unknown to him. The mysterious merchant and the curious young master began to descend into the basement. This room turned out to be quite large, and, unlike the main store, there was a huge and secure door that protected the store from the entry of uninvited guests. When the joyful Gong Chan entered the shop, a man greeted him and said that they had any product, from magical energy to living people. The guy was a little confused by the incredible selection of magical items, so he immediately warned that he had come to buy energy charges. The shopkeeper was not sure whether the young man would be able to pay for such a thing, but in order to warm up the buyer, he demonstrated the power of one of the weapons, the blade of which could easily cut a small fly in half. Gonchan was delighted. It turned out that their energy charges are divided into 6 levels. The young master was disappointed, because their price was too high, and he could not afford such pleasure. He felt sad that the items he was interested in were so expensive. The man with a smile on his face hoped that he could benefit from this young man, and therefore clarified that they also buy charges, and if the young master has something for sale, then the shop will gladly purchase this thing. Tired of searching, the guy sighed heavily, because he had been looking for this place for too long to leave empty-handed. But the next offer from the seller interested the guy very much. It turns out that they are also willing to buy valuable information, and they have more than 1,000 price options for various information. To put this into perspective, he said that some information may cost as little as a plate of dumplings, while more important rumors may even cost gold. Within a moment, there was a knife at Gongchan's neck. The situation became a little more tense, and the guy agreed with the stranger that he should strain himself and remember something interesting. The dark shop merchant warned him that if he lied, their friendly conversation could end badly. Still, it was not for nothing that he was interested in such artifacts of the dark shop. Because, for example, with the help of a fireball, he could learn to use the element of fire for his own purposes. There are also ice balls, and they are most often used by northern schools. It is important for them to understand how to control ice. But external balls were first used in Shaolin, and why did they become widespread among the strongest people of the path of Taio? With it, the monks learned the art of living armor. Incredibly, in the city of Hyomun, combat energy balls were created that are capable of taking the form of any weapon. Poisonous balls were invented by palace healers to easily deal with the enemies of the empire, but they quickly penetrated the counters of the city's black market. Nevertheless, Gongchan was able to interest the seller of the dark shop. With the help of the money earned by selling information, he was able to obtain the 5 strong energy balls that were just discussed while he was on the ferry. It was interesting for him to study these abilities. He could not even think that information could be as expensive as such artifacts. It seemed to him that the story of the fight with the bandits was actually already quite famous among people from the underground world. Despite this oddity, he decided not to think about the past and happily began studying the abilities of fireballs. Studying a lot of information, Gongchan gradually began to understand the principle of operation of this force. The talented young monk was able to master this ability without any problems and began to study other techniques. Meanwhile, while Gongchan was studying the records of the 5 artifacts, the ship passed the Yellow River and entered the Yellow Sea. After some time, they landed at a small trading town to replenish food supplies and tourism. This voyage turned out to be not so simple, and Gongchan was even glad of such a stop, because they had been sailing for a very long time, and he was sick of the constant noise of the sea waves. Taking his things with him, he decided that he would go further on a pawn. The guy was going to get to one of the provinces of the country called Liaoning. Orientation in space is not his strong point, and therefore he remembered his recent conversation. A few days ago, a kind poor man advised him to follow the signs. He also asked the young monk to be careful and try to choose crowded streets, because in all areas of the province there are branches of the Jiggle family's trading network. The man with interest suggested that the young man go to that place, saying that he was a student of the Cheonan school, in which case the Jiggle family would help him get to Liaoning. With joy on his face, Gongchan set off on the road. He was satisfied that he already knew how to find the way. He had no desire to find out information from strangers whom he did not trust. It turns out that the Huang, Zhigal, and Sandong families are the largest in this place. They were all inseparable from the crown. It was thanks to such connections that these families always had wealth and influence. There is probably no need to explain why their trading enterprises are considered the most prestigious in the entire country. The huge building of one of the divisions aroused real and sincere admiration from Gongchan. The guy decided not to hesitate and walked closer to the building. The calm, sleepy man politely greeted the young master and asked what question he had come to them with. Gongchan calmly introduced himself as a disciple of the Jeonnam clan with a smile on his face. The young monk asked if their company had a cart that would go to Liaoning. As a last resort, he asked to simply show him the way towards the province he was interested in. The man replied that he didn't know for sure about the cart to this province, and therefore he should clarify. He invited the monk to go with him to the visitor's room. The young guy happily agreed with such a pleasant offer. A friendly stranger took the monk along and said that they had very cozy places and had just finished cleaning there. Still, he didn't lie, and this place really looked wonderful. The conditions were also at the highest level, and they immediately brought tea for the young monk to wait for an answer faster. After this treat, the stranger asked the monk to wait a little and left the room. Despite such pleasant service, Gongchan was upset because they brought him fresh and hot tea. But in such weather, he could not refuse a cold drink with ice like in his previous life. Previously, it was much easier for him to endure such heat. because he could always buy himself a cool drink at any convenient place along the way. But after a moment, his good mood returned again, because he remembered that he was now able to deal with such a problem. Gongshan decided to test his own abilities and used the energy of ice. He only recently learned to use this magic, but with his talent he managed to successfully use this power the first time. It turned out that such skills can be needed even in such routine situations. The guy enjoyed the cool tea with a smile on his face, considering this drink more suitable for the weather outside. He realized that this was another reason to develop his own mastery of energy use. After the refreshing tea, he turned his attention to the sweets that were on the table. Yet the hospitality of the company was at a high level, as expected from such a wealthy family. The guy happily enjoyed these baked goods, realizing that at that time people had not yet invented a factory for the production of cookies. He did not manage to eat everything to the end. As a man in expensive clothes approached him, the stranger respectfully apologized for disturbing the young monk. He introduced himself as the manager of the Eastern Division of the Jagal family's trading network. His name is Donin, and he is very glad to meet such a guest as Gong Chan. The young master introduced himself to the man once again with a smile. He was surprised that the manager himself personally came to meet him. Mr. Donin decided to admit that he was very surprised when he learned that the famous immortal master Gong Chan had come to them. Such a nickname really surprised the shy guy, because he did not think that rumors were spreading so quickly. It turned out that this company learned about this from its sources in Halmun City. Everyone already knew very well that an incredibly strong master named Gong Chan had appeared in their country, and that he was a third-generation student of the Shanam school. The guy surprised everyone by the fact that at the age of 20, he had already received a similar title among the other warriors. However, the information that Gong Chan sold on the black market immediately spread among masters of different levels. For the story about the attack on the ship and some personal details, the owner of the dark shop paid the young man a large sum for a reason. But despite such fame, Gong Chan was not proud and friendly, asked the manager to speak less formally. He was a little embarrassed by the fact that, knowing his age, a respected person would treat him so respectfully. The calm man agreed with the proposal, after which he asked the joyful guy why he was trying to get to Liaoning province. The guy replied that he wanted to meet some person important to him. He also mentioned that for a number of personal reasons, he was currently observing religious begging, so he had time for such a meeting. The manager admitted that in this case, the young monk was very friendly with that mysterious man. The guy agreed and said that he would like to train with him. The respectful man replied that on this day, luck was on the side of the young monk, since a cart was passing nearby, that he is going to Liaoning province and in 10 days the guy will be there. The company will be happy to help him get to his goal. This was great news, but Gongchen was still nervous about paying for such a service. Still, it wasn't a matter of money. The manager simply left, and the young master was again left alone in the visitor's room. The man asked him not to worry about money. Besides, he said that besides him, there would be no more passengers on the way to the province he was interested in, so he could have a great rest on the road. In return, he smiled and asked the young monk to show the children of their family a few techniques of their clan. Gongchan happily agreed to such a condition, yet he expected something more complex. After such a pleasant conversation, he returned to his food with relief and continued to enjoy his luck. Meanwhile, the manager of the enterprise analyzed the information obtained in a conversation with the young monk. He understood that if, by desire alone, Master Gong Chan could go to the Moen family, then they were in a very close relationship. It was obvious to him that the attitude of Moyon and the Junam school was to support and strengthen power. The man turned to his ward and said that a master was visiting them, and these days he would train him. He said hopefully that he believed that their guys would be able to learn everything that was possible from their dear guest. After these words, with a serious face, He held out the letter towards the ward and asked him to send it as quickly as possible. While Gong Chan was enjoying excellent conditions for relaxation, the manager of a large enterprise could not sleep and continued to analyze the situation. He understood that, due to the return of the Mohaists, a resistance movement to Murim was being formed, while the influence of the Cheonan school was growing and a real genius even appeared among their students. The nervous man could not believe that Gong Chan, at the age of 20, could become a real master. Such unexpected news did not give him peace, and he continued to walk around his room thinking about the situation, because the history of Kanho had never known such a young master, and at this rate, by the age of 30, he would be able to catch up with the Buddha himself. Still, he was not the only one who understood that this young man was more valuable than the entire Cheonan school taken together. But there was still something that seemed strange to Mr. Donan, because Gong Chan decided to adhere to religious begging, and it is quite strange that the Jeonnam clan so easily let go of the man, in whose hands the future of their martial arts school was. He could only guess who the masters from the Jeonnam school were in this case, not knowing whether they were really people who were doing great things, or simple fools who had made a huge mistake. Looking at the starry sky, he knew for sure only one thing: history would put everything in its place. In the morning, the young monk continued on his way, and prepared to fulfill his promise before setting off on a journey to the Moen family. He was escorted by one of the company's employees. He told the guy that several people were already waiting for him on the parade ground, who dreamed of adopting at least a drop of his skill. The guy was very puzzled and confused, because he did not know what he could teach those guys. He understood that he could not teach the fighters of the Jagal family the art of the Jeonnam school. In addition, even controlling the balls will be too much for them, because they are the ones who train internal energy, or are already capable enough that they do not need other people's instructions. There was only one option left for him. This was to train air superiority fighters. The guy decided to at least imitate the training in return for a great favor on the part of the Jegal family. After a moment, the company employee stopped and respectfully asked the young monk to go to the disciples. The guy was surprised because a lot of fighters came to the training. He was a little confused in front of such an audience, so he decided to introduce himself and explained that he had come to them at the request of an older comrade from the Jegal family. He asked them not to pay attention to the fact that he was young, hoping that he could help them with their future training. To his surprise, the fighters responded very motivatedly and respectfully, asked him to teach him one of the great skills. Gong Chan didn't even think that they would want to learn from the young master, but the older guys had a sparkle in their eyes and were looking forward to the start of their training. This cheered up the young monk a little, and, to begin with, he decided to tell them about airspace control during a battle with the enemy. This proposal greatly surprised the fighters of the Jagal family. Gong Chan convinced them that despite the fact that these were not full-fledged attacks, it would still be useful to know, because this technique would make their senses much sharper. To begin with, he invited the fighters to take out their daggers and prepare for the first exercise. The confused guys still did not understand what awaited them. Suddenly, for everyone, the young master, with a smile on his face, asked the fighters to throw their daggers directly at him. The excited students took this request as some kind of joke, but the calm and confident young master asked them not to worry, because everything was under control. Within a moment, dozens of daggers flew towards the Jeonnam school student. At first, there was confusion on his face, and he looked like he didn't know what to do next. But within a moment, he began to demonstrate the power that he had previously decided to teach all these fighters. With the help of air supremacy, Gong Chan was able to instantly repel all the blades that flew in his direction. All the blades were at his feet. Incredible surprise appeared on the faces of the Jegal family fighters. The guy asked all the students to remember this. He said that he was able to do this not because he is some incredibly strong master, but because the technique helped him learn to better control the airspace around his body. After demonstrating his strength, Gong Shan began training. First, the fighters decided to improve their breathing control. Meanwhile, the training of the fighters was already being observed. The attractive girl noticed that Gong Shan was really an unusual guy. The manager stood next to her, and he agreed with her words. Looking at the young monk, she asked her uncle if he was thinking about winning this guy over to his side. The man did not answer this question, but noticed that Gong Shan was 2 years younger than her. But his level was already much higher. Despite such words, the beauty was still sure that even in this case, the young monk would never be able to equal the gods. However, she was also not sure that even her husband could match the skill of the gods. She was still thinking about the Namgung clan, and first she needed a meeting. Despite the fame of this clan and her family's high expectations, she still believed that her premonition was much more important. The manager agreed with her words and said that her premonition was the reason for their meeting, because in 2 months the Moen clan would hold a celebration in honor of the founding anniversary, and it would be nice for them to send her as a representative of the Jeagle family. A smile appeared on the face of the young girl. She expected that her uncle would make a similar decision, but she was also worried about whether he wanted to return home. The man replied that he would do this later, when he had a corresponding job, but for now reason to return. Taking another look at the young master, the girl decided to come closer to him to get to know him. The manager agreed with her decision, because tomorrow they would go to another province together, and until that moment they should communicate a little. The daughters of the Jeagle clan are famous for their incredible abilities, and the strongest of all Kanho is considered to be a woman named Jihua, the daughter of the main family, and the successor of the clan. With a smile on her face, she looked forward to an interesting acquaintance with the young monk. Meanwhile, a disciple of the Jeonnam clan was diligently trying to teach the fighters space control techniques. The frightened man next to him was afraid that he might die if he did not master the 17th part of this ability. But Gong Chan talked about it as if it was nothing. He enjoyed trying to explain all the nuances and risks of the technique he taught these guys. The excited man said with trembling that 5 or 17 parts was a match for death. But the calm young monk tried to calm him down and said that first of all, the master must preserve the body given to him by his parents. He was distracted from the teachings of the frightened soldiers by a beautiful girl. The nice lady interrupted his lesson and introduced herself as the successor of the Jeagle family. She decided to come up and introduce herself after she learned that they would go together to the Moen family. The guy thought about this meeting and the high status of his future partner. A few days later, they set off on their journey as planned. It was a huge caravan with several overcrowded carts, a large number of horses and guards. The young master was surprised when he noticed the number of gifts prepared for the Moen family. He was a little upset that he would be the only one coming to visit empty-handed. The guy sighed heavily, not knowing what to do to improve his situation. His partner noticed this. She looked at him to understand what he was thinking about. At some point, the guy concentrated and stopped showing his emotions. It seems he felt something and noticed the gaze of the successor of the Jeagle family. The girl immediately turned away. The guy asked if she was okay because he felt something strange. He noticed that he noticed her red cheeks and fever. The girl began to worry very much, not knowing what Gonshan would say to this. The guy turned out to be not smart enough, and said that these were symptoms of a cold. The girl decided to play along and breathed a sigh of relief. Despite such an awkward outcome, she noticed that Gongshan was a very attentive monk. The guy replied with a smile that he was so sensitive due to his developed control over space. Yet he continued to think about their safety on the road. The successor of the Jeagle family was surprised that he thought so deeply. She decided to ask if he was really going to visit the nieces of the Moen family. Gongchan immediately remembered their first meeting. They called him uncle and he really liked it. He thought they were cute. The young monk decided to talk about how the nieces of the Moen family were sickly girls when they were children. So they were sent to school, and he still doesn't know if their health is okay. Because the last time he heard from them was a year ago. Jawa asked him the names of those two cute girls. The master was touched by pleasant memories. And he replied that they were twins named Moenen and Moenren. It was about two flowers of the Moen family, who share one place in the Kanho list. Moenren's fire magic is especially powerful. Despite the fact that she is still quite young, her skill is undeniable. The successor of the Jagal family knew much more than Gongchan. So she said that there were rumors that there would soon be a wedding in their family. The guy was simply shocked by the information he heard. This seemed strange to his partner. She believed that he knew about it. The guy began to behave strangely. His thoughtfulness caused alarm among the successor of the Jegal family. Gongchan was still in shock. He was surprised that those charming girls were already thinking about marriage and had found the love of their lives. This reaction made the girl feel awkward. She looked at his heavy sigh and thought that perhaps he was already in love with one of them. It was hard for her to continue this path with such a thought. After an awkward pause, she turned to the master. Jawa apologized and said that she should get some rest so she would head to her carriage. Without waiting for an answer, she sharply turned her horse and rode to the other end of their caravan. The young and pretty girl excitedly continued her journey alone, sitting in the carriage. A trembling ran through her body. She tried to collect her thoughts. Realizing that she was the daughter of the Jagal family, and her main weapon was a cold and firm mind. But despite understanding these things, she still continued to sit nervously, biting her lip, because during her conversation with the master, she felt jealous for a moment. She decided to stay alone for a while to take a break from communicating with a young guy who was attractive to her. After some time, they decided to make a short stop so that after resting, it would be easy for everyone to continue their journey. All the carts and fighters stopped. Gongchan also got off his horse. He had been on it for quite a long time and was already quite tired. He once again felt awkward about how many expensive gifts were being brought for the Moen family. All of them were not covered or hidden. He understood that this made them an easy target for robbers, but they were saved by the fact that the noble Zagal family could afford to harness several horses to the cart. Still, if this were an ordinary caravan, then the conditions for an attack would seem ideal. In this case, he decided to play it safe and go into the forest to look around. The forest was calm, and he did not feel the presence of negative energy. Beautiful birds sat in the trees and sang pleasantly. The young monk liked this tranquil environment and enjoyed the silence. When suddenly he heard the crunch of a broken branch, he noticed the girl behind him and confusedly asked who else was next to him. The guy immediately took out his sword and began to carefully look around. As it turned out, it was Jaiwa. They were very surprised when they saw each other in such a place. She asked the master to carefully look at how faithfully she followed his instructions. The confused guy did not understand what he was talking about. Within a moment, they began a friendly fight. The successor of the Jagal family decided not to waste time and began to use one of her techniques called the Chonkyohen sword. The Chonkyohen sword is used with more than 36 different techniques of defense and attack, which is why it is known among masters as a rather dangerous and effective technique. There are many subtleties in its use, which is why it is considered difficult to learn and control. Still, it was impossible to hide such technical weaknesses from such an experienced master as Gong Chan. He noticed the girl's excellent speed and skill, but suggested that she begin her training with defense techniques. The girl sighed heavily and assumed that she would not be able to defeat the enemy with defense alone. The guy agreed with her opinion, but noticed that this is only true if the battle is one-on-one. But in the case of a battle against enemies with a numerical advantage, you should not neglect defense, because with attack techniques alone, you can instantly lose. With a smile on his face, he called such a decision tactically weak. because this way you can get acquainted with the spiritual judge of the other world of Buddhism. The confused successor of the Jagal family did not know what to do in this case. The guy suggested that the technique of impeccable protection would suit her. He also mentioned that one should remember all the directions that determine the movement of a body in space. That is why, when using the whole body, it is worth creating a space of absolute protection, which will serve as a kind of invisible shield. The young master explained this by saying that control over space allows him to freely navigate what surrounds him. And besides, theoretically, any person can take complete control of the entire environment. Jiwa began to understand what this was all about, because once she captured an area, she would be able to confidently hold it and effectively take control of it. After thinking a little, she understood the essence of the protection that the young monk offered her. For the sake of efficiency, she decided to rationally allow the enemy closer to her. The girl closed her eyes and began to concentrate her energy. Such talent was rare. Gongchan did not often see people who were able to master new abilities so quickly. Within a moment, she surrounded herself with a powerful flow of energy and began to control the space. Another man appeared next to them. He noticed that Jinhua really understood what the young monk was telling her. He noticed that his niece was lucky and turned out to be surprisingly talented. After this, one of the sons of the Jagal family took out his blade. He began using one of his family's sword techniques to test his niece's new ability. Gongchan didn't even notice how this man joined their training. He turned his head away and said that he should probably go back to camp. But the young man asked him not to worry and said that everything was fine and he could look. Still, he managed to teach the Jagal family a new defense technique. Using her incredible talent, Jinhua was able to learn to control space without any problems. Gongchan fulfilled his instructions from the manager and could safely return to camp. Further, the road was less interesting, and Gongchan decided to pester one of the managers of their caravan with questions. He noticed that a rather long journey awaited them, but the man replied that they would still arrive earlier than usual, because their horses were strong and trained. Satisfied with the dialogue, the guy replied that even despite this, it would be faster to go by ship, but the man denied this option and said that in this case, there would be a high probability of a shipwreck, in which their incredible mastery of martial arts would not have saved them. After some time, Gongchan froze in surprise, because they were almost there and the province began to be visible. The whole caravan stopped and looked at the estate. Representatives of the Jagal and Gongchan family finally arrived in Liaoning province. The guy was surprised at how huge and beautiful the Moen family estate was. While he stood and silently wondered, Jiwa approached the gate and introduced herself. The Jagal family caravan arrived at its destination. The huge gates opened before the dear guests of the estate. A young guy came out to the young master and successor of the Jagal family along with his ward, and on behalf of the Moen family he greeted the guests. Jiwa was also happy to meet, but was surprised what this guy was doing at the gate. He awkwardly replied that he had done bad things, and for this he had to be punished. Now he was on probation. His name is Moen's son, and at 25 years old, he is one of the top 10 on Kanho's list. This guy masterfully uses the weapon of the Moen family, the sword of spiritual and material origins. It would be extremely difficult for an ordinary person to cope with such a thin and bloodthirsty sword, but Moen's son turned out to be one of the few who could do it. After a pleasant conversation with the successor of the Jagal family, he turned to the young monk. Gongchan introduced himself respectfully and said that he was glad to meet you. With a smile on his face, he said that he would like to see the twins, but he was afraid that it might seem rude on his part. Moen's son immediately understood what he was talking about and said that he was also glad to meet him. He had already heard about him from his younger sisters. Within a moment, with a smile on his face, he invited his guests not to stand still, but rather to go to meet his family. the guy announced to the whole courtyard the arrival of guests from the Dees Hegel family. Of course, he did not forget to mention the arrival of a disciple of the Jeonnam clan. Inside the estate, the young monk was first greeted by a pretty girl. She ran screaming to meet him, friendly calling him uncle. But a moment later, there was a sword in her hand, the blade of which she directed towards the guy's head. It was not difficult for an experienced master to react in time to such an unexpected attack, since he has excellent control of the space. Within a moment, he concentrated his energy and, using his dominance in the air, was able to bend and throw away the sword of the daring girl. He then gave her a friendly and instructive elbow to the stomach. She didn't like it and jumped aside. The offended girl began to complain that it was too much. But her offense seemed misplaced, and Gongshan replied that she was the first to attack him with a sword, without even saying hello, which is why he decided to kick her in the ass, as he did before. Despite their strange way of meeting, the guy changed the topic of conversation, and noticed that the girl had become much taller. In addition, he noticed that since their last meeting, she had turned into a real woman with excellent body shape. Of course, the girl noticed his gaze. She decided to shame him and asked why he started staring at her breasts. The confused guy tried to get out of the awkward situation and said that his niece should not talk about such things before her own wedding, and besides, he did not teach her such bad things. Gong Chan began to get very nervous after the girl said that she was taught the basics of martial arts by a completely different person. To finally win this argument, young Ren demonstrated the look of the shy guy and said that he, like a real pervert, looked straight at her chest. The excited guy said that with such manners, no one would marry her, but the girl responded by asking whether Uncle Gaoshan would marry her. This crazy verbal battle was interrupted by the second sister. She asked Ren to behave appropriately and smiled tenderly while looking at her uncle. A beautiful and well-mannered lady asked her uncle if everything was fine with him. The guy noticed with a smile on his face that his nieces had changed a lot and became real beauties. Looking at his older sister, he said that despite the difficulties, studying at Jeonnam School helped them become stronger, but they could not tell their family about them, because the techniques of their school were secret. The eldest sister calmly asked her uncle not to worry about it, because their clan was not so weak as to violate moral principles. Ren interrupted her boring speech and, with a sparkle in her eyes, told the young monk that their father wished to meet him in person. It was about the legendary son of the head of the Moen clan. Moen Shan is the only owner of the Som Chong Hell sword. He renounced the right to inherit the clan and became a military leader. Of course, such an unexpected and close meeting made the guy nervous. He tried to sneak away and made the excuse that he needed to pick up his things. But the happy Ren pulled him along, saying that the clan servants would take his things. Until the very end, Gong Chan tried to find an excuse to delay their meeting with his father, but the girl did not pay attention to it. The nieces and the young monk went to Moen Shan's office. The respected man sat at his luxurious work desk. He was glad to see Gong Chan as a young master, and he also noticed how much he had grown. He decided not to drag out the conversation and invited the guy to have a good rest after a hard journey. He said that they were glad to receive such a guest, because his daughters were indebted to him. With a smile on his face, he said that their family would welcome him well. The younger sister interrupted their conversation and said that her uncle Gong Chan was the best. The man confirmed her words with a smile. The happy beauty Ren continued to admire her uncle. She said that he was very strong because he managed to fight off her sword with one hand and then completely disarm her. The twins' father had already heard rumors that Gong Chan had broken the seal and gone beyond the level of an ordinary master. He found it hard to believe that this guy managed to achieve this at such a young age. The man continued to watch his guest with a smile. The promising guy was already nicknamed Immortal. This greatly interested the military leader of the Moen clan. After a short silence, Ren again attacked her uncle and began to beg him to tell him how he managed to achieve such success. She was also interested in whether there was a result of his religious begging. The confused guy looked away and answered the obsessive girl that he still does not feel the result of religious begging. But despite this, he does not plan to stop this ritual. Even despite her father, she continued to mock her uncle, whom she had not seen for a very long time. She accused him of not trying to adhere to the ritual at all. The guy awkwardly tried to justify himself. Ren promised that she would try and one day surpass her uncle. Her sister smiled tenderly in response to these words. Suddenly, their friendly conversation was interrupted by a woman. She noticed that she heard Ren's ringing voice from afar. They were joined by the niece's mother named So Manhwa. She had long been looking for an opportunity to meet the young and famous master. Gongshan bowed respectfully and thanked the woman for such a pleasant reception. Seo Munha asked him not to be shy and feel at home, while Gongshan tried not to look at a woman's beautiful body in front of her husband. The guy's kind smile simply charmed all the girls in this room. The twins' mother stared at the young master. She looked as stunning as her daughters. But this place was already occupied, and the respected man decided to remind about it. He joined the conversation and asked his wife if everything was okay with their work affairs. This question was direct and impossible to avoid, so Munha fell silent for a moment. But after a moment, with a joyful face, she announced that she was able to cope with the task. This conversation began too suddenly, and Gongshan did not understand at all what was being said. Such news was to the liking of the family. After he found out that his wife was now free, he asked her if she was going to take care of the children, but the woman immediately turned her gaze to their dear guest. The man understood what she was thinking and, looking at the confused guy, said that he didn't even have such a thought about their daughters. The conversation had already directly affected the young monk, and he decided to look at the girl's reaction. Suddenly for him, it turned out that they began to be shy and blush. The eldest daughter could not even raise her gaze and look the guy in the eyes. Gongshan could not understand what was going on and began to panic, because it was unlikely that he would be able to refuse to fulfill the mysterious request of a respected family in such a situation. He was distracted from his heavy thoughts by the touch of his niece's father's hand. He unexpectedly asked the young monk if he would refuse to fight him. Gongshan could not even imagine that at such a moment he would be offered sparring. He did not understand what the Moen family was up to, because he had only recently come to visit them for the first time, and saw his niece's parents in person. The look of the girl's father was unwavering and full of interest. Gongshan understood that this situation should be a great honor for him, because one of the best masters in the world invited him to fight in a fair fight. Still, he had no opportunity to refuse, and so they took to the battlefield. In a friendly duel, one of the sons of the leader of the Moen family was ready to show his family sword in action. He was sure that after this battle, the young master would rethink everything he knew about Blades Masters. Gongshan was just as serious. The battle-ready guy replied that he would present his sword and the old style of martial arts of the Janam clan. The youngest master of the clan really hoped that his respected opponent would not scold their school just because he did not have enough experience. But the man replied that he would in no way underestimate the immortal master. After these words, they began their battle and released a huge amount of energy using their blades. The power of representatives of different families collided and resistance of powerful energies began. Such a force was enough to create a powerful whirlwind in front of the women of the Moen clan. The twins' father could hardly stand on his feet. From such a sharp start, sweat began to appear on his face. But he knew that he had to do everything possible to defeat this incredible guy. His admiration for his opponent's strength was not in vain, as Gongshan decided to take the battle more seriously and began using one of his famous energy management techniques. Of course, his nieces recognized this technique, and Ren shouted that it was Teal Shingon. Within a moment, a powerful blow from the young monk threw the experienced warrior a short distance away. The man did not expect that he would miss such a move. His opponent began to gain an advantage. He was very surprised at how freely Gong Chan controlled his incredible reserves of energy. The representative of the Moen clan suggested that his opponent was able to overcome the line of human capabilities. But the calm and focused guy replied that this was just a secret skill of their school. Due to such pressure from the young monk, the twins' father could not even raise his sword, so he did not even think about launching an attack, but only continued to look for weak points in the enemy's defense. Amazed by such an incredible battle, he admitted that the knowledge of the Jeonnam clan really scared him. This knowledge in the hands of a young genius forced the experienced fighter to seriously take up the equation of power. But while he was trying to figure out a counterattack, Gong Chan had already taken a stable stance to use the full power of his secret technique. Unexpectedly for everyone, his dominance in space began to dominate in the air. The commander of the Moen clan troops had no choice but to defend himself with the sword. With an interested look, he admitted that he did not expect to see such abilities performed by the young master, so he proposed to also show pure strength in this battle. Proudly raising his hand in the air, Gong Chan replied that he had shown them his best technique, which was the result of the secret teachings of his Jeonnam school. He also honestly admitted that in fact, he prefers masterful control of ki energy to the art of wielding a sword. The experienced man understood what was being said and replied that this was amazing, because Gong Chan compensates for his lack of fencing skill with skillful control of magic. But after that, he warned the enemy that he was going to show that the path of the sword can also be incredible. After that, he struck back with a blow that rushed towards the guy's head with great speed. Despite controlling space, Gong Chan was unable to withstand this attack, and his opponent was able to break through his defense, created by the competent use of ki energy. The guy began to lose his advantage and decided to use another technique called Komak Chonman. His opponent could not hide his surprise at learning the true power of the young monk's technique, because at one moment he lost control and stopped hearing and seeing his opponent's actions. The unexpected change in the course of the battle made the experienced fighter begin to get nervous. But despite such tension during this friendly battle, he recognized that the young monk's abilities were extremely interesting. Rushing into a counterattack, he shouted that despite such efforts on Gong Chan's part, it was still not enough to take his daughter. This sudden phrase took the young guy by surprise, because he did not know that 2 years ago, various rumors began to circulate about the possible marriage of his nieces. People were talking about how the Namgung and Habuk clans were going to send matchmakers to the Moyen family, even though the clan's daughters still wanted to continue to diligently study the martial arts that their uncle from the Jeonnam clan had taught them about. Without raising her eyes, the eldest daughter decided to declare that their marriage was out of the question. Their mother was very confused by such a sudden answer. She did not understand why her daughters were rejecting good candidates to increase their family and influence in the world. The youngest daughter sighed heavily and took upon herself the responsibility to answer this difficult question. She admitted that she actually liked her uncle, and, of course, she was talking about a well-known representative of the Jeonnam clan. After that incident, the twins' father was eager to meet the mysterious master who could win the hearts of his daughters. He didn't expect that Gong Chan would actually be able to exceed his expectations. With a smile on his face, he recognized the strength of his opponent and inquired about what exactly he was studying at his clan's school. Continuing the fight, the guy replied that he paid special attention to the hidden techniques of the main school. This answer made the man freeze in place in surprise. After a moment, he began to laugh loudly. After that, he removed his sword from the enemy's defense and stopped the battle. He apologized to the young master for this test and said that this fight was enough for him. After this unexpected ending, The man turned to the guy and calmly said that he trusted him with his daughters. The confused guy asked what he was talking about, and where the respected member of the Moen family came up with such thoughts. Instead of the son of the family leader, his daughters decided to answer. Gongchan carefully turned his gaze in their direction. Sweet smiles appeared on the blushing faces of the shy beauties. The young master froze in place and, looking at his nieces, began to understand what he was talking about. After a friendly battle between representatives of different martial arts schools, everyone went to their rooms. Gongchan and his nieces left together for a serious conversation. After hearing the shocking information, the guy could not control his feelings and accidentally released so much energy from panic that he knocked down the front door of his room. At that moment, he learned that the Moyen family had long ago decided that their daughters were going to enter into an arranged marriage with a promising representative of the Jeonnam school. The guy thought that his nieces had decided to use him to alienate other suitors. Kneeling in front of the guy, they asked their former teacher if he was ready to marry them. Grabbing his head, he nervously shouted that they had lost their minds. In his opinion, without discussing this issue, they could not even think about marriage. Ren could not stand it and began to argue with him. She replied that she did not want to marry a man whom she had never seen in her life. He was sure to see understanding in his uncle's eyes, because he knew very well that marriage of convenience was a common occurrence for girls of noble families, and in this case they would be sold as some kind of commodity. Tired of such madness, the guy calmly and heavily sighed and asked his nieces to get up from their knees. After this phrase, he decided to continue the conversation in a more relaxed atmosphere and sat down on a chair. In his defense, he suggested that they didn't even think about his feelings and made this decision too quickly and thoughtlessly. Trying to evoke at least some regret, he made a pitiful face and asked what then he would do with his love of all his youth. But the girls were not interested in answering this false question and immediately asked to take the conversation more seriously. The older sister asked her uncle what he thought about them. They saw very well that Gongshan was always kind to them. The elder sister asked an awkward question and asked her uncle why he always treated them with such special care. The confused guy began to make excuses and replied that he had no particular reason and he just wanted to make friends with them. The girls' looks were too incredulous, so the guy decided to remind them that he was also trying to make friends with the rest of the students at Jeonnam school. Despite his words, the girls remained as serious as ever and asked him to think about their feelings. Still, they had no choice, and they still had to get married, and in this case, they would be much better off with their beloved uncle than with some stranger. Excited, Gongshan asked again what they were talking about, since he did not understand why it sounded as if they did not have the opportunity to refuse the marriage. It turns out that they really cannot refuse, because the wedding will be very beneficial for their family. In fact, this is nothing unusual for children like them, and is a very common practice among large clans. Cold sweat appeared on the face of the young monk, because he believed that the main thing in marriage is feelings. The elder sister replied that feelings do not matter to the family, because they will not bring them any benefit. They are told that they should not be led by emotions and that they need to communicate with their husband, and only then, over time, they will become attached to each other and live their whole lives this way. Moreover, their parents also went through this, and their marriage was initially predetermined by the heads of their families. But fortunately, they were able to find a common language and fall in love with each other, which happens extremely rarely. Gongshan was very unhappy with this custom of the Moen family. He did not agree that his nieces should sacrifice themselves for the sake of the clan. The angry guy even hit the table with his fist. His anger knew no bounds, and because of the girl's words, he lost control of his emotions and key energy. He was so angry that he did not notice how his powerful energy spread throughout the room and began to materialize into a physical phenomenon. The frightened girls immediately began to panic, feeling the powerful pressure of the incredible strength of their beloved uncle. All objects in the room began to fly into the air due to the impact of this force. After his angry speech, he noticed the worried looks of his nieces and took control of his energy. He immediately began to apologize. Ren responded with surprise that she didn't think that her uncle was so scary when angry. The young monk admitted that this was only the second time something like this had happened to him in this world. Because he mentioned the concept of peace, Ren asked with interest what he was talking about. But the guy, sighing heavily, replied that he was just talking about his own things. After which he said that for the second time he lost control of himself during battles with pirates on a tourist ship. After the awkward story, he decided to return to the previous question. The young monk approached his nieces and asked how he could free them. The girls couldn't believe his words, but the guy was serious. He confidently told them that every person has the right to freedom. These words really touched the hearts of the ladies. They were still not sure whether they would be able to free themselves. The sisters believed that they still lacked strength and therefore felt like just tender and weak wives. Yen really wanted to use such a power and asked the master if there was a power with which one could gain freedom. The shy girls still lacked the self-confidence to stand up to the routine of the clan. Gongchan understood what was going on and continued to look at his nieces in surprise. He thought about how he could help them, when suddenly they were distracted by the opening of the doors. 3 members of the Moen clan suddenly walked in, among whom was one of the strongest masters in the province. He said that the clan head would like to meet the young master from the Jeonnam clan. The guy understood that the matter was serious, because the head of the family himself was interested in him. He did not know what to expect from this meeting. Upon arrival at the castle, the people from the Jaego clan first went to greet the people from the Moen clan, because their duties also include establishing good relations between the clans. At the same time, women should be able to profitably use their beauty to increase connections. But sometimes they themselves do not like it. Jaiwa was the same girl. She was very tired of the chatter of one of the sons of the Moen family. She was irritated because she was completely uninterested in him. This was quite strange, because Moen's son is among the top 10 of Kanho, and there are high hopes for him, and in the future, he will certainly be able to reach the top of human capabilities. But even despite such incredible prospects, the young master from the Jeonnam clan could not leave the beauty's head. Shy Jiwa began to suspect that she had actually fallen in love with Gongchan. Trying to forget about this thought, she reflexively began to turn her head, justifying to herself that Gongchan was simply impressing her. Because of this behavior of the girl, her interlocutor thought that he was bored with what he was telling her. The confused girl tried to justify herself and replied that she was distracted because something was bothering her. Still, he didn't know how to respond, and so he simply apologized for the fact that he couldn't distract her from this feeling. Moen's son turned out to be so polite that the girl herself began to apologize for not listening to his story attentively. Their awkward pause in the dialogue was interrupted by a man's voice. It turned out that his uncle had asked him to come into the office. The guy apologized and went to the meeting. The girl was pleased that such an intrusive young man decided to leave. After he left, Jinhua looked up at the sky and thought hard. She didn't know whether she should count on Gongchan's reciprocal sympathy. Our young monk will soon meet the most mysterious representative of the Moen clan. We are talking about its head. He is 72 years old and is not currently included in the list of the 16 strongest Kanho. The fact is that he hides and does not show his abilities to anyone, but thanks to him, the martial arts of the Moen clan flourish. Having lived for more than 70 years, he literally became fulfilled in the minds of other people. Sometimes he prefers to communicate with carps instead of people. That's what the head of the Moen family is like. Gongchan was already there, worried about the reason why the head of the Moen clan was so passionate about carp life. The man replied that he considered them truly amazing creatures. He explained this by saying that if there is little food in the area, then they try not to eat. He was still wondering if this was possible in the world of martial arts. He believes that Ren Yen's father cannot hold on, so his clan's strength lies in swordsmanship, cutting and stabbing. Therefore, in battle, their bodies exude energy that pierces the enemy like needles. Gongchan noticed this in a friendly fight against his niece's father, and admitted that his muscles still hurt from the technique. With a smile on his face, the head of the clan answered him that it took him a lot of time to install these needles of key energy in the right places, so that he could then take them out and send them towards the enemy. He thinks Yan and Ren's father is a fool because he still hasn't learned this technique. But it was a relief to him that there were still 3 capable children in their family, namely, Song, Yan, and Ren. The girls were weak, and they were afraid that they would not survive. So they sent them to Jeonnam school, and from there they returned full of strength and energy. He was very grateful to Muriang Jin for his work. Next, he asked the young monk what he thought about the techniques of the Moen clan. Gongchan learned a real lesson, and replied that it hurt, as if his whole body was cut up. The head of the clan demonstrated his strength and used this technique, once again proving that the skills of the Moen family have a number of advantages in close combat. But despite the power of his technique, the guy was able to withstand this blow. In response to the surprise of the old man, he said that he succeeded only thanks to success in applying his own techniques. The man is aware that this attack pierces enemies like knives. He asked the young man how he managed to resist one of the Moen clan's techniques so well. The guy replied that it was a secret technique of the main school, and therefore he could not tell his secret. The head of the Moen clan could not doubt the honesty of the guy's words, because even a first-class warrior would come out of the fight bleeding, with many cuts. The power of success was contained in the young master's Tilchingen, so the old man asked how he managed it. The guy admitted that the incredible amount of effort he put into training was important, but he also believed that there were even more opportunities ahead of him. But everything was not so simple, and he decided to demonstrate that, due to the constant increase in his power, he had recently begun to have serious problems. The released key energy of the young guy was able to throw aside and suppress the technique that was created by the energy of the old man. The man was very surprised and stated that in the past, even Master Muriang Jin was not capable of such a thing. Now it became clear to him that the Jeonnam clan were able to raise a warrior with truly endless potential for development. After such a short conversation, grandfather decided to introduce himself properly. His name is Moen Jeanshan, and he was very glad to see such an incredible young monk in person. He was very impressed that his nieces had become real beauties. He believed that this was the merit of the young guy. Gongchan boasted that as a child, he looked after them a little, because it hurt him to see how 2 cute girls were unwell. These words turned out to be a relief for the old man, because he was worried that his nieces would hang on someone's neck. He was so happy that Gongchan appeared on their way, that he immediately asked the guy when they would hold the wedding ceremony. Seeing the monk's confused face, he agreed that he was still too young for marriage. But despite this, he still wanted to settle his nieces as soon as possible. Like any old man, he really wanted to see his grandchildren, calling them little assholes. But the young monk reacted quite impudently. He resolutely replied that their views did not coincide. Meanwhile, there was a lot of noise at the gates of the estate. More and more people arrived to meet the Moen family, including previously invited musicians. Other noble families also arrived at this event, including representatives of the Huangbo clan. Ordinary poor people also came to the opening, hiding behind their artificial smiles and incredible desire to eat at someone else's expense. A month later, representatives of different sects also began to gather at the Moen estate to celebrate the anniversary. All the guests were incredibly surprised by how amazing the training of the young master from the Junam clan and his nieces was. The girls tried with all their might to defeat their opponent in order to finally free themselves from a case that they did not really like. It was quite logical that their strength was not enough to even resist the power of the young master. The eldest sister was the first to exhaust herself, while her younger sister Ren was still trying to stay on her feet with a sword in her hands. Gongchan was dissatisfied with their efforts and asked them to continue attacking. Their energy was already running low. They did not expect that their possible future spouse would be so resilient on the battlefield. Despite his request, they pitifully began to ask him to stop the training. It seemed to them that this was quite enough. Although the girls answered very pitifully, the young monk understood that after achieving a certain skill, his nieces began to stagnate, so their heads were a mess, and it was difficult for them to understand how to train correctly. Of course, Ren did not hide her satisfaction, but in response to her insult, the guy, sighing heavily, boastfully called her a trifle and asked where she managed to lose her skills. Yen decided to immediately clarify which skills were being discussed and assumed that her master meant fencing. Their master agreed with these words, but noted that they should also improve their fencing skills, since they do not even understand what is important in this martial art. The younger sister was going to answer this question, and she believed that the most important thing was the constant improvement of technology. But the guy objected and said that in fact they should pay attention to acquiring new skills. The girls are quite smart, and the young monk has known this for a long time, so he decided to do without detailed explanations and immediately go straight to demonstrating the important truth that fencing is a way to control energy with a sword. While collecting key energy, he asks them to remember that just like filling a sword, they can direct the force into the palms and give it the desired appearance. At that moment, he just used both hands to rotate the energy from right to left and vice versa. After these words, it was clear that the girl was then able to independently understand the meaning of using the Teal Shingon technique. Using his technique, Gongchan once again reminded that his students needed to know a lot about Chai energy, because they would become much stronger if they combined their huge reserves of energy and incredible skill in using the sword, picking up his sword from the ground before continuing his rigorous training. He asked his nieces to begin to pay more attention to controlling their energy. As Gongchan prepared to continue training, the younger sister showed reluctance to join. She believed that the young master had already received a monetary payment from their father, and they no longer needed to continue training so hard. The guy did not understand where she thought about the payment, and replied that he did not disclose his financial capabilities. Inspired by the idea of relaxation, Ren began to dream that she and her sister would tell Dad that they were still training, and they themselves would go drink tea and eat sweets. Yang and Ren were very happy, thinking it was a great plan. It turned out that Gongchan did not agree with them. The guy attacked and asked the girls to show perseverance in learning before dreaming of rest. Despite the discontent and panic of the girls, he tried to stick to his promise and make his nieces much stronger so that they would receive freedom and equality of action in their clan. During a conversation with the young monk, the old man decided to ask him why he was ignoring the wishes of his granddaughters. But Gongchan believed that he was not entirely right, and in fact, every person should be free to decide their own destiny. For him, those people who do not have the opportunity to choose their fate are not much different from livestock. In addition, he argued that his nieces chose him out of despair. Instead of unknown suitors, they preferred a man they knew, who always showed himself on the good side for them. Gongchan ended his speech by saying that the family's decision to marry Yan and Ren was wrong, because it doomed them to an unhappy life. The old man was very hurt by these words, because the guy was hinting that the Moen family does not treat girls humanely enough. When the question came to feminism, The old man could not stand it and felt that the young monk from the Junam clan was behaving too impudently, although thereby showing concern for Yan and Ren. The man was an expert in debate and replied that the children of their family were no different from the rest of the country and should not act as if they were special. The fact is that this is the decision of the whole family, and no matter how much Gongchan wants it, it should not worry him. In this case, the guy tried to find at least some way out and asked if the situation would change if the girls became much stronger than before. The old man was simply shocked when he heard that Gongshan wanted to make his nieces real masters who had reached the peak of their capabilities. He wondered if the Moen family would allow them to marry for love, and not just for the sake of improving ties with other influential families. With a smile on his face, the old man agreed with this proposal, because if his granddaughters become masters of the highest level, then they will be equal to the elders of the clan. In their entire clan, no more than 10 individuals managed to reach such heights. And if Yen and Ren succeed, we'll be presented to ourselves. He agreed with the skilled master's proposal for a reason. He was not sure that they would easily be able to achieve such an incredible goal. In fact, Gongchan also believed that it was very difficult, but he was ready to devote all the time he had to being a guest to this goal. In response to such decisive words, the man offered the guy a bet that he could not refuse. The conditions turned out to be quite difficult, because the old man gave him only a month to train the girls. And if the guy did not have time to fulfill his promise, then he himself would marry them. The young monk from the Chonam school agreed to such a difficult argument without any doubt. He was happy that his nieces would have the opportunity to marry the men they wanted. He had nothing to add, since he completely agreed with the terms of the dispute. But still he decided to inquire about what his reward would be for such an incredible goal. His question turned out to be quite quick, and the old man was surprised, but still asked what he was talking about. For now, his answer will remain a mystery to us. But it was clear that after hearing about this dispute, the nieces were very grateful to their uncle. They did not even suspect that their beloved uncle was ready to take such a risky step for the sake of their release. The guy began to feel embarrassed by the sweet compliments, but he still managed to impress them and was happy about this moment. He admitted that he really just wants to help them, but they should take seriously the fact that they have a difficult path ahead of them to achieve such a high level of martial arts skill. Gongshan asked the girls to train patiently and diligently, honing their skills and level of ki control in order to gain freedom. The head of the Moen family was still enjoying the behavior of the catfish at one of his bets. A man stood next to him, and he asked him whether Gongshan could really cope with such a difficult task. This man was the girl's father, and he confidently replied that the young monk had taken the matter seriously and was already teaching his nieces new skills. But the head of the family was not sure whether the young, talented guy would be able to do everything on time, because new skills are rarely learned in such a short time. Despite such thoughts, he decided to remember that he himself did not remember how he reached the level of a martial artist. Although they say that you can see better from a height, he did not fully agree with these words, because in fact, throughout his entire life, he never understood what exactly led him to the top. Meanwhile, he was confident that Gongchan was a great guy, and he could make their clan much more powerful. And in any case, he would make the girls of their family happy. The old man turned to his son and said that regardless of whether the guy succeeds in carrying out his plan, the military commander of the family must still make sure that the wedding takes place. But the man began to contradict his father and said that he was not going to go against his own children. He believed that Gongchan was right, because his nieces also have their own rights and desires. It was clear from the eyes of the clan leader that he perceived these words as unheard of impudence. The enraged man called his son Stuffy and said that this is the reason why he will never be able to reach the pinnacle of absolute martial arts power. The girls' training continued, and within a few days, the first results of their efforts appeared. Ren was thrilled with her success and could not resist. She called her beloved uncle to show off her new skill. The guy approached his nieces and gave them new advice. He asked them to focus on breathing and feel the ki energy gathering in their palms. But the concentration of the young girls was still not enough, and they began to lose control over the flow of energy. Within a moment, disappointment appeared on their faces because they were not able to complete this technique, since all the energy simply dissipated. The depressed Ren admitted that controlling ki energy is harder than it seems. Gongchan agreed with her and noted that they should not forget about the even flow of energy. He was confident that they would succeed if they combined together perfect control of breathing, a sense of ki from head to toe, and an even flow of strength throughout the body. The girls even began to be offended by him, because the guy talked about it as if it was easy. Not to be idle, Gongshan decided to demonstrate the unusual techniques that he was able to comprehend by improving the control of his own energy. His nieces simply froze in surprise. Using both hands, the young monk began to use the fire and ice techniques of magic that he learned on the way to the Moen family. He also said that the power of fire and ice can be used simultaneously, and these two techniques are not a limitation of a person's capabilities. Shocked, Ren asked the teacher where he got such knowledge. The guy immediately replied that it was thanks to his visit to the black market. It was about those elemental balls that he bought there. They were quite expensive, because he spent more than 100 gold coins on purchasing rare magical items, but the guy believed that they would pay off if he taught the girls this magic. His words about such a sum did not surprise the rich daughters of a large family, and they replied that he probably loved money very much, if this sum turned out to be so surprising for him. Enraged by this answer, the guy displeasedly replied that this was due to the fact that he had been teaching them for free for a long time, and he had never had good earnings for such purchases. After such impudent words, he decided to cheat and said that he would now turn to their father with a question regarding payment. Of course, the girls began to feel guilty and apologize. Meanwhile, at the Moen family estate, preparations for the holiday continued actively. They were counting all the tribute that the guests brought them. The work was just in full swing, because tomorrow the celebration will begin, and the birthday of the head of the Moen clan, Janshan, will last for another 3 days. After another hard day's training, a slightly tired Gongshan went out onto the balcony of his room. Time flew by very quickly for him. Despite this feeling, he noticed that the Moen sisters' progress was obvious, and they were making excellent progress in developing their martial arts skills. Ren and En became more agile with their blades. In addition, they also learned how to control chi energy, although only at a beginner level. However, he understood that becoming stronger did not mean reaching the level of a master among the best in the world. He was a little confused by the thought that perhaps just 1 month of teaching his nieces would not be enough for him. The guy panicked and began to look through his things. One of the options for saving his own freedom and the freedom of his nieces was to escape from responsibility and marriage. But he could not even imagine how to implement this plan. When suddenly he was distracted by a woman's voice outside the door, they asked him to visit him, and Gongshan, of course, did not refuse. The door began to open and light from the room began to spill out into the corridor of the building. It turned out that the daughter of the Dies Hegel family came to visit him. Gongshan was glad to see her and asked what exactly brought her to his room. The attractive girl said that she had an important conversation, after which she asked for a few minutes of free time. A shine appeared on the face of the previously calm guy. He could not refuse her and, out of excitement, nervously and abruptly opened the door and invited her to come inside. Jiwa was also confused by such strange behavior. The young monk justified himself that the old sayings say that everyone needs to be listened to, so he cannot refuse her. Such insecure behavior of the master from the Jeonnam clan greatly increased the self-confidence of the attractive girl. She began to feel his excitement and was glad that she had the advantage. When they both found themselves in the room, the girl was surprised to see the barrier. She asked the master why he was using it. Gongchan replied that he would not allow other people to overhear their conversation. He once again demonstrated his deep knowledge in the field of energy use. In fact, for him, barriers are not the most amazing thing. He just doesn't use them often, since he doesn't have such a need. This was news to Jiwa, but even so, she was sure that his knowledge was at a high level. Another compliment made the guy behave even more respectfully. He admitted that it was an honor for him to hear such words from the famous Jagal Jaiwa. The behavior of the good-natured and shy guy was so sincere that it aroused pleasant emotions in the girl, and she began to laugh quietly and politely. Still, she was distracted from the topic of conversation, and the guy suggested coming closer to the point. Jiwa replied that she came to discuss the fact that strange rumors began to circulate within the Moen clan. But Gongchan did not know what they were talking about and asked her to tell her more about it. The next words of the confused girl caused real panic in the young monk. The girl asked if he really hadn't heard that Master Gongchan and the flowers of the Moen family were going to get married. The guy began to feel angry. He believed that the grandfathers of his niece's family had deceived him and conspired to catch him and marry him. He simply had to face the fact that the wedding would take place in any case. The first thing that came to his mind was the desire to immediately run away from the estate and hide, because it would be better for both him and his nieces. Despite such exciting thoughts, he behaved calmly and replied that the Moen family was only wishful thinking, and they were unlikely to be able to carry out this plan against the wishes of the family flowers. His words surprised the girl very much. She continued to listen carefully to the speech of the guy she liked so much. Gongchan sighed heavily and replied that such rumors only started because he was close to the sisters of the Moen family. And in fact, the old people should pay attention to the problem of gossips inside their estate. To once again prove to the daughter of the Jagal family that he had everything under control, he said that under no circumstances would he marry the children whom he had previously raised and trained. His determination brought a pleasant smile from Jaiwa, who now began to think that she had a chance to have a relationship with this pleasant young man. But a moment later, all her hopes were destroyed by Gongchan's next words. He said that a wedding is an impermissible thing for a monk, and he is just a wanderer who is busy searching for the path of dew. After that, he asked the silent and upset girl if she had heard what she wanted. With sadness in her soul, the girl replied that she had heard everything she wanted, after which she asked him for permission to leave his room. She failed to hear the words that would give her hope for their future relationship, so she apologized for such a late visit and respectfully wished him pleasant dreams. After that, she simply nervously left the room. After loudly closing the door to the room, Gongchan stood still for a while, not understanding why Jiwa acted so coldly at the end of their conversation. Yet for him, women are simply impossible to understand. The next day, the long-awaited celebration began at the Moen family estate, where many guests gathered. Music and the noise of joyful people could be heard everywhere. People danced, drank, and had fun, carefree. Meanwhile, the representative of the Moen clan solemnly spoke about what the guests had brought as a gift to the family. Among the gifts were the world-famous iron bamboo, which grows only in Yunnan province and has steel strength. Guests from the Marimpalda clan lined up to present their gifts to their hosts. Even the old and new sects of Liaoning province came to the celebration. As expected, there was no end to the guests and congratulations. Despite the fact that the celebration was in full swing, this did not cancel the training of the master of the Jeonnam clan and the flowers of the Moen family. The exhausted girls respectfully thanked their uncle for another invaluable lesson. Sighing heavily after the incredible work done, Gongchan recalled the wisdom that those who say that, in the face of death, all is dust and vanity, are wrong. His serious words made the girls laugh, and Ren replied that their uncle simply gave up early, but in fact, he did not mind marrying beauties like them. Still, for the young master they remained just children. To Ren's excited question that he didn't like her uncle, he replied that he didn't have enough sincerity on her part. After this, the daughter of the Moen family suggested changing. She was ready to become more sincere, but the guy replied that she was mistaken, and she shouldn't change for him, since he still doesn't have feelings for them. Despite offending his nieces, he also said that he could not marry those whom he considered his younger sisters. Master Gongchan did not understand the sadness in the girl's eyes, and asked what was the matter. But in response, he only heard a cry that they didn't care, and they were not against him living as he wished. After this nervous breakdown, Ren defiantly turned around and left the room without explaining anything to her teacher. Gongchan put his hands on his hips and, not understanding the situation, assumed that his younger sister had fallen in love with him. In response to his words, Young just sighed heavily. She said that their uncle was still too straightforward, and he should think about his behavior. After that, she also silently left the room. By doing this, she made the guy panic, and he shouted at her back that they were going to have tests soon, and they shouldn't think about such things. He began to suspect that it was they who persuaded his father and grandfather to their marriage. Gongchan disagreed with the fact that they wanted to decide his fate without his knowledge. Even though the girls left without saying goodbye, Gongchan was still worried about them and believed that they would cope. Meanwhile, at the festival, the gifts of the guests did not end, and many different emotions were evoked among the visitors. The influence of the Moen clan amazed two comrades. One of them was convinced that they were not in vain called a clan for thousands of years. He asked his comrade whether the Moen family was the oldest of the martial arts schools. But in response, the nervous guy asked him to watch his language and not compare schools and the Moen clan. The man raised his hands and apologized for his ridiculous phrase. For his justification, he reminded that everyone knew his dedication to the school. His comrade angrily replied that he was glad that he could give his blessing to the young of the Moen family. Then the conversation turned to the deities of their school, and, as it turned out, among many, only one brought them salvation. Thinking of something bad, he said with anticipation that the time of the dark deity had come. Even though he was sure that he had no feelings for the Moen clan, he still had a special dislike. The mysterious stranger was filled with rage, and hoped that the Moen family was already ready to experience all his hatred. It was his feeling that came straight from his heart. He could not get rid of this feeling and decided to fulfill what he wanted. Two mysterious men left in an unknown direction inside the estate to find out how ready the Moen were to meet their friends from Milpopton. While they were planning something bad, the holiday had already begun, and one of the sons of the family leader was leading the celebration. To begin with, he expressed gratitude to all the guests and those walking along the Kanho path, and then interested everyone present with the announcement of an unusual performance. The man sincerely hoped that it would be unforgettable, and that everyone would like it. All the distinguished guests thought, because during their last visit, she had not heard anything like this. A powerful gong sounded across the entire estate, and the moment finally came for the main event of the day. Flowers from the Moen family appeared on stage, to the applause of the audience. Yen and Ren went through a difficult journey in order to show everyone their skills and prove that they are strong enough to represent their clan and control their own destiny. Their showdown had already begun, and their beloved uncle was also among those present. Gongchan folded his hands in front of him and asked Yen and Ren to try. He believed that they could do it. The entire courtyard of the estate was filled with the noise of an excited audience. Of course, there were musicians here, and their playing of instruments was hardly louder than the sounds of the duel. The swords of two true masters crossed and shocked the audience. The sisters tried to show everything they were capable of, because their fate would depend on it. Their fencing skills were beyond praise, since not every fighter in the family could fight on equal terms with any of them at that moment. After demonstrating an incredible level of mastery of martial sword techniques, the girl got down to business seriously and released her ki energy, demonstrating her new skill to the audience. The entire courtyard was filled with their energy. No one could believe that the daughters of the Moen family could control ki so confidently and pour this energy into their swords. During his training, Gongchan reminded his nephews many times that during battle, their sword should be an extension of their body and mind. Looking at the battle, one could definitely say that they had learned this lesson, and now weapons had become an integral part of them. In this fight, they were able to demonstrate that even a girl from this family can be strong. They collected incredible skills and fencing techniques of the swordsmen of the Moen and Jeonnam clans. In the end, they demonstrated real magic for the common man. They carried the will of Jeonnam with them. This is what the guy thought when he saw the results from the training. Seeing such incredible swords overflowing with ki energy, all the spectators had no doubt and shouted that the sisters of the Moen family had truly achieved the highest level of martial arts mastery. No one could believe their eyes, because they managed to do something impossible at their young age. The clan leader and the twins' father were also delighted with the girl's success. The old man could not sit still. He did not expect that Gongchan would be able to help them achieve unimaginable power. Seeing the excellent performance of his students and the reaction of the audience, Gongchan was delighted with his success and decided that now he would not have any problems. He began to dance joyfully, believing that now the need to marry his nieces would disappear. Walking away from the audience, he hummed a cheerful tune and thought that now he could relax and eat to his heart's content. The guy went to a local sweet shop to try some candied fruits on a bamboo stick. Suddenly, he felt overwhelming ki energy and a powerful explosion on the territory of the Moen clan estate. The guy immediately raised his head excitedly and looked at the sky, not understanding what was happening. At that moment, he heard the whistle of cannonballs flying towards the guests of the holiday. Some of the cannonballs had already hit the target, and one of the buildings caught fire. It became clear to the young monk that this was an enemy assault and siege of the entire estate. The first to react to this was the military commander of the clan, the son of the family leader, who ordered the soldiers to immediately take the guests to a safe place. The determined man took on the biggest challenge of starting the assault. Using his ki energy, he began to create cutting attacks towards the enemy cannonballs. His attacks were powerful enough to not only change the course of the projectiles, but also cut them in half. Such a destructive technique greatly reduced the damage to the city and saved many guests, because not all of them knew martial arts at such a high level. The guards at the gate looked towards the intruders and shouted in confusion that the enemies were dressed in purple dresses. While no one could understand what was happening, the leader of the attack shouted a command to continue firing from the cannons. This unfamiliar bandit Helschie gave orders to destroy the enemy and his estates. It turns out that the Helschie clan was once believed to be completely destroyed by the warriors of the Moen family. But still among them, there were survivors. The man who controlled the siege once touched the secret knowledge of the family and completely devoted himself to the study of dark magic, so he became the priest of Milpopton. With an evil smile and rage in his eyes, he was ready to destroy everything in his path because his long-awaited day of revenge had finally arrived. A moment later, the same suspicious stranger whom we had recently seen inside the Moen estate among the guests approached him. He turned to his leader and said that he had completed all preparations. It turned out that the men had pulled black metal coffins with bodies inside. The leader of this gang turned to his charges and asked them to wake up their friends in order to show everyone what the priests of Milpoptan were capable of. The men with the loudspeakers began to chant some kind of spell. Their voices were low. They whispered these words with incredible anger in their eyes. Within a moment, some bodies began to rise sharply. Huge revived men headed towards the fortress wall. Now the Moen family has much worse problems, because along with cannonballs, they are now also attacked by terrifying zombies. One of the bandits with a smile on his face said that now the feast will be over. He had in his hand some kind of magic ball that was neatly lying inside the box. The leader of the bandits, Helshji, was simply shocked when he saw this object. It turns out that it contains incredible power and can be used to enhance resurrected soldiers. After just one such item, a zombie will gain incredible strength. The monster standing in front of them began to transform, filled with ki energy. Full of power and fury, the zombie looked like it would be unstoppable. With such a weapon up his sleeve, the bandit leader Helshji was confident that their time for revenge had begun. While the bandits were creating zombies, the Moen family was evacuating their guests. But not everyone agreed to just hide. One of the guests of the holiday stopped his comrades and said that the strongest Kanho fighters had gathered here, and they should not just run away. The men thought about it and decided that their young comrade was indeed right. And besides, they didn't mind fighting, because it was much better than the work they could be doing now if they were at home. Among this whole crowd, there was also Gonshan. He quietly watched the dialogue of strangers. He had long decided for himself that he would not stand on the sidelines. The situation was difficult, and the entire burden of responsibility fell on the shoulders of the military commander. The man did not want to ask for help from the guests of the holiday, because in this case it could affect the family's reputation in the future. While the brave men did not join the battle, he said that they did not want to burden the guests with personal troubles and invited them to go into the hall, while the Moen clan themselves would deal with the problem. No one could refuse this offer, because it is much better not to risk your life at all, and to be in comfortable conditions with a glass of wine. The fighters who were ready to fight for the Moen family gathered in the square near the house. Among them was Gongshan, his body suddenly trembling. He didn't understand why he suddenly felt so anxious. It turned out that he felt some sinister energy that was threatening the estate. The guy decided not to waste time and immediately went to the place where this terrible energy came from. The military commander asked where he was going, but the excited master did not have time to answer this question. All the people headed towards a safe shelter, while Gonshan walked in the completely opposite direction. Among those people that he did not notice due to his worries was the daughter of the Jigal family. She felt something was wrong because she had never seen Gongshan so worried before. Most likely, she understood that his behavior was due to the fear that his nieces from the Moen family might be in danger. In the center of the estate, there was complete chaos. The young monk saw that one of the cannonballs hit the stage where his nieces had recently performed. As soon as he remembered the girls, he began to worry about where they were now. The experienced martial artist concentrated on ki energy. Thanks to this, he was able to sense a trace of the twins' energy that led to their location. The guy immediately followed the trail and ended up inside the house. As soon as he saw the girls, he immediately shouted their names. The frightened beauties did not expect to see their uncle at such a moment. Curious, Ren asked how he managed to do this. Her teacher replied that he simply followed the trail of ki energy, since he perfectly remembers the features of their own energies. The younger sister said with admiration that it was simply incredible, but the shy guy replied that it was not that difficult. While in shelter, the girl was asked about the situation outside. Their uncle replied that the cannon attack had stopped. Yeon also joined the conversation. She asked her uncle not to think that the Moen clan is weak. she said with confidence that they have people who are engaged in military affairs and will easily defeat uninvited guests. In fact, Gongchan did not doubt the strength of the Moen clan at all. He replied that he wanted to help in order to reduce possible damage to the estate. He began to feel this strange and ominous energy more and more, and therefore said that something terrible was approaching the estate. As soon as he concentrated on this strange energy, he immediately realized that it was very close. His nieces found themselves in a truly dangerous situation. The young monk of the Janam clan realized that their building was surrounded by aggressive enemies. Without wasting any time, he boldly shouted to the confused girls that they should take out their swords and prepare for battle. They listened to such sudden advice, and a moment later they heard some noise. Ren, with a trembling voice, asked the teacher what it was. Enemy fighters broke into their building. Gongchan warned the girls in advance. In this building, there were also those who could not defend themselves. These were children and women who had never studied martial arts at all. Gongchan went to protect this stranger. He immediately drew his sword to destroy the enemy. The guy instantly closed the distance and delivered a powerful blow to the enemy's neck. Suddenly, with a trembling voice, he realized what was really happening. His enemy was an animated human body that moved due to the desire to fight. Having taken a good look at the enemy, our young monk realized that he was facing a real zombie. Despite a series of attacks, he failed to destroy the enemy. Moreover, the zombie was able to grab the master's blade and did not even cut himself. Realizing that he could not defeat the zombies with fencing alone, he released energy into his sword and delivered a powerful instant blow. This time, he was able to defeat his opponent with ease. Continuing to destroy these zombies, the guy realized that it is unlikely that every fighter on the estate is capable of this. Their situation was quite difficult. The frightened woman ran away from the scene, screaming, while her defender continued to defend the building. Although the zombies were not particularly skilled in combat, their impressive number made us nervous. Looking excitedly at the numerical superiority of his enemies, Gongchan decided that it was time to take advantage of what he had obtained in Haomun City. For his strategy, just the right thing was found. It was a wooden window that was knocked out by one of the zombies. With one powerful blow, he destroyed this window into small pieces and, using Tusalgon, began to throw these objects towards the enemies. This attack was incredibly dangerous for any fighter because Tusalgon increases the speed of objects, thereby increasing the damage they deal. Zombies could not withstand such powerful blows from objects that were saturated with chi energy. But there were no fewer enemies, and the young monk quickly ran out of all the fragments of the wooden window. So he took a slipper and threw it at the enemy in the same way. All available items were used, even an expensive ceramic vase, which, thanks to acceleration, was able to pierce the zombie's body without breaking. While the guy tried his best to secure the estate, his nieces watched and gave inappropriate advice, saying that he had poor aim and that he should throw objects directly at the heads of these zombies. Such ridiculous advice made the master very angry, and he, with a slipper in his hand, nervously shouted that instead of just commanding and observing, they should also join the fight. The girls replied that they considered zombies disgusting and did not want to contact them. But their uncle's fiery speech changed their attitude towards this battle. He said that if they did not like zombies so much, then they should destroy them. After these words, the young beauties rushed into battle against the vile enemies. This was their best moment to show off in front of their teacher. Their control of ki energy exceeded all expectations, thanks to which destroying opponents was not a problem. Gongchan began to feel calmer, because his nieces could defend themselves without much difficulty. Moreover, the military detachment also began to fight, and it seemed to the guy that the worst was over, when suddenly his body began to tremble again. When he looked around, he saw a strange, ominous energy that was not like the zombie energy he was used to. The guy feared the worst, so he immediately ran in the direction of this previously unfamiliar energy. As it turned out, the entire estate was already filled with enemies. It was simply impossible to pass like that, since a whole crowd of zombies appeared in front of him. The young master will have to wait a little longer before he can engage in battle with the huge monster. In the place where Gongchan felt the strange and terrifying key, there was the same zombie that, with the help of forbidden blood magic, became an incredibly powerful monster. This monster among monsters managed to defeat 5 fighters of the Moen clan without much difficulty. The military commander understood the danger of the situation and ordered those with weak energy to retreat from the battlefield. Despite the incredibly powerful energy of this enemy, one of the brave guys decided to try his luck and rushed to attack. Self-confidence alone was not enough, so this brave guy could not even approach such a terrifying enemy. All the men present from the various clans simply froze in fear, because this guy was the best martial artist of the Huabo clan. The military commander still did not engage in a duel with the enemy. Continuing to observe the enemy and analyzing the situation, he realized that after unsuccessful attempts to attack, not only novice warriors, but also masters of families and sects began to hesitate. Fearing the worst possible outcome, the man was worried that this situation would destroy their clan's reputation. But it turns out there was still hope for them as an incredible fighter joined the battle. The leader of the Moen family, with a sword in his hands, shouted that zombies are just the dirty remains of the dead, and should not be afraid of them. The old man invited the frightened fighters to stand behind him. All the clan fighters were confused when they saw that the most respected member of the family had come to their aid. The head of the clan stepped forward and put the frightened crowd behind him. He was ready to engage in a duel without the help of other fighters. Conversations began among the frightened guys. Some of them believed that the head of the clan had fallen into insanity on his own birthday. And besides, no one even knew how many years he had been practicing martial arts. Despite his age, he is never included in the Kanho list, and no one has heard of whether he has become a master at a level comparable to practicing martial arts for 20 years. The clan leader simply silently walked towards the enemy, while people from the crowd excitedly begged him to retreat. They asked him to go to a safe place and take cover, while the new generation masters went into battle. However, the old man did not like such conditions, and he nervously asked his fighters to get out of his way. Because of such rage, he even began to release his ki energy, and so his request began to look even more convincing. After analyzing the situation, the old man gave advice to the young fighters. He asked them to stay away from zombies shrouded in blood magic, as it is too dangerous for the bodies of unprepared warriors. After this, the leader of the Moen family spoke inspiring words that changed the crowd's attitude towards his desire to join the fight. He said that he could tolerate the fact that the enemies showed up on his birthday without warning, but he could not forgive them for trying to humiliate the honor of his family. The military commander had no choice but to order his soldiers not to interfere. Meanwhile, the zombie had already dealt with several of the family's fighters, and was looking hesitantly towards the old man. A confident man turned to the monster and invited him to start a fight. After his words, a huge monster overflowing with energy rushed to attack the elderly man. Concentrated on the enemy, the old man began to scream furiously. In response, he heard the animal scream of the enemy, who was controlled by his instincts and madly wanted a battle. They both made a jerk. Not every fighter could see what happened next. The monster tried to attack first. He delivered a powerful blow with his right hand. Despite his incredible speed, the experienced old man was much faster. He was able to dodge the enemy attack and land a blow on his opponent's arm. The hand, overflowing with energy, ended up on the ground. Unlike the crowd, the old man did not look satisfied with this attack. he noticed that the enemy's energy only continued to increase. The severed hand began to twitch. The old man could not believe that in a moment his opponent could recover. Unfortunately, he never managed to stop the monster from reattaching the lost body part. Looking at this strange phenomenon, the man thought about it before taking the next step. He came to the same result as Gongchan, the leader of the Moen family, realized that with ordinary fencing he could not defeat such a formidable opponent. So he began to pour his energy into the sword to use the blade to exterminate all living things. A moment later, the fight continued. The monster was never able to reach the old man and received a powerful cutting blow to his body. The zombie could not do anything and only continued to receive a series of blows from the furious leader of the Moen clan. Suddenly, he began to scream loudly like an animal, and his wounds began to glow. A moment later, it exploded. The old man did not have time to get to a safe distance, and the blast wave threw him back. The worried crowd of family warriors began to shout excitedly, unable to see what had happened due to the dust. Despite their worries, the clan leader still stood on his feet. He was not seriously injured, and only his clothes were damaged due to the explosion, while his incredible opponent lay unconscious on the ground. The old man began to laugh quietly and said that he did not expect a difficult battle and would now devote more time to training. His son was very frightened and immediately rushed towards his father. Looking at the back of the clan leader, he did not understand what was happening. The old man continued to stand silently, not answering his son. All the fighters froze anxiously and silently watched what was happening. Meanwhile, Gongchan and his nieces cleared their way and were able to get closer to the epicenter of events. They froze excitedly when they saw an old man standing in front of the crowd. The calmly standing clan leader turned to his warriors and asked them to clear out the estate. That day, the leader's gaze meant only one thing, namely, strengthening the position of the Moen clan. The enemy siege ended. The doctors of the Moen clan began to help the victims, among whom were not only family members and warriors, but also some guests. Meanwhile, news of the results of this siege reached those who ordered it. The man reported to his boss that the head of Moen Janshin had dealt with a huge dead man with his own hands, which was enhanced by a forbidden item. But for his leader, this was predictable. Despite this outcome, he was pleased, since he only wanted to scare the enemy. The man in charge of the martial arts school instead of Meijan, named Ma Nanja, believed that now the Moen clan would not be able to join the Alliance of Good to fight the Moheists. Looking at the map, he announced the beginning of grandiose changes. He said with confidence that now other clans would not hold them back, and if this happened, then his plan would be successful. Considering himself a brilliant strategist, Ma Nanja began to laugh loudly in front of his ward. He stated that soon friendly clans would start wars and destroy each other, but his words only caused misunderstanding and worry for his boss's clarity of mind. Still, he asked what their next stage would be. The arrogant man replied that they should gather a group of people to cooperate with the Moen family. He planned that it was this group of people who would attend that very feud between the clans. With hope for a bright and prosperous future for his family, he walked to the window and looked beyond the sunset. His main target was the Moen family, whose influence was the greatest danger. He believes that when the Moen clan is finished, then it will be easy to deal with the remaining families. In this case, other sects will not remain indifferent in this whirlpool of events. In his opinion, the Moen clan is strong because it is great, but their disunity will lead to a sudden fall. With a crazed look, he shouted that the world would be in flames when the Elder Master returned. A pleasant shiver runs through his entire body in anticipation of these long-awaited events. His evil laughter broke the silence and spread to the mountains that surrounded their sect's temple. A month after what happened in the Moen clan, life became calm again. The estate was repaired. Gongchan was still here and he did not waste time resting. He continued to train diligently, and his level of proficiency in the realms of fire and ice continued to grow. He realized that the uniformity of the flow of ki was important in the formation process. Having finished with this matter, he exhaustedly said that this time was enough. He was exhausted not only physically, but also mentally, because for the last month, his life had been quite boring. He continued to train without having the opportunity to have fun. Because of this situation, he began to think that he should have left the estate. As it turned out, before returning home, Jiwa invited him to go together. To her surprise, Gongchan replied that he wanted to spend a little more time at the Moen family estate. It was about expressing special gratitude on the part of the clan leader. The military commander said that they too were sorry to just let him go on the road, and offered to stay a little longer and rest. The pretty girl continued to try to change the guy's decision and said that the journey would be much safer and more fun with the Jegal family. But Gongchan firmly decided to thank her for traveling together. The guy's answer left her disappointed. She couldn't cope with her feelings for him. She had no choice but to simply leave silently. This is how the young monk lost the opportunity to return comfortably to the home of the Jegal family, and even in excellent company. Still, he regretted turning down the excellent offer. Remembering that situation and feeling sorry for his mistake, he held his head. On the other hand, he still had access to free food from the Moen family, and thanks to this, he decided to put those bad thoughts aside. The young master was well aware that he still had important things to do, and more precisely, he had 2 more things to master. First, he was going to get used to the magic of fire and ice, and then learn to use the magic of poison and steel. To comprehend the magic of poison, he will have to introduce poison into the body in small doses until he gets used to it and gains immunity. To master steel magic, he will need to get used to blows, and this task already requires help from other masters. The guy wondered if he should ask Yen and Ren for help. Remembering their successes on the battlefield, the guy decided that since they were already masters of the highest level, he needed to be more careful with them. When his doors were suddenly opened by a powerful blow from Ren's right hand, the young master's nieces came to visit him. The guy immediately expressed his dissatisfaction with the fact that the girls had nothing to do and constantly came to him for no reason, but his nieces agreed with him, because that's how it was. Although Gongchan always behaves sincerely and friendly, he would still like some free time from communication, as befits a hermit. So he replied that it seemed to him that the girls had a lot of work and were busy with something. The younger sister thought about it and replied that practicing fencing with and without a military detachment would go well. But in her older sister's opinion, collecting and processing information was not interesting, and therefore they were not going to do such things. There was another option. It turns out that their family practices medicine well, but Gongchan said that if they have now become masters of combat, then there is no point in practicing healing. To the young monk, the nieces are now considered the future of the Moen clan, so he asked them to think carefully about what they would do next. After these words, he warned them that he would be leaving soon, and therefore if they want to reward him, they should hurry up. Sighing heavily, he said that they should be smart, since just eating and having fun is not an activity for him. But this was too mysterious for Ren, so she replied that it would be even harder to guess how her uncle eats 3 portions of sweet snacks at a time. When they stopped joking about all sorts of nonsense, the older and more serious sister Yan told the master the news that the head of the Moen family was going to join the Murim alliance. It is because of such a connection with the alliance that new people will be sent from headquarters to maintain order. The news of the addition of new warriors from headquarters was not the only interesting thing that the sisters wanted to talk about. There was something else surprising that the niece whispered in her uncle's ear. Meanwhile, the Murim alliance is known for the fact that its head is the Sword King Namgung Muja. Along with him, 3 other famous swordsmen are always ready to come to the aid of their allies, Dan Chongyi and Ji Galsa and Yumangu. At the moment of the founding of Muraim, a certain dark, bloody organization entered the arena, the head of which wields terrifying dark magic. On the other side, there are their Kanho masters, who received swords by committing lawlessness. And besides, they collect sorcerers and shamans from all over China. Looking out the window, the young monk sighed heavily in response to the difficult news. He was not the only one who was so worried. In fact, everyone in Kanho was confused. Based on such news, the young monk realized that now there was no way they could avoid the storm, which would affect all of China. It was already late at night. Time passed quickly, and Gongchan invited his nephews to return to their rooms, although they were sorry since they still wanted to tell their uncle a lot. The next morning, the young monk could not escape the family's gifts. He was given a lot of jewelry, such as whole skins of mountain tigers and various antiques. Among the gifts there was even a unique work by the best master of the country, strange but beautiful shoes. The guy accepted all these gifts with a smile on his face and showed himself to be grateful. But despite the fact that he received many expensive gifts, he did not understand what use they could be for him. At the end, the military commander decided to announce the main gift, but the guy beat him to it and said that it was not worth it, because a monk like him must experience poverty for the sake of his religious enlightenment. The man upsetly looked down at the whole box of gold that was in his hands, and said that in this case he would have to return these 100 nannies of gold. But the young master abruptly changed his mind and asked to go towards the treasures, saying that he could not help but accept a gift that is offered to him from the heart. The young master's eyes shone with happiness and brought a smile to the face of the family leader's son. Now Gongchan admitted that his wait was worth it, because hundreds of gold bars would be enough for him to last 10 years of revelry, and thus he would get rid of several worries for the near future. He has already imagined his sweet life, where he will train and lead a luxurious religious beggary full of pleasures. As it turned out, there was also one request for such a gift. Gongchan happily replied that he would do anything if it was in his power. But the guy rejoiced too early, because he had no idea what exactly interested the cunning commander-in-chief. The man said that the headquarters had already contacted the alliance and expressed their desire to join. Therefore, they must send warriors there, and he should also go with them. In addition, he is also going to take his daughters with him and invites Gongchan to accompany the Moen family on this road. In fact, the young monk didn't really want to go on such a trip, and he was really worried about going to the alliance. The guy imagined how he would respectfully shy away from the military commander and thank him for the jewelry he provided, but would refuse to accompany him, since he was still on a religious journey and in fact it was time for him to continue it. Still, this would be too rude, and the guy realized that he had fallen into a trap. He could not simply refuse them, since while he was in the estate, he was given a warm welcome. Moreover, at the end of his stay with the Moen family, he even received many expensive items, as well as a huge amount of money. Even the request did not come from just anyone, but from the military commander of the family himself. Having no other choice, the young monk agreed with the proposal and said that he would not mind helping them out and would gladly accompany the clan warriors. The preparation of the Moen clan for the trip took about 10 days, at the end of which the military commander gave the order to prepare the best horses and weapons for the trip. Warriors from the Moen clan went to Henan province, where the base of the Muraim Alliance is located. Among all the clans of the Muraim Alliance, the Moen clan became the largest, since there were over 100 people in its detachment. From the Moen family, a nationally renowned Zanpaku team was dispatched. The only goal of this squad is revenge with the sword. Each fighter was excellent at fencing and constantly improved their skills through diligent training. Hundreds of craftsmen from all over the country flocked to Hainan province. All these people understood perfectly well what this was leading to. The more warriors gather and the more powerful they are, the more influential their leader's position will become. The other sects only provided 50 people each, so the Moan clan had nothing to worry about. After the news of the Moan clan joining the alliance, thousands of warriors also went to the Miriam Alliance base. While accompanying the future alliance warriors from the Moan family detachment, the young monk did not stop training. This time, he didn't have to exhaust his body with heavy exercises. But this did not change the severity of the training, because from time to time, he had to taste various unpleasant-tasting poisons. The girls did not understand his logic, and Ren told her uncle that if that thing was so tasteless, then he should stop eating it. But the guy replied that he should eat various vile things to get used to the poisons. Because of their curiosity, the guy had to teach them another lesson, and he said that resistance to poisons is a very valuable martial art that can save a person in battle with cunning and sneaky warriors who can poison their arrows or weapons. After these words, the generous guy invited his nieces to try the liquids from his jars, which included viper venom, plant venom, and spider venom. Such objects in her uncle's hands excited the girl, and she replied that she had heard that these poisons cost a lot of money. Gongchan admitted that these things were indeed not cheap, but asked them not to worry about money, since he made good money from teaching them. Having received money from the girl's father, he purchased these poisons for himself, and now, with a smile on his face, boasted that he did not feel sorry for anything for his dear nieces. In response to his boasting, Ren suddenly asked if she could take some poison for testing. The guy did not refuse her. Since the girls had already achieved the mastery of Zhozhalzhan, he was not against them also developing resistance to poisons. From such an inspirational speech, Ren decided not to waste time and, at the speed of sound, took one of the jars from the guy's box. While she was looking with interest at the liquid inside this jar, a worried Gongchan began to panic and asked her not to rush, saying that no more than 1 drop would be enough for her. But the determined Ren refused to waste time on trifles and began pouring poison into her mouth straight from the jar, saying that this way she would become stronger, much faster, and might even get ahead of her teacher. Gongchan shouted in response that her body would not be able to withstand such an amount of poison, and she would die. While the guy was nervous and tried to dissuade the girl, her sister acted more decisively, and in one powerful and quick movement covered Ren's mouth and caught all the poison that poured out of the bottle with her blade. After that, she immediately swung her sword and shook all the poison from it onto the ground. The girl scared her master to death, sighing heavily. He thought that he would get a heart attack if so much poison got into his niece's mouth. Next time, he will draw up instructions on how to use poison, especially for the girls. But it is unlikely that it will be enough to prevent the nieces from doing something bad. Still, that poison was very dangerous, and the drops that fell on the ground caused the plants to dry out instantly. Closer to sunset, they reached the province they needed. Right at the very entrance to the city, Master Gongchan decided to say goodbye to his comrades. His words sounded as if they would never see each other, and so the excited Ren asked where he would be in the near future. The guy replied that he just wanted to come in and say hello to the guys from his sect, and after that he was going to go back to school. The sisters were very surprised and asked why he decided to say goodbye to them. Gongchan once again reminded that he has been engaged in religious wandering lately, which means that he must travel all the time. True, his journey hardly looked like a proper religious wandering, while real monks wander around the world without money or food, surviving only on the gifts of generous people. Gongchan, with a calm soul, rested for several months on the estate of the Moan family and did not limit himself at all. Food, in addition, he did not refuse valuable purchases and spent a large amount on those 3 copies of poisons. After mentioning his religious begging, he added that he hoped to meet them again after the end of this ritual. In parting, he asked the girls to always be on the alert and try to avoid all dangers. But Yan boldly replied that a monk should not give instructions to real masters of Chojojan. At this point, they finally said goodbye and went about their business. Gongchan went in search of people he knew. He had heard that masters from the Jeonnam clan lived somewhere in this place, and he couldn't wait to see them. True, when he looked around the part of the city he needed, he saw that the houses on the right side looked luxurious, and among such a great atmosphere, there were probably several establishments with hearty food, while the houses on the left looked tired and outdated. Still, he did not fall for the beautiful picture and decided that he should go left, because he believed that his great Jeonnam sect valued internal qualities, not reputation and money. On the way to a less prosperous area, he hummed songs and thought about how delicious the Moen clan sweets were. It turned out that the guy guessed right and came to the right place. Gongchan introduced himself and asked which masters were present in this city. The man replied that the oldest martial arts masters of the sect, John Yu and John Su, had arrived. In addition, 3 elder masters were present here, as well as 12 strong senior generation masters and 34th generation masters. Although Gongchan was reluctant to compare Jeonnam with other sects, it was obvious that the alliance had definitely gathered the strongest masters. While the young monk was thinking about the power of the new organization, one of the Jeonnam masters distracted him and said that among the guests there was one person very close to him. As it turned out, it was about Gonen's sister. Hearing such joyful information, Gongchan opened his mouth in surprise, because he had not seen his older sister for a long time. Due to long travels, Gongchan did not have time to visit his sister. He still misses the times when they learned energy control together. But first he wanted to say hello to all the other masters of the Jeonnam clan. His comrade suggested that Zhonghan Sabaika was now in the meeting room. The man took the young monk to another building. At the meeting, Gongchan introduced himself respectfully. The man sitting at the table recognized him and said that he remembered that the young monk had previously been an obedient child. He had something to tell, in fact. Their school had recently become more and more influential. He wanted Master Gongchan to also constantly improve. A little shyly, he replied that he was indeed still working on some interesting things. Gongchan was doing his best. I sat down at the table. He asked how his teacher was feeling, and if everything was fine with him. The man replied that Chunjin felt great as before. In addition, he has surpassed him in improvement and continues to work hard on his skills, despite his age. After this, the master asked the young monk if he really was a mentor to his nieces from the Moen clan. The guy confirmed these rumors and said that it was an honor for him. This news was good for the master. He replied that thanks to this, their school can count on help from the Moen clan, and this is to their advantage, because 20% of their facilities are located in Liaoning province under the supervision of a Chinese transport and insurance company that belongs to the family Moen. Gongchan was very happy, because knowing that the Moen clan dominated Liaoning province, he did not think that his help would lead to such valuable support for his sect. After this, the master asked Gongchan what he thought about the Murim alliance. The guy thought a lot, not knowing how to answer, but decided to tell in more detail about what happened in his life recently. Still, the adventures of the Gongchan were so eventful that it was impossible to count everything at once. From the meeting with the leader of the Moen family to the zombie attack on the Moen clan. The story turned out to be very rich, and the master admitted that many interesting things happened in the clan of their allies. Gongchan replied that after what happened, the Moen clan gave him a very warm welcome, and therefore he could not refuse to accompany them to the Murim headquarters. The conversation was pleasant, and the man reached for a bowl of tea. He said that even though Gongchan is in the process of religious wanderings, he is still constantly drawn to visit Janam's school. Pouring hot tea into a cup, he asked the young monk when he planned to go further on the road. The guy replied that he would immediately go on a trip as soon as he greeted Jonghan Sabaika. The master was surprised, but still admitted that there was no work for the young monk within the alliance. So he suggested simply staying for a day in secret from the older brothers of the clan. The guy agreed with such a pleasant proposal and went outside to walk around the city. Although it was already dark, many of the alliance fighters still continued to walk. Since the monk would not set off on his journey until the next day, he decided to spend the evening having fun and planned to look around inside the city. Morim is an organization that arose as a result of the unification of a variety of people, sects, schools, and large clans of martial arts owners, and the key figures of the union, of course, were monks and people from sects that mastered the arts at the highest level. True, there were not only warriors here, but also masters of other arts. The guy met two doctors who exchanged their experience. However, for the successful existence of the alliance, various units are needed. Among the people that the alliance members provided were also ordinary workers, who could help support the various internal economic and legal organizations of the alliance. Soon Gongchan came across a girl he knew well. It was his sister, and she immediately turned around in response to the shout in her direction. She was simply shocked, as she did not expect to see her younger brother in such a place. In response, the guy complimented her and said that she looked simply incredible. The young monk came closer to the girl from his clan and asked what caused such changes, and assumed that it happened after she was assigned to Kanho. The girl was not very happy with such an ambiguous compliment, and tried to hit him with a sword. The guy jumped back, as he was ready for this, because girls often gret him in this way. The confused guy made an excuse that he just wanted to see her, but in the end, she started a fight. After these words, he asked who the people were accompanying her. The sister said that she forgot to introduce her comrades. It was Mr. Namgung and Mr. Huangbo. Hearing these names, the young monk froze for a moment, because he had already heard that these fighters were simply incredible. Namgung Mu is considered the pride of his clan and was recently elected as the new head of the family. He was recognized as the best among the 10 true dragons for his rare and undeniable skill. And Huangbo Gon not only became the head of the family, he is also the only one in Gangho who uses the fist-fighting style. He is a young master who was able to hone the thunder and lightning strike style. In his mind, he admitted that his little sister was in rather dangerous company, but he still believed that their energy levels were still lower than Sister Gonan's. As usual, the young monk respectfully introduced himself and stated his name. Namgung Mu replied that he had heard that he was nicknamed Immortal, and because of this he was looking forward to their personal meeting. Both fighters properly introduced themselves to the young monk. Taking a closer look at them, Gongchan was wary of how strange and unfriendly their energy seemed. At that moment, he realized that he was not the most welcome guest for them. The guy even began to worry whether his new acquaintances would start a fight. In order to avoid conflict, Gongchan decided to apologize to these masters and told his sister that he should leave them, since he had previously planned to look around inside the city. After these words, he turned to the young masters and respectfully said goodbye to them, wanting to have a good time free from work. For his sister, such a farewell was very sudden, but she replied that they were just about to leave, and therefore she would go with him and show him the city. With a charming look, she turned to her comrades and invited them to say goodbye and continue their dialogue during the next meeting. The talented masters had no opportunity to refuse, and so he said goodbye in return. The two strong men left, and Gongchan began to complain to his sister that these masters looked at him unfriendly, and it seemed to him that they could barely restrain themselves from starting a fight. The girl replied that her younger brother should also behave more restrained. After these words, they went together to meet mutual friends. It was about the two daughters of the Moen family. Yeon and Ren were very happy to see their mentor. Elder sister Yang decided to talk about their training with Gong Chan. She said that their uncle helped them a lot, but despite this, they only managed to advance one step in their energy management skills. Looking at her younger brother, the girl said that she guessed that Gong Chan preferred fun to religious wandering. In response, he laughed loudly and said that fun may well be part of religious wandering, but in fact, my sister was haunted by the question of how he was able to achieve such incredible skill. It seemed that he was using only ordinary training. The girl was not in a good mood, and, getting up from the table, she invited her younger brother to talk in private. Gongchan didn't understand why she suddenly decided to invite them to move away, and said that they could talk here too, but his sister's gaze answered for her. It was already late at night outside, and the city was illuminated only by the stars and the moon. As it turned out, the elder sister desperately wanted to fight the talented monk. All her fast and powerful attacks were useless, and Gongchan could easily defend himself using only his fencing skills. After another couple of repelled attacks, the young monk decided to jump to a safer distance. But Sister Gonin did not retreat and rushed to the attack with a scream, delivering an incredible number of combinations. No matter how hard she tried, her attacks could not reach her opponent's body. She gave it her all, but could not strike properly, while Gongchan repelled all attacks with a calm look. After another series of repelled attacks, Gongchan stopped and complimented his confused sister. He said that she had become much stronger and asked what she thought about his level of fencing. Sister Gonin observed the behavior of her younger brother and could not understand where he got such equanimity in the middle of battle. To find out for sure, the girl directly asked the monk when and where he managed to become so incredibly strong. Gongchan replied that he had practiced a lot, and, in addition, he tried to put his own theories into practice, using them in the fights in which he had to participate. Remembering the past, my sister understood what we were talking about. Gongchan had experimented and created his theories before. In this regard, he had not changed at all. Justifying his approach, he asked his sister if she would like to continue training according to the already established scheme, even when it ceases to bring results. The guy admitted that he recently felt something strange, and he should add a little theory. Extending his sword towards his sister, he asked if she wanted to see in person what he was talking about. To satisfy Gonin's interest, Gongchan began releasing his ki energy to use a mysterious technique. The girl immediately recognized the long, familiar formation of the wind flow through the Yule's energy. Using this technique, Gongchan said that the wind energy does not compensate for the flow of ki when rotating, and it is actually the skill of spatial leadership that contributes to this, which makes this technique even more special. The demonstration of simultaneous defense and attack by combining the energies of ki and Tiyul did not surprise the girl much, and she said that this was nothing more than using her old technique. But the guy told her that he had improved it. This unusual technique did have some important differences from the one that Gonin had invented. In addition, the simultaneous attack and defense had become even stronger since the battle on the ship, when Gongchan received the nickname of the Immortal Warrior. While the young monk was demonstrating his progress in studying martial arts, inside one of the buildings in the city, they started talking about the Alliance's cooperation with the Sahalan organization. The head of the Murim Alliance, the Sword King Namgung Muja, was here. Military advisor Jagal Chunmun took part in the discussion with him. He stated that the headquarters had decided to begin cooperation with the Sahalan organization. It was obvious that the martial arts schools had already lost their former greatness, and if they came face to face with Sahalan, the battle would most likely be lost. Realizing such risks, the headquarters decided to play it safe and cooperate with them. This decision was very difficult, But the alliance had no other choice, since they chose the path that would be less risky for all members of the alliance. One of the mysterious monks admitted that this was a good idea, but he was worried about whether the organization would cooperate with them in return. Shagal Chunmoon replied that in fact this organization does not want to live with schools under the same sky, and to be convinced of this, you only need to remember what happened when Sahalan was tortured. At that moment, Monk Chu Wanshan was simply torn apart by screams during torture with hot stones. And all his students and relatives were taken hostage and forced to watch how he suffered. Everyone was horrified by what they did to Chu Wanshan. It was precisely because of such a tragic past that it seemed right for the military advisor to cooperate with Sahalan. The leader of the organization agreed with his opinion and invited the meeting participants to raise their hands to those who were against this plan. No one dared to go against this proposal, so the leader wasted no time in entrusting his military advisor with this matter. After solving this problem, one of the participants asked what would be next on the agenda. The alliance leader responded that the time had come to consider adding the Moan clan to the list of allied families. While the alliance headquarters was discussing important matters, Gongchan had already managed to teach his sister a new, improved technique for simultaneous defense and attack. He talked about her as if it were something easy and ordinary, so the girl, although she thanked him for such valuable knowledge, asked him not to turn up his nose and behave appropriately. With a smile on his face, Gongchan replied that it was not his fault that this technique was too easy for him. When suddenly the guy froze in place, the girl asked what was happening. Gongchan replied that he felt someone's presence. The brother and sister looked around. It seemed they both began to feel this mysterious energy. Gongchan looked through the archway behind him and said that there was someone there. A minute later, the silhouette of a tall man with long hair appeared. It was Mr. Namgung, with a smile on his face. He approached his comrades and asked why they were training at such a late hour. The brother and sister also said hello and asked him what happened and why he came to them. Namgung replied that he heard that monk Gongchan would be leaving soon, and so he decided to find him to say goodbye. The girl reacted to such words with caution, while the young monk began to suspect that this master was simply looking for an excuse to once again stare at his attractive sister. Within a moment, he showed his true intentions, and with a respectful bias, he invited Master Gongchan to a duel. The brother and sister from the Janam clan were very surprised, because it was an extremely unexpected proposal. Gongchan thought about how he would benefit from this fight. Previously, friendly fights had been a test of his skills, but this time it was a respectful challenge to the strongest, so he could not refuse. Looking at his opponent, Gongchan said that Mr. Namgung has the look of a man who clearly does not tolerate defeat. Gonin was not sure that Gongchan was doing the right thing, but the guy asked her not to worry and to carefully follow the battle. What Mr. Namgung could boast of was the priceless power that is passed down in his clan from generation to generation. His sword technique is called Boundless Heaven. The grandson and heir of the head of the Namegun clan said that he was ready to cross his sword with a student of the Shanam school. Gongchan also said his oath that he is ready to cross his sword with the descendant of the Namgung clan. Now he will demonstrate his sword technique called the 36 Swords of the Galaxy. The young master from the Janam clan began to release his incredible reserves of energy. Namgung was very surprised and even began to worry a little, because of such a terrifying strength of the enemy. When suddenly he noticed something was wrong, his opponent's concentration and energy control sharply deteriorated. At one point, Gongchan found himself unarmed, and Namgung could not miss such a moment to attack. Having lost his control over the energy, Gongchan was still able to defend against the enemy's attack using his incredible fencing skills. Despite the uncertainty at the beginning of the battle, the son of the Sword King continued to dominate, delivering a series of powerful attacks. The young monk could not do anything, and only continued to defend himself. His sister Gonin, watching this fight, began to worry, because the difference between the strength of the fighters was very noticeable. She began to worry that Gongchan couldn't control his energy because he had spent too much energy on his recent workout. Dominating the fight, Namgung began to feel much more confident. He did not hold back and continued to launch a series of attacks. He understood that if he continued in this spirit, he would emerge victorious from this fight, and the whole world would know about it. But at that moment, when Namgung looked at his opponent as if he were a confused and frightened kitten, in fact, the young guy's gaze was filled with the awareness of what was happening during the fight. With a calmer expression on his face, he said that now he understands everything. Mr. Namgung clenched his teeth nervously, not wanting to believe that Gongchan did not intentionally dodge his sword in order to analyze his fencing technique. Gongchan took a completely new stance, which he had not previously shown to the enemy. It seems that he understood how to fight such an enemy, and in response to this, Namgun could not come up with anything better than to furiously rush into an attack on a talented and self-confident monk with a scream. But this time, he did not get the result of such an attack. Gongchan was able to take this blow so well that he himself took the initiative and forced the son of the alliance leader to go on defense. Suddenly, Namgung found himself in a less favorable position for himself. The young monk began to dominate the fight and continued to put pressure on his opponent, striking him with powerful blows for the first time. Now, the son of the alliance leader had to try to keep up with the enemy. He had to recognize the strength of the monk from the Janam clan. The battle completely changed, and Gongchan continued to inflict a series of fairly fast and powerful attacks. Namgung did nothing but defend himself. But his pride as the heir of one of the most influential clans did not allow him to retreat. The son of the king of the sword jumped back a little and again rushed to the attack to ruin the series of unsuccessful moments of the duel. It turned out that he underestimated the power of the enemy and paid for it. Gongchan instantly closed the distance between them and delivered such a strong blow that his opponent flew back. Due to an unsuccessful attempt to attack the enemy, Namgung used his sword inappropriately and stabbed it into the ground to stay on his feet. From the last attack, he was thrown back strongly, and now he began to feel the real strength of his opponent. The noise from the fight spread to the neighboring buildings, and those who were awake could not help but pay attention to it. The news of the fight soon spread throughout the alliance. The young monk from the Janam clan began to be noticed. His fighting spirit and incredible skills with the sword and energy made him famous among the best of the Gangho alliance. The next morning, the behavior of the residents of the alliance fortress changed greatly. A crowd of excited warriors of the Union heatedly discussed the recent news. Several of them saw this incredible duel of young and talented fighters live. This seemed strange to Gonin. She had never seen so many alliance members gather in one place before. The fighters found it hard to believe that Gongchan had actually managed to defeat Namgung Mu. Some said that a worthy student had finally appeared at Janam School. Due to a recent incident, representatives of various families began to become even more interested in the affairs of the Janam School. They found out that the school of a young and promising monk began to cooperate with the Moen clan. Some of them immediately went to establish friendly relations with them. The same girl who saw this legendary fight live in the evening decided to explain what was happening. She said that all these people came to greet Master Gongchan, and some of them even brought gifts as a sign of their future friendship. This situation haunted the young girl, because the world around her began to change again. It all looked to her like Janam School was finally returning to its former glory, all thanks to just one incredible master. Gonin turned out to be the only one who decided to visit the young and promising master without knocking on the door. As a sister, she burst into his room and asked where he was packing his things. The guy replied that he had nothing to do here and he must go on a new journey to complete his religious wandering. After these words, the girl opened her mouth in surprise. Gonchan noticed her expression and asked her not to worry, justifying this by the fact that he was not just walking away from his duties. The young monk turned to his sister, as the only one he could trust, and asked her to take care of his nephews, because they do a lot for the sake of their Janam school. His words about the affairs of the girls from the Moan clan for the benefit of Janam turned out to be strange for his sister, and she asked in confusion what he was talking about. The guy replied with a satisfied smile that they persuaded their father to pay more money for his education, and this would definitely have a good effect on the overall budget of the school. Then he threw a rather heavy bag full of money and other goods onto his back, which did not at all look like the kind that a monk should wear while undergoing religious begging. The guy said goodbye to his sister. Gonan smiled slyly. The guy, suspecting nothing, smiled back. When he left his room, the reason for that sly smile of his older sister became clear to him. Shocked by the number of guests, the guy confusedly asked why they were all gathered at the entrance to his room. While the young monk was trying to deal with the problems that were caused by his sudden popularity, the Miriam Alliance had already managed to send couriers to the Sahelan organization. They set out on a dangerous and long journey for one task: to deliver a secret message from the leader of the alliance. This message states Miriam's intention to cooperate with Sahelan, and also states his intention to join forces to suppress the dark martial arts schools. Of course, this could not go unnoticed by the enemies, who closely monitored the actions of the alliance. After Gongshan freed himself from the attention of persistent visitors, he went to the nearest river, believing that the fastest way to reach Shaanxi province was by boat. True, to implement such a plan, he needed to avoid getting caught in the rain, and the sky looked rather gloomy. With a smile on his face and hope for a good trip, he said that the main thing for him is that it doesn't rain. But fate reacted quite quickly to his words. The guy began to hope that it was just a little rain and it wouldn't turn the Yellow River anymore. But without a big flood, he would be able to cross to the place he needed. But as it turned out, he was once again unlucky, and local people predicted flooding, which meant that the crossing was impossible at that moment. The man who was transporting people and things said that it was getting stronger, and soon it would flood everything, which meant that the boat could not be lowered very soon. Looking at the sky, the completely wet young monk thought that this option, despite the fact that it was the fastest, would definitely not work. Moreover, he could not wait for the time when the rain would subside and the flood would go away. Having opened a map of the area, Gongshan began to look for a new route to travel. Despite his topographical cretinism, he believed that if he continued towards Guangdong province, he would definitely not get lost. Meanwhile, an experienced merchant had already begun to offer him a free room on the second floor of the hotel. Although the man was already sure that several silver coins would soon be in his pocket, the young monk refused and ran into the street, saying that he would walk. The merchant shouted at his back that this rain would not end soon, but Gongshan firmly decided that this would be one of his tests during his religious wanderings to achieve enlightenment. In fact, such bad weather conditions were to his advantage. Gongshan managed to find at least some positive in any difficult situation, and this time he turned this test into training. He concentrated his energy so that it enveloped his body and protected him from the wind and rain. This plan was truly genius, because in addition to improving his sense of energy control, he would also increase his stamina and overall amount of ki. In such rainy weather, villains often carry out their crimes. The same situation happened on this gloomy evening. A mysterious man in a cape came to visit a man unknown to us in his solitary house on the top of a mountain in this province. Lighting the incense, he respectfully addressed the owner of this wooden house and said that he had an important and interesting assignment. It was a contract killing, of course. The customer had to remain anonymous. A man with a stern look immediately warned the hired killer that his target was one of the most dangerous opponents, namely, a master of the Chojolshan level. So, for the fulfillment of this order, there would be a double reward. The stern man with a scar on his face began to think before giving an answer to such a risky request. After that, he said in a low and quiet voice that the murder of the master Chojolshan is an order of a special class, and customers should prepare payment in advance. The mysterious stranger threw a whole bag filled with gold. Inside it was an incredible sum of 10,000 nanny gold. Of course, the assassin could not refuse such a well-paid offer. After paying for the order, a man in a cape and mask with eyes full of rage named the target. It was about the treasure of the Janam sect, of course. He was talking about our monk, a master named Gong Chan. That's how the order was accepted for one of the most promising masters of that time. Of course, his enormous power at such a young age threatened many families and clans, because it would soon lead to the dominance of the Janam sect and the inability of the villains to realize their insidious plans. Meanwhile, Gong Chan continued his arduous journey. Within a few hours he was so exhausted that he could no longer use his control over space, and therefore had to get wet in the rain. He was quite tired of this weather, and was beginning to doubt that he had done the right thing, when he did not accept the offer of the caring shopkeeper. The completely wet guy walked on the damp ground, and his shoes were already falling through, and the swamp was sticking to his legs and pants. Having examined the surroundings, he decided that he would have to spend that night in the open air, since there was no point in wandering around in search of a cave, because it could take too much time, and it would not be difficult for him to lose his way. As usual, he did not lose heart, and faced all difficulties with a smile on his face. A crazy idea came to his mind, namely the implementation of his secret methods of survival. The decision was made, and the young monk went to fulfill his plan for the evening. The first tree to fall under his attack, which he cut down with just one powerful blow of his sword. This resource will be used to form the basis of his temporary housing. Then he went to cut bamboo. He managed to cut dozens of stems using just his fencing skills. He was going to use this grass for the floor and roof of his hut. His journey turned into adult entertainment, and with incredible excitement, he continued to use all his knowledge about survival in the forest without people. The guy spared no effort and used his fencing skills even to chop wood. Using his skills to the fullest, he managed to chop down a tree and not even leave a scratch on the precious sword. With his hands folded in front of him, he declared with a smile that he had finally managed to make an excellent house for a temporary overnight stay. It's hard to say whether he did a good job, but things he made with his own hands always evoked a lot of positive emotions in him. And having had plenty of rest from the boring journey, he went to try out his temporary royal mansions. He had to use similar survival tricks more than once, as the weather did not get better. His journey through the Guandu Pass took more than 10 days. The expression on the young master's face completely changed. He had already spent several days in a row sleeping in the open air and began to feel like a savage. This depressed him even though his journey was originally a religious wandering. Still, such religious begging had its consequences. He had not taken a shower for a long time, and was already very agitated by the stench of his clothes, understanding that if he met some person along the way, his reputation as the most promising fighter of the Janam sect would suffer. But after walking a few more kilometers, he stopped and looked into the distance in surprise. A city appeared in front of him, and he assumed that it was Nanan. His mood immediately improved, as this was an excellent opportunity to rest and replenish supplies to continue his journey on foot. Tired of the bland food, the guy immediately attacked a local eatery and began eating several bowls of local fatty chicken. Local men were surprised by his behavior and could not understand how he could eat such incredible amounts of food. This amount of attention forced the guy to be distracted from his hearty snack. A crowd of onlookers had already gathered around him, suggesting that the young guy had a bottomless stomach. With a smile on his face, he suggested that even at that time bloggers were popular, eating various delicious things on air. As soon as he had eaten his fill, he went out into the street without saying goodbye to his fans to move on. After thinking carefully, he decided that he should go to the pharmacy to replenish his supply of poisons, which he uses to train resistance to such dangerous substances. To find out where the nearest pharmacy was, he approached an unfamiliar woman and respectfully asked her to give him this information. The local pharmacy turned out to be overflowing with goods, interesting for the young master. While the guy was looking around and trying to find the things he needed, the merchant noticed his interest and offered his help in selecting the goods. With a smile on his face, the old man proudly said that their pharmacy had any product that visitors asked for. Since the guy did not have very good memory, he took with him a list of necessary poisons and asked the seller to check the availability of these goods. The smile instantly disappeared from the man's face. He did not expect that this young guy would bring him a whole list of dangerous poisons. Knowing his craft well, he said that excellent medicines can be made from those ingredients, but only if you handle them skillfully, and this process is not within the power of everyone. After these words, he thought carefully and assessed the risks. Cold sweat appeared on his face from the understanding that such a set of poisons could kill about 300 people. In order not to spoil his karma, he mentioned that the number of ingredients from the list is not small at all, and therefore he is interested in how the young man plans to use all this. Ganshan mysteriously replied that he had his own reasons for all this, but the principled man said that if these reasons were dishonest, then he would not sell him anything. Realizing that this merchant was afraid of using these poisons with bad intentions, Gongchan sincerely replied with a smile on his face that he was just planning to eat it all alone. Of course, the experienced merchant refused to believe such words. He asked the young master to tell the truth about how he plans to use all these poisons. This dialogue came to a dead end, and Ganshan, sighing heavily, realized that he had only one way out of such an awkward situation. Without any fear, he grabbed a fistful of poisonous grass and then began to chew it. With a calm expression, he said that there was nothing special about this, and for him, it was nothing. Excited and for the first time so greatly shocked, the merchant could not believe his eyes. The young monk stopped for a second, but explained this by saying that half an hour ago he had left the eatery, where he had eaten so much that nothing else fit into him. But despite this, he had to prove his pure intentions with action. After such a brave act of a young guy that he ate so much poison in front of the seller that it was enough to kill dozens of strong men, the shopkeeper collected all the ingredients and handed them over to the buyer without any doubt, when suddenly he was again shocked by the behavior of the young master. The guy began to feel unwell before his very eyes and, turning pale from poisoning, sat down a little. As it turned out, he overestimated his strength and prematurely believed that he had completely mastered the art of resisting poisons. After a heavy, poisonous belch, he asked the shopkeeper to sell him something else to improve his digestion, justifying himself by saying that he had overdone it in a nearby establishment and had overeaten. The shopkeeper agreed to sell him one more product and said goodbye, inviting him to come again. After all, it's not every day that you see such a strange young man. After such a fun trip to the pharmacy, the young monk went to a cozy hotel and, forgetting about his religious beggary, went to sleep under a soft blanket on a comfortable bed, instead of bamboo, sticks, and hay. Gongchan stayed in Nainan City for only a day and moved on to the location of the Janam sect. His journey was quite productive as he continued to use his free time to improve various skills. This time, he trained the acceleration technique, which was just right for long wanderings through the provinces of China. There was a smile on his face as usual, but this time it was because he had slept well, and energy immediately filled his body, exhausted from the journey. The road was still long, and so he tried to run with stops, only to replenish his energy reserves. Evening came and he was still not close to the Janam sect, so he had to stop again, but for the sake of a little rest. This time, he was no longer so interested in building a temporary hut, and so he simply sat down on a stone under a tree and went about his business. Gongchan couldn't think of anything better than to snack on the poisonous herb that he bought at the pharmacy in the nearest city. The guy decided that if he maintained this pace of movement, he would definitely be able to get to his home school by nightfall. Suddenly, his keen hearing heard the ringing of sword blades. He had not checked the presence of other people in the area, and therefore this sound of battle was sudden to him. As it turned out, there was a fight nearby between some masters. Another fighter fell from a strong cutting blow from the enemy's sword. Gongchan did not understand where these people came from in such a place among the deep forest. But it was clear that at that moment, a battle for life was taking place. Fearing being noticed, he carefully looked out from behind the tree and recognized the clothes of these warriors. They were fighters from the Hwasan school. The opponents of the Hwasan school fighters were shamanists. It seems that their situation was difficult. But despite the difficulties, they were still motivated to defend their honor and continue to fight until the end. Screams continued to fill the depths of the forest, and blood stained the ground red. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gongchan decided not to interfere, since these were not his problems at all. Moreover, the situation was ambiguous, and given the relationship between the Janam sect and these organizations, he was not sure which of them should help. He really wanted to stop this insane bloodshed, but he didn't want to take the first step, so he simply released a small amount of his energy. People continued to die, but even so, he could not simply intervene, since he was a representative of the interests of his school, and besides, he never had any other serious reasons to interfere in this battle. Massive bloodshed for no apparent reason was an unpleasant sight, so he left the battlefield while not hiding his ki energy in case one of the parties to the conflict noticed it and wanted to make contact with him. Yet such bright and strong energy could not go unnoticed. A fighter from one of the parties to the conflict felt an unfamiliar energy that went deep into the forest. He realized that they were being followed, and that's how he fell for Gongchan's trick. As a result, that guy immediately decided to go to intercept the stranger. He caught up with the young monk and stopped him to find out what he was doing near their battlefield. The calm Gongchan turned towards the fighter and asked what he needed from an ordinary passing person. The restless man said threateningly that the stranger saw the battle and, like a coward, ran away from the battlefield instead of supporting one of the main schools. Showing his determination, he threateningly extended his sword towards the young monk and asked who he was and what his purpose was. Within a moment, he was joined by several more furious fighters who were armed and ready to fight with the mysterious stranger. Gongchan took a good look at them and their energy. These guys could not hide their evil intentions. The young monk once again asked the soldiers what exactly was happening now, but they refused to explain anything to him. Apparently, their conversation reached a dead end, and one of the fighters ordered his comrades to attack the stranger. Gongchan sighed heavily, realizing that the battle was already inevitable. Before, he had hoped that what was happening in the depths of this forest did not concern him. As a rule, battles between schools occur due to differences in beliefs, and this is beyond the concepts of good and evil. Remembering this truth, Gongchan still could not understand why these fighters attacked an innocent person who simply happened to be next to the battlefield. Filled with anger, the young monk threateningly asked what human life meant to them, and whether they were really going to kill the witness without any conversation with him. Releasing his huge reserves of energy, Gong Chen instantly rushed to attack a whole crowd of armed fighters. His opponent didn't have time to dodge, so he immediately took a defensive stance and changed the position of his sword. But even despite such protective measures, the guy was unable to cope with the thunder technique of the young monk from the Chanam clan. Filled with rage, Gongchan was able to disarm all the attackers without much difficulty by simply destroying their swords with the increased pressure of the technique. A moment later, the entire crowd of previously angry fighters was left without any weapons. The young monk addressed the shocked fighters and warned them that they had no chance of escaping. Therefore, they should calmly answer questions and start by admitting which martial arts school they belong to. Of course, the reason for the dissatisfaction of the young and mysterious master was precisely the case when these guys decided to kill a person just passing by. He drew attention to the seriousness of his intentions by saying that if they do not explain to him the reason for their actions, then he will resolve this entire conflict in his own way, including what is happening now on the battlefield. Both young and more experienced fighters were gripped by fear of this mysterious master, who overcame a crowd of armed men in just a few seconds. Due to his immense rage, Gongchan could not tolerate the silence of these frightened fighters. In response to the silence, he continued his attack and used the concentrated ki energy that was formed into a long whip. His powerful attacks began to throw the guys back. No one could stay on their feet from such unexpected, fast, and effective attacks. Continuing to concentrate his energy in his hands, Gong Chan once again asked his question to the strangers and warned them that if they continued to remain silent again, then he would bowl to them with his lightning bolts. After such a threat, one of them could not stand it and confessed that they were students of Dawaman. Having learned who they were, Gong Chan stopped releasing his ki energy, and with a serious look turned to the beaten fighters of the Hwasan school, and said that despite the big name of their sect, there was no justification for their actions. His words continued to put pressure on the poor fellows. Their conscience began to torment them, because they tried to kill a passerby, and this does not fit the moral principles of their martial arts school. While Gongchan was wasting time and continued his conversations, the rest of the school's fighters came to the aid of these poor fellows. All the other fighters of their sect had already finished their battle with the enemy spellcasters and came to the aid of their comrades. One of the young defeated fighters approached his captain and began to confusedly describe the situation in which they found themselves. The disgruntled man could not understand how his team of 5 could not deal with some pathetic witness. Looking towards the fighters of the Hwasan school, Gongchan realized that he would not be able to avoid continuing the battle and get out of this conflict simply through conversation. Still, as always, he was ready for battle. It seemed to him that the situation was becoming more and more interesting, since the enemy had a huge numerical advantage. Dawamun and Changkomun are 2 sects that were founded in Sanam, Shaanxi province. The Changkomun school took over this territory just 30 years ago. The head of this school is a shaman. To achieve the advantage necessary to seize power, Dawamun enlisted the help of the Hwasan sect. Recently, the strength of the Changkomun sect has only increased, and they have even entered the grain trading market, using their knowledge in farming and having enough free field to grow grain. The Changkomun quickly gained influence and consolidated their power in the region. Having a huge amount of resources, their development stopped at the fact that they began to use them to improve the power of their state. Subsequently, the Changkomun began to infringe on the interests of the Dawaman school, which ended in great disaster. This conflict resulted in peaceful, innocent people, despite the fact that this is a problem exclusively of the military classes of these 2 schools. Having defeated the fighters of the dominant side of the conflict, Gongchan firmly decided that he could not stand by, and therefore changed his purpose of travel, and went to visit the head of the Dawaman sect. The young monk will personally ask him what is going on in his head, since he is spreading unjustified hatred and violence. Without wasting any time, Gongchan went to the province where the Dawamon sect was located. Along with him were the fighters of this art school, beaten by his own hands. They did not have serious wounds, but still they barely managed to move without the support of each other. A shocking picture emerged before the sect leader. A lone warrior, not even wounded, brought his beaten fighters with the words that their violence was unjustified. The angry man shouted to the monk from the Shawnam sect that he would have to answer for the fact that he decided to do such an outrage. Despite his unfriendly tone, the absolutely serious and calm Gongshan replied that the head of the Dowaman school should be more careful in his expressions, because what he called arbitrariness was not done by him, but by the followers of the Dowaman school. He explained that he didn't actually get involved in the fight, but it was Dawaman's school that attacked him when he was just passing by their battle. Based on this logic, the young monk confirmed that in this case, this situation can be called arbitrariness, and not a victory over ordinary robbers. With rage in his eyes, he again seriously turned to the head of this sect and asked him to explain everything that was happening. He did not understand the situation, but thought that the followers of Dawaman, who decided to get rid of the witness, behaved inappropriately towards a representative of another official school of arts. In response to his words, the man decided to act unfriendly and ordered his soldiers to immediately get rid of the witness. Gongshan again found himself surrounded, but in this situation he was not confused and only continued to talk about whether these guys had really sunk to such a degree that, being an official faction, they allowed themselves to show such hypocrisy in relation to a master unfamiliar to them. There was no need for the young master to use his sword in such a battle, so he simply calmly removed his hand and changed his stance. He was afraid that because of the misunderstanding that was happening, he would lose control of himself and use his unimaginably huge reserves of energy to do bad things. While Gongshan was concentrating before continuing the fight with representatives of another school, the sect leader sent his servants to get rid of the arrogant and self-confident witness. Putting his sword aside, the young master released some of his energy and began to use the Tail Chochi Gongwon technique. He rushed to attack the enemy with the desire to repay what they had done in the forest. With one blow of his energy whip, he managed to send 3 fighters flying. After that, he used acceleration and rushed past his opponents with lightning speed, while inflicting a large number of blows on them. Not every one of them could see such an attack, but even despite this, they felt pain, and even before they started fighting with the enemy, some of them had broken bones. The armed fighters of the sect could not even get close to the master who used his energy control so skillfully. Gongshan stopped the enemy sword with his palm a moment before the strike, thanks to his excellent control of energy. Thanks to his lightning skills, he easily destroyed the enemy's weapon right in his hands. And then he decided to get rid of the remnants of the enemy unit by releasing a large amount of energy and spreading his dominance in the space around him. What was happening near the Hwasun school building haunted the head of the sect, and with cold sweat on his face, he recognized his new enemy, that he had accidentally witnessed their dirty deeds towards less developed sects. Looking at the incredible young monk, he realized that this was an immortal master named Gongchan. It turns out that the news of the incredible owner of energy and sword control has spread even in this province. Having defeated all the enemies, the calm Gongchan approached the sect leader and introduced himself as he did when meeting with more pleasant people. Just looking at the immortal monk made his body tremble. He knew that Gongshan was a rising star in the society of the strongest warriors in this world. In addition, he knew that Gongshan had already dealt with representatives of the Dark School. Moreover, the young master even managed to defeat the world-famous Bloody Swordsman and hundreds of his pirates. Despite realizing that Gongshan is the secret weapon of the Janam sect, the man still decided to ask the young monk if he was not afraid of the name of the Hwasun clan and responsibility for the harm that he brought to their organization. But the young monk was not so stupid and did not fall for the provocation. He replied that all these guys were simply hiding behind the name of the Hwasun clan. But despite this, the fact remained that it was obvious to determine who was right and who was wrong. Moreover, it was a miracle that such a skilled master as Gongchan got to fight between these sects. Indeed, in another case, a defenseless woman and child could have been in his place. And even though they do not pose any threat to the clan, they would still get rid of them. With a determined look, Gongchan warned the enemy sect leader that if the Hwaseng clan really supported everything that was happening here, then he should raise the issue at the next Muri meeting and raise the Hwaseng name to the ground. This sounded like a rude threat, and without it, the frightened sect leader extended his sword towards the monk, thinking that he was going to kill them all. Due to his opponent's behavior, Gongchan sighed heavily and admitted that he was actually planning to just force an apology out of them and go on his way home. But after looking around and analyzing the situation, he realized that if he left everything like this, they would definitely not calm down. Returning to his opponent, the young master angrily called him a fool for believing that Gongchan had fallen so low that he decided to address him with respect. After these words, the young monk, filled with hatred, decided to demonstrate what happens to those who take advantage of his kindness and sincerity. Within a moment, the young master was next to the enemy and managed to strike him with a palm that was overflowing with ki energy. He aimed the next blow at the enemy's stomach so that he would not have time to run away from him. Continuing to deliver an incredible number of powerful blows, he angrily asked the enemy whose fault it was in this entire conflict, if he himself came to them in the footsteps of his bandit. Ruthlessly beating his opponent, he just wanted to hear from him an admission of guilt that they wanted to kill an innocent person who had witnessed their evil actions with impunity. Having thoroughly enjoyed such a one-sided fight, Gongchan delivered a final powerful blow that threw his opponent closer to the building. Despite such a heavy blow, the man was still able to stand on his feet, but could not continue this fight, in which he already had no chance. Stopping for further conversation, the young monk said that he thought that at least the head of this school was at least somewhat different from the rest of the sect's fighters. As it turned out, his assumption turned out to be wrong, but he was still willing to test how far he needed to go to get an apology on behalf of this martial arts sect, although a simple apology was unlikely to be enough. But the leader of the family greatly surprised the young monk, as he quickly realized the gravity of his situation and knelt before the master, respectfully apologizing for the recent conflict. In fact, he understood that if Gongchan told the other Kangho about what happened, then they would be disgraced in front of the Hwasang sect, which would cover up their dirty deeds. Feeling truly panicked by such a dangerous enemy, he admitted with a trembling voice that they were wrong. With a threatening look, Gongchan replied that since the head himself so sincerely asks for forgiveness, then he will not attach much importance to the behavior of the Dawoman school. After these words, he asked them to try to prevent this from happening again. This situation was a real shame for the sect leader, so he silently clenched his fists with anger and tried not to show his weakness to the others. Gongchan turned away and sighed heavily. He had to lose his way and be distracted by a showdown with some mad clan. After the conflict was resolved, the fighters finally felt safe and immediately went to the aid of their leader. After such a failure, he was not at all happy with the support of his fighters, since now he will have to work hard in order to restore the reputation of his school and the damage that the young master from the Jeonnam school caused them. Looking at the full moon, Gongchan admitted that he could not take part in this conflict and not waste a huge amount of time, but still it was a manifestation of his sense of justice, and he could not pass by. The road took much longer, and he had to walk until the sun came out. It seemed to him that he was already close, so the young monk did not stop and did not make camp to spend the night in the forest. As it turned out, It was not in vain that he trusted his premonition, and soon the view for which he had come all this long and difficult journey on foot appeared before him. Gongchan finally returned to his native sect, which was located on Mount Janam. The young monk spent a lot of time on his journey, and so when he returned home, everything had changed beyond recognition. First of all, he went to a meeting with the elders and respectfully reported that the monk Gongchan had finished his religious wanderings. In truth, he was a little ashamed after such words, since, remembering those cheerful days, there was hardly a time when he really begged. Despite this bitter truth, no one except his sister and nieces knew what his journey really was like. The elder respectfully greeted his student that he had returned after religious wanderings in different provinces of the country. The guy with a smile on his face asked how the clan was doing during his absence. All representatives of the Chanam sect looked at him with a smile, understanding that in fact the interesting time was not inside their temple, but outside because news of the fame and rapid growth of the young monk's skills had reached this place. After friendly negotiations with the sect elders, Gongchan went to meet his teacher. The man was very happy about such an unexpected meeting, and first of all asked the student whether he had spent his trip productively. Pleased with this attention, the guy replied that he had gained a lot of precious experience in battles, as well as knowledge that he was able to get from other clans and using valuable items that he acquired with the money he earned along the way. But still, he never managed to find out everything he wanted, but the young master was not upset, realizing that this is what they mean when they call this world limitless. The teacher agreed with his words and said that the world has really changed a lot, and it is not easy to keep track of everything that is happening around. He loved his student very much and reminded him that in a month he would become a year older, and since he had completed his religious wanderings and would become an adult, he would be able to have sufficient qualifications to work in the sect. The master asked the young monk if he had any preferences regarding work, and what area of activity he would like to take under his responsibility. Such a sudden question caused confusion in the young guy, and he hesitantly replied that in fact he still did not know what he would like to do, so he would diligently do everything that he would be entrusted with in the near future. Still, his teacher copes with the archive without any problems and alone. It was like that before, and most likely nothing will change in the near future. But on the other hand, he had an option that was worth offering to the young monk. Looking at the talented guy, he said that Gongchan could become a mentor in their sect training center. The training center is the place where all the training of the Janam sect takes place, and in recent years, it has become one of the most important places on this mountain. The man noticed that Gongchan had quite good abilities, and besides, he had already shown himself well while training other masters. Making the last important argument, he mentioned that they fed and raised him, so he should not forget such a favor, and repay his native sect. Without waiting for a response from his hesitant student, the master said that he would send the petition to the training center, while Gongchan should rest for a few days until he received a written answer to his request. Gongchan decided not to waste time and went to the nearest forest to return to his habit of training during every free time. This time, instead of his usual sword, he took an ordinary household axe on the campaign. Using his energy, he chopped a sufficient amount of firewood without much difficulty. After that, he took a rope and hung all these logs in the air. Now the place for his energy control training was completely ready. The young monk began by using his palm to release a small amount of energy and push it towards his target. The attack was successful, and with the help of a chain reaction, he was able to hook all the logs that were suspended on the branch of a tall tree. Having thoroughly honed his skills in using long-range attacks, the guy stopped and decided to switch to improving defense and armor techniques. Having loosened the logs and thereby creating an obstacle for himself, the confident guy stepped forward to test his body's endurance. But as it turned out, He was in a hurry the second time and overestimated himself. As in the situation with poisons, Gongchan was too confident in his abilities and could not cope with the load. Due to such a sudden and difficult exercise, the unprepared master had to simply stand still and endure each of the blows, since he could not dodge them, or strengthen himself with energy to such a level that he could not feel pain at all. After such an unsuccessful training, the tired guy lay down on the ground and looked up at the sky. Gongchan understood that if he became a mentor in the training center, then he should get used to such a test for the body, because he would have to fight with his students, and it was unlikely that any of them would be able to hook him even once. True, he was not entirely sure that he could get used to such pain. When he returned home to the Janam sect temple, he greatly regretted that he had not prepared well for such a difficult training. Despite the fact that he had time to rest and get plenty of sleep after his last walk, his whole body continued to ache, and he had the feeling that abrasions were completely covering him. Remembering that he was a master and should behave proudly, Gongchan decided to change his tactics. Looking at the egg, a completely different solution to this problem occurred to him. Instead of long-term treatment after each damage received, Gongchan approached the issue from the other side and, through meditation, began to release ki energy in the abdominal area in order to then direct the stream of consciousness to eliminate the weaknesses of the body. As it turned out, this approach was effective and, thanks to excellent energy control, the young master managed to tightly surround the entire area of his body with Q energy. After that, he concentrated on the parts of his body that were injured in battle. After a few minutes, the young master felt that he had achieved his goal, and his skin had thickened a little, which in the future would help him become more resistant to enemy attacks. True, simply covering the skin with energy was not enough, and Gongchan sought to learn how to leave ki on the skin in order to always maintain a high level of protection from sudden enemy attacks. In his free time, Gongchan continued to train his armor technique until lunch. And after that, he practiced Tusalgon, which is the ability to give acceleration to objects, like the time he fought during the zombie attack on the Moen family's house. Ordinary stones with the help of acceleration could easily destroy a small target such as a pumpkin. And the more acceleration he gave to his projectile, the more targets in a row he managed to destroy. The young monk spent a lot of time outside the eyes of people. His previous training took place during religious wanderings, so he was unusual for the attention of children who were just starting their training inside the Janam school. Although their unexpected appearance and sincere delight distracted the monk a little from his training, he still looked at them with a smile and affection at how pleasant the children of the new generation of masters turned out to be. The children could not even imagine how many other arts their teacher had mastered. Gongchan demonstrated everything he had learned during his religious wanderings. Also, during his training, Gongchan came close to fully mastering the techniques of controlling ice and fire, which he was able to learn about thanks to the profitable purchase of artifacts in one of the dark shops on the way to the Moen clan. Having finished demonstrating his incredible skills, Gongchan turned to the young students and encouraged them that they too could master a variety of techniques if they practiced hard. The shocked guys couldn't believe their eyes, but the young master was right, because thanks to their early age, they still have the chance to develop an incredible amount of Kwai energy. The young master mastered poison resistance and armor techniques just to be on the safe side. In fact, they were not something he really emphasized during his training. At this stage, he was most interested in mastering energy control. He was finally able to use energy without giving it a specific form. This is how he learned that it can be used as support during a fight. In addition, internal energy is maintained through proper breathing, which helps move the blood and oxygenate the blood and muscles more. So he needed to be able to control his energy, as he was taught before fencing lessons. Based on this logic, he decided that material energy obeys certain laws of nature, but it was still not clear what exactly was the logic of controlling the formless energy, over which he had recently had the opportunity to gain control. Suddenly, during this routine training, he felt that he had come closer to the answer to his question. Gongchan suggested that this time the secret of control over formless energy lies in the work of his brain, as the owner of this key. Deciding that the problem was really in his brain itself. The guy also realized that, in this case, his intellectual abilities had grown considerably since the beginning of his religious wanderings. Typically, people use only 3 or 5% of their brain power, but it is still possible to improve brain performance. Recalling examples of the smartest people in human history, Gongchan wondered if he could rise to their level if his brain performance reached 10% of its maximum power. While studying this phenomenon under full concentration on energy, he noticed that the brain waves were strengthened so that it would be possible to move energy through sheer force of will, as the body was driven into motion by electrical impulses sent by the brain. Looking at the result of his training, Gongchan said that if he can use brain impulses to force this energy to change shape, then he will become an incredibly tough fighter who will have no equal throughout the history of the Janam sect. Gongchan summed up the results of the recently acquired new knowledge and decided that for now, this is only a hypothesis that has many holes in practice. But he never stopped hoping that with practice he could find the right way to confirm the hypothesis. The young monk continued to spend all his free time training to improve his energy control. A few days later, it's time to show off your progress. During a regular walk in the forest, one of the students found his master and wondered what he was doing alone in such a place. Still, he trusted him and decided to ask what brought him to this place. But as soon as the young and inexperienced guy stepped onto the site where Gongchan was training, he immediately fell under the work of a homemade simulator that the young monk had made for his hard training to improve his armor. His teacher could not stand by and came to his defense. Although the boy appeared on the site very unexpectedly, Gongchan was not at a loss and managed to knock off all the logs. His body protected the boy. The boy was simply shocked by what was happening. He did not yet know that his teacher had achieved some success in using armor techniques. The young monk admitted to his follower that he had finally mastered the art of armor, although in fact he had only mastered the first level of skills so far. But he realized and admitted that the most difficult thing was ahead of him, and he was beginning to study these difficult moments of using technology. The boy was simply shocked when he heard that for training upon reaching the 3rd level, he would have to use hammers and maces. This was not yet the most terrible test of his skill, because Gongchan also said that at the 5th level, he would have to endure blows from the sword, so it was worth gaining experience. After such terrifying prospects, the young monk mockingly asked the student if he would like to conduct a joint training. But the frightened guy instantly refused such a risky proposal. Hearing the refusal, Gongchan was a little confused and, in order to shorten the awkward pause, asked the student for what purpose he had come to the forest. It turns out that the guy wanted to see Changsan before training. Previously, the training camp was run by Master Zhongzhen himself. But immediately after Gongchan returned, he had to move. The young monk came to meet the elder and greeted him with respect. The man was glad to see him and said that as soon as he heard of his return, he sent the head disciple to fetch him. He actually wanted the young monk, who had only recently returned from his wanderings, to help him with the work at the training center, and through hard work, help him revive the former greatness of their sect. Gongchan was not sure that he would succeed, since he was still busy with some unfinished business. But the man sharply replied that this was nonsense, believing that just the creation of the 2 greatest techniques of the young monk was already a blessing from above and not its just talent. It's a gift. In addition, he had already heard about his success as a mentor, especially with the example that he trained the sisters from the Moen house, and even raised them to the level of Kanho's skills. After such an incident, he is sure that they could base the teaching in their school on the very method by which the young monk taught his nieces. The elder was ready to help him with any difficulties. Gongchan could not refuse such a respected offer. So he thanked him for the opportunity and said that he was counting on his support. On this day, a decision was made on large-scale changes in the training of young fighters of the school. Typically, the training center is run by only 12 people. 9 different masters are responsible for teaching martial arts, as well as other important parts of the work, ranging from the objects that are used in training to scheduling and choosing a place for training. But this time, 2 subordinates of the head of the training center, Teacher Shangsan, Teacher Shangsol, as well as a new colleague Gongchan, started work. The elder turned to the young monk and said that initially the training center did not have a mission to train fighters, so this task was entrusted to him. To facilitate this role, he will appoint one of the best masters of the 4th generation as his assistant. It turned out that this guy had already arrived at the building to announce the beginning of his cooperation with the immortal master. A 4th generation disciple named Gong Seongjin arrived to receive instructions from his mentor. He abandoned his business from above and took advantage of the moment to call Gong Shan as his assistant. For him, being close to his mentor would be a much more profitable use of his time, but the young master still did not understand what he was talking about. His misunderstanding caused resentment in the student, because he did not understand why then he did not achieve the mastery of Shojolkan, like the daughter of the Moen family. But the guy again sighed heavily and said that it would be surprising if he became one at such a young age. Recalling his battle with the leader of the Dowaman sect, he noticed that that man should have developed the appropriate skills 10 years ago, but could not. Realizing that this skill is beyond everyone's ability, he replied that reaching Zhang Zhang's level of skill at just 18 years old is already an amazing success. Even this argument did not work on the young and ambitious guy, so he answered his mentor that as soon as he thought that they had succeeded, he immediately became angry and envious of them. Gongchan disappointed him by saying that most likely he is not the main character, and he shouldn't turn his nose up so much. With such a motivated student, Gongchan took the opportunity to invite him to become the first test subject in his new martial arts training program. He also warned that in order to achieve new titles of mastery, he should bring together all his desire to train and the will to win. The guy, pleased with the offer, thanked the mentor with a smile on his face for the opportunity to become the first student. While Gongchan was developing the training center system, at the same time, on the other side of the country, important things were happening within the Sahelan organization. The future of the entire country will depend on their results. The young fighter turned to the elder and happily announced that all preparations were completed. A man with a sly look named Salma Ketchen said that this time he has high hopes for his new plan. This is the head of Hemlin Moon, one of the dark organizations that considered their goal to interfere in various associations and destroy them. The Marim Alliance had no idea about his plans yet. The bloody red glow in this man's eyes is proof that he has studied Helkul Maragon, the best and most terrible practice of the Dark Blood School, and he is also known as a descendant of a dark sect that disappeared in the past. However, in fact, this mysterious man is the founder of that legendary dark school. Thanks to his dark training, you cannot tell that more than 60 years have passed since then. A mysterious-looking young man turned to his ward and asked how many zombies they had prepared for the future plan. The man replied that in the past, they created 12 zombie squads, and in the future, they plan to create 8 more squads in 5 years. Advisor Helen Moon, a master of dark blood and brain magic, replied that one expressed monster would be comparable to a master, so they did not feel the need to improve quality and focused on the number of troops. All the news sounded great, so the sect leader turned to Hel Meni to find out his opinion regarding the invitation to enter into an alliance with Murim. But the man replied that they should not rush and according to his plan. After some time, the schools and the alliance itself would become their food. The leader agreed with his words and came to the opinion that in this case they should accept the invitation and wait for the right time to attack. But still, he was not entirely sure that everything would go according to their plan. This opinion was not surprising to Helmagny, so he replied that he had taken into account all the risks and was going to create 20 detachments. But first of all, they would strive for world domination and nothing more. Anticipating victory over the entire country, the leader instructed his advisor to come up with impeccable tactics to achieve such an ambitious goal. Filled with gloating, he shouted to the entire meeting room that he should get the whole world into his hands, not limiting himself to just China. Let's return to the affairs of our young monk. He remembered a moment from the past when one of the mentors, after hard training, stopped together to have a heartfelt conversation under the light of the stars. The old man drew his student's attention to one of the stars. It was called the Star of Misfortune, and at that time it shone very brightly, which meant that chaos would soon arise in the world. This star is called the Bloody Star of Misfortune, although besides it there are many other celestial bodies with a bad omen. Then he also explained to the young Gongshan that if you look closely, other unlucky stars began to fill the sky. The young and very determined Gongshan, in response to such a sad story, sharply said that in the future he would calm all these stars. Looking at the student, the gray-haired man calmly replied that he would succeed, since this was his destiny. It was from that conversation that one of the most exciting stories of our monk's life began. The next day, after talking with the elder, Gongshan began testing his new teaching method, and even began working with his student. For motivation, he told him that if he continued in the same spirit, he could become a Chojul master within 6 years. True, his student was not at all interested in the teacher's words. He worked diligently on the exercise with which his training began. During numerous repetitions of the exercise with a heavy stone, he asked his teacher in a trembling voice not to distract him and allow him to concentrate on the goal. This answer seemed too weak to the young monk, so he declared that his disciple was simply going to give up in a minute. He had no choice but to train hard, because he could not afford an expensive miracle remedy like the sisters of the Moen family. So his blood vessels were already clogged, and this prevented him from developing further. But the master had a solution. He said that first it was necessary to conduct strength training and strengthen his blood vessels, and only then cleanse them and train the flow of Q energy. In fact, Gongshan couldn't admit to Dojong that his situation was noticeably different from the Moyon twins. At the moment, his skills do not exceed the entry level, and it will be surprising if he even becomes a Chojuljeon master. But if he trains with Gongshan, then he can make a big breakthrough in training. To achieve the desired skill, you need to practice a lot, including reading books about martial arts, which is worth developing. For example, Dochin right now is striving to improve the physical capabilities of his body, and in order to increase the rate of accumulation of internal energy, he needs to train the body, while the body itself is a vessel that collects internal energy. The young teacher had to explain to his student that despite the fact that this process is difficult and tedious, in any case, it is considered the fastest, and it is unlikely that you can come up with something better. For motivation, he also praised Dujan for his perseverance, and also provided him with a special tincture, and said that he believed that he could do it in a year. In this world, everyone knows that if he trains hard for a year, he can quickly learn to accumulate internal energy in the body. And this will allow him to master the Toyon Sangon technique. At that time, they had already begun to lay the foundation for becoming a Choljin master. Having trained according to the young monk's method, Doshin, after some time, became noticeably stronger, and the weight with which he practiced continued to grow rapidly. After some time, He was already able to lift huge stones into the sky, and he even managed to throw some of them a short distance. While the first experimental student showed tremendous progress, the rest of the students continued to study, according to the old curriculum that was created centuries ago. Gongchan decided to leave his student for a short time and visit the nearest training center to personally see how the rest of the fighters were training. Still, for him, there was nothing to be said about training in the Peace of Mind Hall, since it was a base that did not carry any specific effectiveness in learning martial art. This made his task much more difficult, because now Gongchan realized that he had to work on group training. Otherwise, the rest of the students would fall behind. The guy decided that he needed to combine his knowledge from his past life and a collection of martial arts that he managed to get in Junyuan. He was sure that if he combined all this, then he could learn from him to create a new way of training at the Shahnam school. A month has passed since Gongchan took up this important matter. He had just completed his manual on teaching martial arts with the best results and most effective approach. Based on the results of the training tests, the elders learned that if you follow everything that Gongchan wrote, then in 3 years you can achieve skills that will be only slightly inferior to a master, which previously required 10 to 20 years of practice. The young monk was very curious whether he could improve the teaching system so much, and whether he would be able to implement everything he had planned in practice. At lunchtime that day, after the students' daily training, one of the elders gathered them to announce that Gongchan would be the new person in charge of the training center. A man with dark hair turned to the students and asked them to listen to the advice of the young teacher. At first, there was some confusion and disbelief on the faces of these guys, since Master Gongchan was just the first to develop a manual for martial arts training. And moreover, he did it without the help of his more experienced colleagues. Some students began to whisper that their teacher had never taken such risks before, and always gave preference only to time-tested masters. Seeing the chaos in the crowd, Gongchan decided not to waste time and attracted all the attention of the students to himself. He began his welcoming speech and first of all, agreed that he really knows that they have always trained in ways that were previously developed by many respected teachers. He also agreed that in a school whose basis is the reading of history and traditions, everyone should receive proper training. That is why he decided that it would be correct and important to introduce a system of individual training that would take into account the characteristics and wishes of the students. At that moment, all the students appeared in front of the young teacher at once, and the idea came to him to take advantage of the situation and analyze the future masters of the Shahnam sect. Among the crowd, the majority were those students whose energy reserves were equal to 10 years of practice. But having a subtle sense of energy, Gongchan also caught personalities that were more interesting to him. Between the unremarkable guys, one could even find 26 fighters whose energy reserves were equal to 40 years of practice. All these guys were gathered in the hall in order to select the most suitable type of individual training for each, and Gongchan had already managed to divide the training methods into 4 categories. Each of these categories will be applied individually to specific students during the learning process. After announcing the details of the changed education system at Shahnam School, the new teacher Gongchan asked those students who had a reserve of internal energy equal to the level of 40 years of practice to come forward. The elders and their talented young master Gongchan were still unsure of how effectively they could apply individual training and how the students would cope with it. But still, the young monk already had a new experimental student on whom he managed to test his approach to teaching. After a fairly short period of training, he managed to achieve such a level of control of internal energy that, although hesitantly, he could already use a sword made of Q energy. Although he still had not perfected this skill, the very fact that it was possible motivated him to continue to improve himself. This was not surprising for his teacher. He fulfilled his promise and congratulated the student on achieving the level of mastery of Chosulshan, and said that with such skills, he would definitely cope with all difficulties in the future. True, this did not mean that he now should not pay attention to his weaknesses. Gongshan noted his lack of internal energy, which could be compensated through diligent training to control the use of this strength. But the teacher's words did not bother the joyful guy at all. He could not restrain himself, and was already celebrating his victory, since he was able to live up to his father's expectations. This childish behavior of the student brought a pleasant smile to Gongshan, because he knew what he had to go through before he achieved this result. Doshin is an unusual guy. He belonged to the Gongsong family, but she died 10 years ago, and because of this state of affairs, he had problems getting accepted into Jeonnam school. Gongshan recalled the past when the teacher told him a story about a lonely guy, after which he became more kind to him. Our hero's teacher spoke about a lonely student named Gonsin Jin sitting opposite them. He was diligent in everything except training, and most likely he had this behavior after what happened to the Gongsan family, because in fact there were only a few people left from it. He also said that perhaps he wants to restore his clan with the help of the martial arts of the Jeonnam school, because although he is a child, he had to grow up early, and therefore there is a heavy burden on his shoulders in the form of responsibility for the future of the family. Young Gongchan understood that he should do everything that depended on him, so that Dokkan would become a worthy person and be able to lead his clan. He even entered into battles with him as seriously as possible, even despite the fact that there was a huge difference in skills between them. This was very important in order to strengthen his will to restore the clan and strive to become stronger. This was the best he could do for him, yet such an approach was indeed justified, since Dokkan himself valued the opportunity to fight such a skillful and talented opponent. Returning to reality, it is worth saying that he became an official student of the sect under the name Dochin, so as not to draw attention to the name of his deceased family. The guy was incredibly happy about his success and couldn't hold back his emotions. Gongchan was also pleased with the work done and could proudly consider that he had made his contribution to the formation of a new master of the Chozhol Shan level, who would soon join the ranks of Kangho. The next day, Master Gongchan went to visit the elder to discuss the young monk's recent progress in implementing the new training system at the training center. He was happy to hear from the elder that their student named Dojan had finally become a Chozhol level master. Despite such great news, he was cautious and said that if Dojan stops maintaining his internal energy management skills, then it will only be half the way because his energy is still unstable, even though quite a lot of time has passed. Because of such risks, they decided to act to prevent such cases and prepared a plan in which all his training concentrated only on the development of internal energy. The fact is that Dachin continued to practice the Toyon Senjon technique for 5 years, and during this time he accumulated a good level of mastery of magical energy. On the instructions of the head of the training center, he bought medicinal herbs and prepared decoctions from them. These decoctions played a big role in accumulating internal energy by applying them to the body and eating them. As a result, Dochin accumulated a reserve of energy equal to 50 years of meditation and grew so much in skills. Only all this allowed him to make a breakthrough to the level of Master Cholchan in a fairly short time, using the training method of a talented young monk. The elder was satisfied with this report, and, looking at Gongchan's methodological developments, stated that if other students were taught according to this method, then they too would be able to reach the level of Kanho, or simply the limit of their capabilities. He was confident that this method would become unique in the Jeonnam school, and, moreover, there is not a single method anywhere in the world that is comparable in productivity to this one. The return of the young monk after religious wanderings brought many positive changes to the sect in such a short time. The elder was sure that this incredible guy would soon become a member of the council of the Jeonnam school. True, He was not sure whether he looked like someone who could even reach the level of the head of their school. The talented guy's teacher did not completely agree with the old man, and replied that he did not have to be like that, and that the incredible help that Gongshan provided them should be enough for them. Having extensive life experience, the old man decided that most likely Gongshan would not be able to take on the responsibility of the head of the school, but he understood that the place of head should not necessarily go to the strongest in martial art. Based on these circumstances, they decided that now it would be better for them to take their time and delay the search for a candidate for the position of head of the school. Even though Gongshan doesn't seem like the type of person to be interested and strive for power, he still had weaknesses. His teacher a little confusedly noticed that their young monk had a noticeable passion for gold. The elder immediately began to laugh. It sounded extremely unusual, because it was about a monk who had just finished his religious wandering while maintaining beggary. But since the teacher Gongshan himself spoke about this, the old man took this information as the truth. Knowing how well Gongshan maintained relations with other martial arts sects, the old man was confident that their most skilled fighter had already accumulated a lot of alms for his future. From generation to generation, the Junam sect has had no influence, but everyone respects it because it is difficult to ignore the strength of the warriors of this school. Gongshan brought a huge number of books on the theory of martial arts, from which a training plan was drawn up for young students of the sect. Even the martial arts of other cultures were collected in these books. In addition, Gongshan knows many martial arts and believes that the fastest way to achieve great success is only by understanding the working principle of various abilities. At that time, Shangsen was still the head of the training center. But no one could ignore Gongshan's influence and power, so the head decided to give him the authority to attend the council of elders of the Janam school. The teacher could not believe his words, because the meeting of elders is intended only for masters who have the rank of elder and above. He was excited by this decision of the head, because previously he had not made exceptions for the masters, and even Chando himself could not attend the meeting of the elders. Remembering Master Zhangdo, it is worth mentioning that this person is targeting the position of the first sword of Janam, the most skilled warrior of the sect, and his level of skill is comparable only to the gods. But even this is not a sufficient reason to invite him to the meeting of elders. Because of this injustice, the teacher said that inviting Gongshan would be too rash a decision, after which problems could arise in the form of a conflict with the rest of the meeting participants. But these words did not at all influence the decision of the sect leader. He believes that Shan already deserves to be present at the council, since he is endowed with excellent qualities. Although the old man doubts that this young man will be able to make their school even more famous and powerful. The teacher did not give up hope of dissuading his mentor, but the man stood up from the table, demonstrating his determination, and said that he would not change the composition of the elders of the next meeting. The powers of the head of the sect were more than enough to introduce such changes into the routine of the organization. While the Xianam school was busy introducing new methods to train students, somewhere in a completely different place in China, a man with evil intentions continued to work hard on himself, trying to reach his personal limit of strength, which would be on a completely different level compared to the limit of strength of an ordinary person. This terrifying stranger bears the title of the Heavenly Horse Mahjong, a mysterious dark master named Zhang Onma. His level of skill is so incredible that he has to train at the Shonma Wall, which is the only place in the world where one can practice the destructive path of the Dark School, since there is no way to destroy this breed. Using dark technology, he managed to cause an incredible explosion. As it turned out, his level of mastery of dark magic had long been beyond the capabilities of other people. He became the first person to damage the Shonma Wall using only one technique. Moreover, such an incredible force broke off a huge stone that quickly flew down onto the calm man's head. At that moment, when any other master would have started to panic and simply run away. Jung Unma concentrated on his energy and calmly raised his palm in the direction of the stone, flying towards him. Only with the help of his own energy did he manage to first hold on, and a moment later completely destroy this part of the wall. His hard training was interrupted by a female voice that congratulated the master on yet another success in the development of dark techniques. Hearing this voice, the man smiled and replied that he did not expect the saint to personally wait for his training to end. This mysterious woman, accompanied by masked guards, is the holy maiden of the dark path named Jium Kyoyan, who came to meet the master to inform him that the devil had given her a prophecy. The man calmly replied that he believed her words, since the eyes of the Holy Virgin could not make mistakes. He asked what kind of future she managed to see in her prophecy. The Holy Maiden replied that in the future there would be those who could interfere with their cause. The master could not believe that there were people in the country who were able to interfere with their great work, even despite his incredible skills, before which even the legendary Choma Wall could not survive. Hearing from the maiden that the future was becoming more and more chaotic, he replied that he could not believe that the current rulers had the power to stop him. He had no idea of disobeying the advice of the Holy Virgin, and therefore he asked for advice on how best to act. In response, he heard that he should wait another 10 years. Of course, he could not come to terms with her words, but the maiden reassured him that Ma Nenja would prepare everything himself. The master was filled with rage that the holy maiden saw that Ma Nenja was capable of seizing power. The girl replied that he really fits much better than Jung Unma. Out of anger, he began to lose control of himself and tremble, which greatly surprised the young girl. A moment later, he shouted, as if he were a wild animal. Even the holy maiden's guards were frightened by such an unexpected outburst of anger on the part of the respected master. As it turned out, brute force alone was not enough to achieve their goal. He had managed to cool down his bad temper a little, though he was still angry that his role in future plans had changed dramatically. The smile returned to the face of the terrifying master of the dark arts, and, with a calmer voice, he again addressed the young girl. Filled with confidence in the holy maiden, he declared that if they could trust Ma Nenja, then they would rule the world with him. Meanwhile, the Marine Alliance was also preparing for the future and trying to predict their opponent's move. The military leader of the Union could not find a place for himself and nervously walked around the room. He analyzed the behavior of the Dark School and could not understand why they continued to be inactive. It seemed to him that he understood the enemy's goal, but he still could not understand what kind of dark business Ma Nenja was up to. While he was trying to figure out the enemy's plans, one of the servants came to him to notify him that it was time to go to the organization meeting. As usual, this important event took place in a heavily guarded building behind closed doors. The leader of the organization announced the first problem on the agenda. It was about the conflict between the Dowamun and Changkomun sects. To solve this problem, it was worth sorting out everyone's opinions and resolving the dispute. At first, the military leader felt calm, because this was not the first time they had dealt with political crises of various martial arts schools. But after a few minutes, he realized what exactly was happening between the members of the alliance, and this made him shiver, and his face covered in cold sweat. The calm leader of the organization continued the meeting and moved on to discuss the issue of the Moan clan. But the military leader no longer listened to him and began to remember events that happened quite recently and may be part of the enemy's plan. A year before entering Murim, Liaoxin province was connected with Hebok province by land and Shandong province by sea, so the attack on these borders was quite natural. In the territories of Hebok and Shandong provinces, the largest clans traditionally ruled, while small and medium clans constantly conflicted with each other for power. To defeat a large enemy clan, they asked to join the Moan clan. One side of the conflict believed that the issue was the right to receive income from the salt farm. The other side of the conflict stated that this was out of the question, since all rights to the salt farm belonged to them. Within a moment, this peaceful discussion escalated into a verbal conflict between representatives of different schools. It was at that moment that the military leader of the Murim Alliance realized that he was right, and they had already fallen into the enemy's trap. After all, if everything continues like this, then the Kanho participants will fight on their own, and since there is a lot of discontent, this will happen quite quickly. To create a conflict within the alliance was most likely the very malicious intent of the enemies, and the military leader understood this very well. The leader of the alliance noticed the anxious expression on his assistant's face, and asked if everything was okay with him. The man replied that he was not feeling well, and would like to leave the meeting early. The man with a piercing gaze suspected something was wrong in the behavior of his colleague, but still could not detain him. As he walked out of the alliance meeting room, the man knew that Kang Ho was busy fighting to increase profits. But this situation was similar to meddling in politics. The Sahelan Association cannot interfere openly, so they had to act on the sly, and he, fully aware of the situation, still could not do anything even despite the fact that he is the military leader of Murim. Apparently, this conflict situation was created by the Moan clan joining the Moan alliance. The warlord understood the enemy's plan and promised that he would not let Ma Nanja achieve his goal so easily. The whole world was on the verge of new conflicts that would change the course of history forever. Shonam also did not lag behind in preparation. During a walk around the school grounds, the teacher provided the head of the sect with a report that, thanks to the developed Gongchan method, more than 30 people had already achieved the mastery of Chojalkan. And if they continued like this, they would soon have the power to suppress other martial sects' arts. Not only did he begin training young students after his return to the Gongchan clan, but he also began to conduct joint research with his older brothers, and therefore the teacher thought that the young monk should be given some time to rest. But the head of the sect did not want to remove Shan from work, because he believed that now the creation of a research center is a very important matter, because for Janam it is necessary to obtain a unique secret training plan. The research center in question is a place of professional martial arts research with a new concept. It was Gong Cheng who brought this system to Janam, which made it possible to achieve great success in an extremely short time. Meanwhile, the young monk continued his inspiring speech and concluded that among Kanho, the potential of martial arts is limited only by life force. Many clans exterminate each other to obtain secret techniques. It was unforgivable for the young master that, as a result of such practice, thousands of teachings from various schools were simply lost. But he saw a solution and believed that they were different and could discard such outdated ideology of gaining power. He invited the center participants to jointly explore the martial arts of other clans in order to make them their own. Gongchan's proposal to make Janam School much stronger greatly motivated the center participants, and they looked at him with a sincere smile and hope. The young guy's enthusiastic speech was interrupted by the teacher's voice. He said that being under control was not the best situation for their sect. He believed that if they continued in the same spirit, there would be many schools that would be an eyesore at their incredible progress. Besides, the Wasan clan had already begun to strengthen their position in response to the growing power of Janam. Placing his hand on the student's shoulder, the man admitted that he understood his passion, but would like to slow down the speed of their development, since they had already achieved more than they planned. Moreover, they managed to accomplish it in a shorter period of time than expected. He suggested that I try to strengthen my internal strength and write a study on martial arts and internal energy. The young master liked this proposal, and he respectfully agreed with his teacher. While the Janams were trying to cope with the dizziness of their incredible success, things were much worse at the meeting of the mercenary heads. The dissatisfied customer was outraged that the assassins were still unable to succeed on their mission, despite the fact that a year had passed since the request to kill the target. The assassin replied that he did not sit idle, and in an attempt to carry out the task, he even headed to Jeonnam and settled nearby, but his target never left the school grounds. All their attempts were in vain, and despite the importance of the order, they never had a single opportunity to fulfill the contract. Still, the leader of the meeting could not afford to fail the mission, and therefore asked his colleague for his opinion on when their target would leave the enemy school again. The man replied that he did not know for sure. Moreover, they were convinced that the borders of Jeonnam were excellently guarded, and it was simply impossible to get inside. Based on this information, the leader of the meeting decided that if Jeonnam guarded their borders even better than the Wasan sect, then this only meant that something was happening there. Having no choice but to find a way around the defense of the Jeonnam territory, the mercenaries began to act as they could no longer delay the execution of the order. While Gong Chan's enemies were hatching a plan with which they would be able to eliminate the dangerous master, the guy continued to train diligently, even though it was already midnight. It seemed that he had an ideal theory for achieving the desired result. But still, he was not entirely sure how exactly he would be able to maintain the qi energy with the help of willpower, because although he continued to practice continuously, he still could not find the exact answer. He thought for a moment and said out loud that if he tried to develop the waves of higher consciousness, it would become possible to direct the qi with brain waves, and thus he could move the energy around him with the help of willpower. True, he soon realized the real risks, because if his brain waves and the flow of qi were incorrectly connected, then most likely he would get a very unexpected and dangerous result for him. So in no case should he get carried away with such an experiment. These conclusions made him think hard. But even such a bad outcome was still considered an important result for future research. Gong Chan was disappointed because he didn't know what he should do next to continue to develop in this direction. It seemed to him that the only way out would be the mysterious enlightenment that the elders constantly told him about. He did not stop at the bad moment and continued his work. Gong Chan wrote down all his experiences in a notebook. Moreover, he described his feelings in his native Korean language, which was unknown to the inhabitants of this world. Even bad experiences helped him move on. New opportunities opened up for him, and his understanding of the use of energy continued to expand with each new day. The results of a recent experiment turned out to be a prerequisite for him to search for martial arts associated with the use of vital points in the head. The guy understood that in this case he should go to the black market to get those items that would help him study this art more safely. When suddenly his student burst into his room, and with panic and cold sweat on his face, turned to his mentor. Gong Chan still did not understand the seriousness of the situation, and thought that his student should not be so nervous. But as it turned out, something terrible happened. The excited guy, breathing heavily, said that Mujong Chingen had appeared in their world. This information shocked the young monk, who did not even suspect that danger was approaching them all this time. Mujong Chingen is a legendary thing in the world of martial arts. As this book was written 300 years ago by a man named Muchionja, who is known as the best master in the world. Not only does this book contain all of his works, but there are also legends that it contains a secret with which you can become the strongest master in the whole world. However, adherents of the main school do not admit this at all, and consider the mastery of their family styles to be incomparably stronger than the teachings of Mushanjigen. Even despite this attitude of the representatives of the main school towards this forgotten art, they were still afraid that this information would fall into the hands of people with bad intentions. The head of the alliance, Mareem, was very concerned about what was happening in the world. It seems to him that this is one of the tricks of the dark school. Moreover, he still remembers the words of the military leader, because of which Amryongden was secretly assembled and prepared. The King of the Sword asked his colleague what the state of affairs is in the world today, if the dark school resorted to using such tricks. As it turns out, a satanic sect that used dark and bizarre magic, known as the Huangjok faction, visited Mu Zhongzhou's burial site, where his book is supposed to be located. The leader of the alliance understood what was going on. He knew that Huangjok was also known as the first sect in Gangxio-Seong province. Now the area known as Kanzo-Seong is under the rule of the Sahelin organization. The sect that lost that battle was known for carrying on the traditions of Hua Gongjok. In fact, no one in the Gangxio-Seong area could resist them. Continuing to explore this topic, the top of the alliance wondered how the Huangjok sect was able to find the burial place of Mu Chongjia. The advisor did not know the exact answer, but heard rumors that they had been excavating for 2 months at the supposed burial site of the legendary master. Since the information is hidden, it could be assumed that they still do not have significant progress. Moreover, there are rumors that the Sahelin left as soon as they found out about this. True, the Sword King Namgung was not sure whether they should trust such publicly available information, which could turn out to be a trap. To compete with a dangerous organization, they had to be well acquainted with the enemy's allies. And as it turned out, they managed to obtain information that Sahelin now has several sects that blindly follow them and do not question the opinion of the authority of this organization. Assessing the situation, Master Namgun grabbed his head, realizing that this whole situation had turned into a complete headache, because even though the forces of the large sects are almost the same, all they do is shout at each other. Each subsequent meeting discussing local conflicts between members of the alliance ended with the fact that it was impossible to resolve, and relations between the schools only became more hostile. There were no positive results, and the alliance had no choice but to follow the lead of the enemies and ask the Moan clan for help. True, although this seemed to be the only correct decision, it is unlikely that the rest of the alliance members would accept this option for exiting the conflict. The leader of the alliance believed that at that moment, the main thing for him was not to risk Morim's name in searching for Mu Chongjae's book. Opening the window and looking at the sunny sky, the man decided to entrust this problem to fate. The burden was too heavy on his shoulders. He did not know what the right thing to do was, because any move he made would lead to consequences that would change the world of martial arts forever. While members of the Alliance and other schools in China continued to fuss over new information about the teachings of the legendary master, Gong Chan continued to develop his personal teachings, which in the future would help strengthen the position of his native school of martial arts. The next training was aimed at developing the young monk's personal skills. In addition to body strength, he also tried to find answers to his questions regarding the possibilities of using ki energy. At his request, the 3 students of the school continued to hit him with a series of blows with sticks on his back and stomach, while strengthening the strength of the young master's body. Although he had made good progress in this art, he could not hide his emotions from the pain that he had to experience during this brutal training. After demonstrating the weakness of his spirit in the form of suffering from pain, he suddenly changed his behavior and, lowering his eyes, seriously asked the guys which one of them hit him on the shoulder blade. And one of the fighters, despite being frightened and having a lump in his throat, still admitted that he did it. With a trembling in his body, Gong Chan impulsively replied that it was very good, because the development of armor was impossible without such pain. He wanted his students to learn a useful lesson from this training, and said that they should understand that after such exercises, not only his skin, but also his insides became denser. Gong Chan thanked his students for their help and said that they were now free. The calm guys were finally free. They did a good job that day, as usual. The young master analyzed his progress. He had only reached the 6th section of mastering armor techniques, but despite little progress, the effectiveness of use was obvious. He understood that once he got used to it, he would be able to combine the theory and practice of this technique. This will allow him to create new military techniques that will strengthen the power of the Cheonan School's combat arsenal. Returning home, Gongchan's first priority was resting after a hard workout. From the constant release of internal energy and numerous blows from students, his clothes were torn and his whole body was covered with abrasions. To recover from such exhaustion and return to productive work, he prepared for himself a full vat of medicinal herbs. This approach was previously used by Dojang. In addition to increasing the amount of internal energy, he also restored his body after grueling and difficult training. Gongchan focused on his breathing and began to meditate, gradually releasing his internal energy. He got rid of the toxins accumulated in the body and other consequences of numerous injuries while developing his armor. This method of rehabilitation turned out to be very justified, since after a few minutes of meditation in a vat with medicinal herbs, he managed to restore his previous body condition, getting rid of fatigue and abrasions. This rare practice once again proved the fact that the young monk was one step ahead compared to other masters, who approached training too limitedly and only followed the recommendations of more experienced masters, without experimenting with new approaches to training. After rehabilitation from a hard workout, Gongchan went to eat. In the dining room, his student Doshan was already regaining his full strength. The teacher's appearance was sudden, but he was very glad to see him. As it turned out, due to the homework that his mentor gave him, he was late for lunch and, moreover, he was also incredibly exhausted since he was also training an armor technique that was new to their school. Gongchan joined his student and said that his day was also productive. He had to continuously practice because the more he trained, the more amazing the technique his armor became, which was supported by the control of internal energy Q. The young monk invited his friend to join in the training because it was quite suitable for the methods of training muscle memory of their school. Dojang replied that in fact he had already made some progress in this matter, and later even plans to introduce this armor in the training hall as one of the new Janam techniques. Such news made the guy understand that most likely this armor technique would soon become the face of their martial arts school. Armor technique is truly a unique and rare experience among the masters of the world. It is too underestimated and requires more detailed study. But besides that, Gongchan still couldn't stop thinking about the recent shocking news, and therefore asked his comrade what he knew regarding the appearance of the book of the legendary master Mushongja. The guy replied that this is a really hot topic, and now there is a heated debate on this topic in the Miram Alliance. He also heard that their rival organization Sahelin had also joined the race to obtain this book. They began to be extremely active and had already sent their people to explore the territory where the tomb of the legendary master was located. Gongchan could not understand why this news still did not receive new details, because everyone had known for a long time that the location of Mushongja's burial had long been discovered. But he heard that no one had time to excavate the place with valuable artifacts. Doshan replied that everything is not so simple, and, as it turned out, there are some pitfalls in this matter that no one had even suspected before. Sahelin's side says that at the moment they do not have suitable craftsmen to complete this task, so they are not succeeding. This justification for the lack of success in this matter seemed stupid to the young monk, and he folded his hands in front of him with incomprehension and looked at his friend. As it turned out, specific knowledge is required to achieve this goal, but since ancient times, the use of knowledge in martial arts schools was almost not required, and more precisely, people used their heads at best to weave intrigues. Of course, to complete most of the tasks of the average master, it is enough to simply have a high level of strength and good skill in fencing and the use of Q energy. But they say that in the case of the tomb of Mushongja, things are different and a living person has not yet been able to enter the tomb of the legendary master. This crypt was not so simple, There are rumors that it was made so that not a single living soul could enter or exit there. Such rumors turned out to be very unexpected, and Gong Chan summed up that, as it turned out, the aristocrat Mu Chongzhou was very erudite, and so responsible that he even thought about dying in such a way as not to harm the balance of power in this world. While they were having dialogues about important topics that could change the whole world, the cook brought the young master the long-awaited noodles. After practicing the armor technique, he became very hungry. Yet he never denied himself the pleasure of enjoying delicious food, even when he traveled around the world adhering to religious begging. In the middle of such a busy and productive day, he finally managed to experience the joy of a delicious lunch. But even this pleasant moment he could not fully feel, as he was distracted by one of the school students. He came to Gongchan to inform him that they were looking for him in the main palace of the Jeonnam school, and most likely it was a very important matter that could not be postponed until later.